Alright, Ram Fam, it's time. It's time to get to it. Deal with the final stage of grief, which is acceptance. And what's the best way to accept? To take some of the best tiles off the players now. Ah. Our friend Lucas is here. Hello. Here to do our last, I suppose, 10 tickets. And then it's over. We get our second place. Well, actually, what happens is it'll be 14 hours, and then there's like a maintenance period before you actually get the rewards. And then we can kick people out. Send to the gallows. Now this one's easy. Blue is very unoptimal. Oh, our day's been busy. Just doing some work, going shopping again. And then coming here to do this. It's here in the leaderboards. Mostly just cash in the aesthetics trophies and then a little monkey. So you got two types. You got the rewards for the team, then you got the rewards for the player on the global level. Then we got the local rewards with the local player rewards. So what's this, like 3, 6, 8? So I get, you know, $1,000 dues to offset my 2,400 I spent on retries. So we're in debt. That's all right. Now this map should be easy peasy. This is just quite literally top path boomerang, bottom path heli. And all we got's like what, box of chocolates? Don't need anything else for this. And what I also did this morning was lab some Skullgirl setups to re-optimize my resets. Because I had, you know, 1 reset kills. Then when actually playing Pika, I found out that one of the resets was actually fake. Oh, you got 2 Matt's Blackball. That's pretty good. I know there's some people that have done the entire thing, but a lot of it's just tedious work, right? But there's like 3 main strategies. You got Sorter and Glue Monkey, and then just literally anything else. Then you got Ninja Monkey and Alchemist to do everything up till like round 60 odd. And then there was another one, but I don't know. And then you just do that for almost all the maps except for when you get to the advanced and expert where they throw in a wrench in there. You definitely get a lot of money for it. It's actually quite funny how much money you get for playing this game. You'd think that they would have been a lot more stingy with it. You know, like if this was modern gaming, you would have had to do like 100 maps just to afford a character skin or something, you know? But if you do all of the beginner maps, you could basically buy every single champion skin. Or hero monkey skin, you know. But then again, Ninja Kiwi have like, what, 6 other games under their name? Like the Bloons team, you know, like split screen version of this. And then they got other games as well, so they got a few ways to earn revenue without, you know, making you cost an arm and a leg to do so. But after this TD event's done and we do some clan clearing, probably just end up playing Skullgirls for another week before I get summoned to this game again. I don't know. They probably contracted to use his likeness for like a month or so, maybe a quarter, is how I'm gonna presume it. I'm unsure of how much money they would have had to pay to get Mr. Beast's likeness, but I can imagine it wasn't a pretty penny. But, you know, Mr. Beast is basically, you know, this, I want to say this decade? Nah, this half a decade's ninja, right? Remember when Ninja was really popular? And then everyone wanted a ninja in their game? So Mr. Beast is having that kind of popularity. Yeah, it's good to let me know what's happening on Netflix, because I don't believe in subscription TV. I grew up with cable and satellite TV. I don't want to go back ever. When I had the internet, when I was a child in the 90s, I was already over television, but internet was quite primitive for consumer use back then. And everyone was still on scheduled TV and cable TV. Pirating movies at like 480p resolution back in like early 2000s and stuff. Didn't have to worry about Bitcoin miners or ransomware back then, or not as much. And you know, I'm not going to be shy about mentioning it, because there's people in countries who they quite literally cannot afford anything due to the currency buying power being so weak against the American dollar, that $1 American would equate to like $100 in their country. Hence why it's typical for tourists to go to Southeast Asian countries. Because if I was an Australian and I went to Bali, I go there with $1,000 spending money. I'm basically a millionaire, you know? Hence why a lot of Australians go there, and then the economy for Bali is just based on Australian tourists. So I would never poo-poo, you know, people torrenting, because there's just quite literally people that just cannot afford it. Because some companies refuse to do regional pricing. And I understand why, because when you do regional pricing, you're essentially discounting, you know, for these countries, right? Just to get their money. Oh yeah, we changed the mobs too. Now they're puffer fish. Now we should probably get the ice monkey for the Brita thing. Brittle. Yeah, embrittlement, that's it. I forgot. Yeah, this should be pretty easy. Like, I remember early 2000s anime and torrenting it all, because a lot of localization didn't come to Australia. And if you wanted, you know, to legitimately purchase anime in Australia, good luck. That was like very early 2000s. And I know that there's a period in time in America where the companies could force the IP to get the person who torrented stuff to pay a fine. You know, like let's say I downloaded, I don't know, Avatar, the Blue People movie, and then the ISP would send you a letter in the mail over there, be like, hey, you need to pay money for that. They tried doing that in Australia, but it didn't really fly, because there was no way an Australian or Australians were going to pay that. They weren't going to honour. So they didn't really pursue that here. Which is kind of funny, because it's quite literally true. The only reason that kind of stuff would work is if everyone would honour the penalty. But I don't think anyone in Australia would honour that penalty. They'll just be like, how are you going to make me pay that money? I'll just go somewhere else. So I don't think it worked here. Because this was back when Lars from Metallica and LimeWire and all that stuff, Napster, you know, was all going on. And that was a fun period of time. You know, the fact that there was even a thing on South Park where they had the Napster, the episode on Napster and free music downloading. I think one of the worst things that came from torrenting music era was how no one got the file names correct of the song. Like, we all know Chop Suey is called Chop Suey, but when you download it, so many people just had When Angels Deserve to Die, and other songs which just had lyrics as the file name in real dodgy quality. And it's like, you download and you're like, wow, this is real dodgy quality, what the... There's a lot of lost media, I think, in this era, which is why I said yesterday, if anyone does social studies, looking at the influence of 2000s internet culture before things were coined, like even before social media was a coined term, you could probably find a lot of influences that carry over to modern day. Because we've got a new generation that has their own sort of nomenclature developed through the internet. And, you know, nomenclature being terms like agreed upon words used for terms. It's probably like the simplest way I can say that. You know, like saying this food is bussing. Using bussing for good quality, that would be a nomenclature term. Oh yeah, not to get too topical, but I'm in my yapping session right now. Because I thought, you know what I should probably do if I'm going to yap stream? I should probably read the news, huh? But I didn't read the news, I just literally logged on to Twitter. And I saw Shadman trending, and I'm like, here we go again. We got Shadman trending. Apparently someone commissioned Shadman to do something recently. I'm not too sure, because I think it was pretty recent when I heard this. And I just think back to the old days of the internet when Shadman started posting stuff, and we all just dunked on this guy. And I feel kind of sad for him. Not sure if he was already into the hard drugs when he first started posting, but I remember he was posting his art. And in case you don't know Shadman, I would not Google it. But he does like edgy, controversial drawings now. But I do think there was once a time when he just had a passion for art. But then he seeked affirmation or just attention from the wrong kind of people who didn't really care, but then still wanted that kind of attention. So he would draw edgy stuff for that kind of attention. Which is typical for some people, right? It's like, oh, you know, I want attention, How do I get it? Oh, I got to do some edgy stuff and questionable moral stuff. Better do it. And then get into trouble for it. And the people who didn't care for you will still make fun of you. So you don't win either way. But then Shadman, I think either he got into the hard drugs or he was already well into it and just affected his mind. Hence why you never ever do anything hard. You never do cocaine, you never do heroin, you don't do crack, because those drugs do affect your brain. And that's why people have to go through rehab, because your brain quite literally gets changed due to the usage of the drug, because it changes how your brain chemicals function. You know, people will make fun of what they read on news about what people on crack do, but it's quite true. Like, these people, their brain just ends up thinking differently, and they can't do anything about it. And that's why I'd be like, oh, this sounds like an insane story. It's like, yeah, it's an insane story because someone's perception of the world has quite literally been warped, and they need help. And that's how I see Shadman. And you know, we made fun of this guy. We probably like ruined this guy's life by, you know, trolling him and making fun of him for his art. So looking back to him, like seeing that he was trending today, just sort of brought the nostalgia back. I'm like, damn, you know, we really did mess this guy up. We being the internet in the 2000s, like 2000s era internet. It's one of those things when you grow up where, you know, mum and dad probably had their favorite actor, and then their favorite actor dies, and they're like, oh yeah, I remember when, you know, this person, blah, 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 greatest actor. And they go through, you know, reminiscing about the past. For me, that's everything that I've been exposed to on the internet. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, looking back. Like, take Northern Line for an example. This guy eventually got off Binding of Isaac. I was like, damn. You know, like, that was a miracle. This guy was like streamed episode 1400 of Isaac. I don't know how he could do it. I was already over that on like episode 5 back in the day. I'm like, how can you play this game over and over and over and over and over again? See, too easy. Mind you, kind of ironic looking at me right now though. How can you be playing Bloons TD for 7 days in a row, pal? You know that meme of, was it Smiling Friends, and you got the guy smoking, but oh, why are you even here, man? You're too old. Don't you have a family to go back to? And then everyone starts laughing. That's so me. Not the guy smoking, the one being laughed at. Check it out. It's 46 on 11221. This looks pretty easy, right? This is almost just Druid, because we got box of chocolates. We don't have to worry about camos. Not even Druid. Sniper Monkey. Oh, we got Monkey Knowledge as well. I think one trick is to write down things to talk about, which I got to remember to do, because my brain just forgets things within a second. And it's not because I have memory issues, it's just that when you get older, there's so much to remember that you just need to write stuff down and save your mental bandwidth. I reckon it's why people feel so burnt out when they get older, because when you get older, there's more you have to remember, and by the time you have to go back and remember something you forgot, but then it's so much mental energy to go back and remember that by the time you remember, you just can't be stuffed doing anything anymore. So the life hack is to write everything down. Like, it's the best life hack you can do, especially as an accountant. As an accountant, you write everything down because you don't have time to do anything, but by the time you have to go back and do the thing, you've written it all down, so you don't have to worry about remembering. That's why you see these, you know, gurus being like, oh, just get a note-taking program and write down your mind, and then they just sell you some product. You don't need a product. Just literally get a notepad and a pen and just write it down and then forget about it and worry about it later. Then you save your mental bandwidth. You know, it's less stress. If you have less on your mind to think about, then you feel less stressed. You don't need some, you know, you don't need a software program that's stuffed full of features that you do not need and will never use. You know, you just quite literally need a pen and a paper. You know, old man style, and just write it down and then do it later. It's probably why people have such huge anxiety problems. Because they know that there's a lot they have to do, but then you spend so much time worrying about what you have to do, but you don't have time to do what you need to do. Now, I'm not a therapist, but I'm pretty sure when you go to therapy, they do set out like a work schedule to get you into the mindset of doing stuff, like a roadmap. So I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm close somewhere there. Oh yeah, and I did have like 2 rows of dark chocolate. So I'm feeling pretty good today. I got dark chocolate and tea. And this is the black gold dark chocolate, which is like 70% cocoa, which I was talking about yesterday. The one that isn't going to put you in a diabetic coma if you even dare to have half a bar. Oh yeah, that's right, steals. We don't have out touch. It's quite good. It's like 100 grams has 28 grams of sugar, which is pretty good given the other alternatives. I'd rather have less sugar as I can. I like bitter food. I used to have a sweet tooth as a child, but as I grew older, I found out that sugar is just basically poison to me. And now I hate sugar. I'm sweet enough as it is, babe. Don't need any. It's probably why I like dark chocolate, but yeah, I think milk chocolate is the biggest scam in the world. It's less cocoa powder, more sugar, and you're paying more. Like, people want to talk about internet scams. You got a real life scam there in the store market, just right on the shelf. And you know, I don't mind chocolate. I don't think chocolate is that bad for you. It does have antioxidants in it. But, you know, the darker the chocolate, the better. Is generally my stance on it. I know someone who is like one of those people who is basically allergic to everything, like especially things that have wheat in it. So this guy has to get tested very frequently just to see what he is allergic to and not allergic to periodically. So, you know, when people, you know, are fussy eaters, I just got to remind them, hey, you know, there's people in the world who are quite literally allergic to almost any kind of food. Can't eat seafood, can't eat dairy, can't eat wheat products. You know, they don't have much of a choice in food. And you're out here complaining because someone added more spice to your meal. You know, grow up. Like, I'm generally not a, you know, suck it up sunshine kind of person. But when it comes to fussy eaters, where it's like you live in a well-developed country where you don't have to scavenge for food, you could probably be a bit more humble in what you're given. Like, if you're a uni student and you had to live on noodles, you know what it's like. Like, you've been to the bottom of the barrel. And then when you have to listen to someone cry because, you know, they didn't get exactly what they wanted, it's like, come on, pal. You know, weren't you a student as well? I had to live on noodles. I lived on noodles, bread, and oat, like, just like packets of oats that you can make oatmeal with because it was just very filling. You know,
Let the madness begin.
rice is high in carbs, but you get there's nothing better for energy than carbohydrates. Blech.
What's up?
They burn quickly, but it's a lot of energy.
One for you.
Can probably get our doctor friend to talk about it one day. You know, like the importance of eating properly.
What's up?
Even though he's not a dietitian, but I feel like when you do 7 years of medicine,
One for you.
you kind of know a
One
little
for
bit about
you.
everything, like an accountant. Because when you're an
Yeah.
accountant, you got specialized fields of accounting, but you kind of do everything anyway. Same for doctors, where when you're a doctor, you have to learn a bit of everything, like psychology, medicine, pediatrician, which is children, like children medicine. But you do eventually pivot into one main
One for you. One for you.
kind of doctorate in something, right? Like it being a surgeon. I've got a doctorate. I got a doctorate in
Oh, boy.
bullshitting,
One for you.
and that's thanks to the internet.
One for you.
But also that comes from doing accounting and business as well.
One for you. One for you.
You know, if you watch enough videos about, you know, these crypto scam artists who get caught out, you'd probably develop a very
One
good
for
natural,
you. One for you.
you know, liar detector. Especially that Shark Tank reality show, you know, where people have to present their entrepreneur ideas to the
One for
investors,
you. One for you.
and then the investors might put money into it. Because I was watching one video recently where they were talking about this guy that made the breathalyzer app for their mobile phone, and that
feels
got
good.
all of the sharks to invest into their company, and what happened with that, because it kind of imploded. And it's like, yeah, I listened to this guy talk. My life, you can't say liar, but you know what I mean. My bull dust detector was going off the charts. I'm like, sure, mate, you're making all these promises, but, you know, it's another software startup app which is already in, like, I'm going to borrow Mark Rosewater's storm scale from Magic the Gathering, where the higher it is to 10, the least likely it's going to happen. And whenever I hear someone go, hey, I'm going to make a software app startup company using technology or AI, I'm already in the 9s. I'm in 9 on the storm scale. I'm like, it's not happening. You know?
Is someone napping?
No, Gwendolyn, I'm not napping.
You.
I'm yapping. That's what I'm doing.
Is someone napping?
No, I'm yapping.
That feels good. One for
I know.
you. One for you. Is someone napping?
Maybe this is why people don't like Gwendolyn. I should probably throw her
One for you.
bomb in the
Someone
center.
napping. One for you.
Oh yeah, we should probably buy other monkeys, shouldn't we? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Maybe that's why she's saying I'm napping. I'm just sitting here watching these balloons get through, like, yep, they're sure doing that.
One for you.
Like, I was around when Bitcoin started up, right?
Is someone napping?
And when these guys were advertising it on the internet, and it's like, yeah, bros, for $2 you can buy this internet currency to, you know, break free from the stranglehold the banks have, you know, on the economy. And back in those days, a Bitcoin was $2. Like, legit. The buy-in for Bitcoin, I'm pretty sure started at $2 when it went public. And they had a callback, or you know how you buy shares in a company, like some companies might buy back shares to retain ownership. Bitcoin did a buyback for $500. So your $2 Bitcoin was now worth $500, and a lot of people cashed out, you know? And you got people being like, oh, bro, that was me. I should have hold on because a Bitcoin's like $20,000 now. And it's like, although that is true, the fact that your $2 investment turned into $500 is absolutely insane.
One for you.
Like, that's a crazy investment, like a return on rate investment, pal. You should just be happy with that alone. Because these could have been scammers, right? And that's why a lot of people paid the $2, because it's like, well, if they're scammers, they got me, they took my $2, big whoop, you know? I was one of those people. I'm like, you know what? If they're scammers, they got me, they got my $2, whatever.
One for you.
And also, you don't have to deal with any of the modern day problems with cryptocurrencies where it's like people are constantly trying to ransomware or hack your computer, because most modern day hackers just go straight for the crypto wallets now. It's like the #1 go-to for most ransom attacks is they try and get your cryptocurrencies and just take it from you. Now, I'm sorry, fellow hackers, but I do not have any Bitcoins.
One for you. One
I
for
do not
you.
participate in that kind of market. So even if they did hack me, there's nothing on my computer. I'm very old school. I learned that the best kind of... what I learned from my brief stint into learning about cybersecurity is just don't have anything on the computer worth losing. Just don't have it there, and it won't be a problem. Wow, that was glue trap. Oh, yuck. That wasn't worth the trip. And that's what I do. Most of my personal information is just on pen and pad. I do have a key pass, which is like it's like a password key storage app, which doesn't need to be online. You can just download on computer and it stores it on it. And it does the, you know, like the computer passwords that takes like 60 years to brute force the password because it's in every single symbol in the computer Unicode. So I've got that for my Google and stuff. So my Google is almost unhackable. Unless, you know, you're willing to sit there for 10 years brute forcing it. And even if my Google account got hacked, it's like, okay. there's nothing on there they can really use against me other than some cringe stuff. But everyone knows I'm cringe anyway, so it doesn't matter. It does matter though when you're like a vulnerable person, which is what a lot of people will pry on. I remember when I was in a community, oh, I've got to hit it again. And, you know, I got into a random chat with someone and, you know, just making some small jokes here and there. And I guess his way of joking is like, oh, you know, haha, I've got a gun. And I'm like, cool, mate. I really couldn't care less if you had a gun or not. You know, like all the things you could threaten me with, shooting me is like the most non-threatening thing you could do. There's worse things than being shot. Plus the crime for shooting someone in Australia, and all I can say is enjoy being in prison, mate. Enjoy being in prison with real gangsters who are more gangster than you. Okay, they beat my score. Like, if there's something I ever learnt from a childhood, never get involved with gangs. And don't even pretend you're from a gang. Like, just straight out, it's not... Just don't, you know? Because what happens with these people is if you talk a big game and act like you're someone you're not, they'll go ask their friends like Big Tony, they'll go, hey, Tones, do you know this guy? And the second they go, no, I don't know who the fudge this person is, you're done. Like, these guys know you're a nobody, but you're talking a big game, they'll come for you, just to set an example. So that's why I'm never really worried about when I'm on the internet and there's just some kid, you know, trying to act big. And it's like, okay, you know, you're acting big on the internet, mate, but what's it like in real life? Does Big Tony know you? Probably not. And I talk about this because I remember watching a little mini documentary on crypto people, like the guys who just end up going missing and you find out they got murdered. And, you know, they got murdered because they spent everyone's money on crypto. And this money is laundered, you know, because one of the reasons crypto is so popular is it's like an easy way to launder illegal money. And these entrepreneurs, like, they well and truly knew that. But they spent the money. You know how they go, oh, sorry guys, we suddenly ran out of money. Tough luck. But the problem is some of these guys said that to actual gang members, and the gang's like, oh, okay, but where's our money? And once you tell these gang members that there is no money and you laugh, then they make sure you don't laugh ever again. It's never worth it. Like, you can be this big wig on the internet, you know, e-celebrity. But who are you in real life, you know, where there's people who've done worse things to others, you know, for lesser. So it's never worth, you know, going down that line like some of these crypto, quote-unquote, crypto kings do. And there was this one guy that I remember saw, Friendly Geordies did a video on him. He's a crypto guy who essentially took everyone's money, closed the crypto coin, like it went bankrupt, and now he just lives like a millionaire in a walled community. A walled community is like, you know, a bunch of houses, like a street, but that has like a wall that you can't climb over, and you have to go through like a security gate checkpoint. That's a walled community. That's where this guy lives, because he knows if he was in anywhere else, he would probably get like stabbed in the street, right? No one likes a scammer. And some people just had their lives ruined through investing with crypto on the promise of getting more money. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Because these are real people that live with real consequences for their actions. And it's like, yeah, you're a millionaire, but now you're constantly living in a state of perpetual fear that one day, one of these people that you ripped off are now going to come and get you. You know, was it really worth it? And I think it was CoffeeZilla that also does this as well, right? It's kind of why CoffeeZilla's popular. But other people have done this kind of like crypto research or journalism. Talking to the victims of crypto scams and stuff. And, you know, a lot of people I just laugh and go, haha, what idiots. But you got to understand, when people are desperate, they make irrational decisions because, you know, it's like gambling. It's like, well, things can't possibly get any worse now, so why not take the chance? And it's a bit of the, you know, it plays into the gambler fallacy. You know, how could I possibly lose? And it's like, you could very well lose, friend. It's not worth it. And one of the reason why scams are so effective, even in today's standards, is because it is, you're socially shunned for being scammed. So you don't talk about being scammed, therefore the scam keeps like perpetually happening to other people, who then don't talk about it because then they're scared of being shamed for falling for a scam. And that's how scams keep happening. You know? Yeah, welcome to my Bloons TD TED Talk. 6 minutes, that was pathetic. That's alright, no one's really playing. Oh, you think so, Momo? Oh, no, I just watch a lot of things in the background while doing stuff, but I'm mostly interested in learning stuff that happens. And eventually, when you listen to so much, you kind of know when you're being, you know, people are kind of bull dusting you a little bit. It's like, I've heard this before. Showing some common patterns here. Now this one's, we could hardcore this, like do ace pilot macro or micro like we did yesterday, but I'm a bit too lazy. It's the last day, no one cares. So we'll just be lazy as well. Like we're not losing second place in the time. Like in 14 hours, there's no way the opposing parties can contest our score. And there's no way we can contest Pink's first place score. So we're well and truly second. And there was a recent one about crypto stuff. But I forgot who it was. Just, you know, another person getting called out for making a coin. Oh, that's right. Logan Paul was getting sued for his Prime energy drink. I think I must have been thinking about Crypto Zoo. You know, the thing that Logan Paul has yet to actually refund people for. And threatened to sue CoffeeZilla, which will probably shoot Logan and he'll shoot himself in his foot doing that. Because one thing that not many people talk about when it comes to lawsuits is most of the time you and the lawyer will try and settle out of court. The courts want you to settle your case before they need to get involved. Because a judge has better things to do, like dealing with killers and, you know, psychopaths, than deal with your, you know, petty squabbles with some guy on the internet. And so the parties will try and settle, and when they can't settle, then it goes to court, right? And then there has to be a prosecution, and then the defense. And so the thing is, when the prosecution needs to do research, that's when things gets messy, right? Because what happened in Australia, where one of the ex-SAS members who were alleged for war crimes in Afghanistan, he tried to sue the journalist for defamation. But how defamation works is, you know, like the defender has to prove that they did not defame the person suing them. It's not you, the person, claiming they defamed you and you have to prove that they did it. No, the defender has to prove that they didn't defame you, which is a bit backwards. But anyway, so the people are like, oh, okay, so we need to bring up proof that he did war crimes. Here's Assange's files. Here's David McBride's files. Here's accounts from other, you know, military personnel in Afghanistan who can attest to this guy doing war crimes. And then it was presented to court. And then the court just had to give up the case. They just said, you don't have a case. Don't do it. Or, you know, it's like everyone will know that you actually did the war crimes. So he couldn't sue the journalists. And that's probably what's going to happen to Logan Paul if he tries to sue CoffeeZilla. It's like, oh, but you did do this thing that he claimed you did. No, I didn't. But it's like, but these things that he says and the things that you said you did do does sound like you made a promise that you couldn't keep and couldn't pay back the money. Like, it's a bit like a self-checkmate situation. So I do have I have a lot of respect for Australian court system, but I'm not too sure about the United States court system, right? Because I know legal proceedings in the United States is way different to Australia's. But I'm pretty sure CoffeeZilla's quite safe. As long as everything he said is true and factual and he has proof, which if you watch his videos, he does actually tend to have a recording. And in case this ever comes up, it is very important that you let the person know, whether, you know, you're on Discord or you're in a phone call, that they are being recorded. Like, if it's not for legal purpose, it's just a common courtesy, right? Like, when I'm at work, there might be a problem. When I'm at work, and sometimes when you're in a working space, you just have people around you when you make a phone call. You know, I'll just be, hey mate, I'm just calling you out, but just to let you know before we talk, I do have other people in the room with me. Is that okay, or should I go call another time, right? Like, you let the other person know if there's other people in the room, or if you're going to need to put them on loudspeaker, or if you're recording, because it's just common courtesy in my opinion. But it also saves you legally as well, because you can't use, well, at least in Australia, you can't use recordings unless you have the permission of the person you're recording. So I got used to just saying that as a common courtesy, like a pleasantry in the start of a conversation, if for some reason I was recording. Because sometimes people will just go, yeah, no, that's okay. And then they say the most craziest stuff known to mankind. And it's like, you got them. You got them on 4K. I can't believe they agreed to the recording. Like, I'm going to mention Coffee Zilla again, where he was doing the Boogie. I think Boogie's fake cancer, or quote unquote alleged fake cancer, to get money. And Boogie just straight out, like, yeah, I'm fine with recording, and then says all the stuff he did. It's like, brother, you could have just said no and you wouldn't have had to deal with this. This is a journalist. This is a journalist doing journalism. You know, you got a journalist asking questions. Like, what else do you expect a journalist to do? Sorry, I cut off a little bit. I just had to do something in the back. But yeah, it's I think we're seeing a lot of and this is something I talked about with a friend. A lot of journalism, like, it's hard to do real journalism and get paid for it. A lot of real journalism comes out of someone else's pockets, and then they don't get much money for it. Like, you know, the reason why Vice went bankrupt is it costs a lot of money to do real journalism, and they didn't get much money for it. So that's why Vice went under. And you'll see a lot of people who have a Patreon, and it's like, oh, I'm an independent journalist. Here's my Patreon to fund my journalism, which, you know, is fair and legit, because it's a way to get revenue without having to do ads or having a company pay you to do a dishonest review or article. But one thing I've noticed is a lot of independent, and I just want to say that I do have a lot of respect for journalists, especially independent ones, but I will say that it is an observation of mine that some really do play on sensationalism, where they need to make it seem like it's a real big deal, when in reality it is a big deal, but it may not be as urgent as of right now kind of deal. I like Michael West media. In fact, I read Michael West as my main source of mainstream media. But I will say that Michael West does play on that sort of sensationalism where it's like, you know, the fossil fuel company cabal's at it again. You know, that kind of header, that kind of starts the narrative. I'm kind of like, you know, but I get why, because you're an independent journalist and you got to keep people interested in what you make. I get it. But for me personally, I'm just like, you know, I don't need to be told there's a cabal of evil men in the world who control all of the fossil fuel. Just tell me what's happening. You know what I mean? Just tell me what's happening. And this is something that Friendly Geordies came under fire for, you know, in the past, right? But, I mean, Friendly Geordies has always been a little bit of a jokester anyway. Where Friendly Geordies, being the Australian... Well, I still think of him as a comedian first and journalist second. But, because I watched him before he went full journo mode. He was punching up above his belt. And that's how he got very popular, right? With John Barilaro. And you got to give this guy credit. He did dethrone New South Wales government. I don't know any other YouTuber that dethroned a government before. I'm surprised Geordies didn't end up dead in the gutter, to be honest with you. I'm glad he didn't. But a lot of Geordies, his Patreon supports him for doing that, for punching up above his belt and causing trouble. Well, not causing trouble, but like, he just makes people think twice, you know? If you know what I mean. And so people feel like that they're getting their money's worth for supporting him in his journalism, right? And I mean, it's hard to deny that because he did actually, you know, force a government to resign. So yeah, you definitely got your money's worth if you were in New South Wales. But the point is that there's a lot of journalists who try and do that to make you feel like that if you support them, you're supporting change or something's change happening, but when it might not be. That's where a lot of my criticism is at. Because we had to live through the Alex Jones's era of freaking media, right? Where it's like, if you buy these supplement products, you're fighting the deep state. Make sure to take your testosterone pills, fellas. Be a real man. Don't forget to subscribe to Manscaped for your manly needs with your lawn trimmer 2.0 for extra comfort and sleekness and design, lightweight and portable. You know what I mean? Now look, I'm never going to say that I wouldn't do a Manscaped sponsorship. Is that a bot? Yeah, it looks like a bot. Shoot on sight. How do we do that? You know it's a bot because I'm a nobody. But yeah. Like, I come from the 90s, right? So I'm used to all types of media. If you're a younger generation, like let's say you're 15 years old, I feel sorry for you. Because you're going to grow up in a world where AI, deepfakes are going to become more commonplace, and you're going to have to really figure out if what you're being told is true or not. And you have to learn that. Where I've inherently got a better lie detector than most other people that came after me. And I've been in the transitionary period where we went from print and TV media to on-demand media to social media. Like, there was a lot of stepping stones to where we got to where we are now. And you'll be surprised at how much the names change, but the game stays the same. Yep. Because once the printing media realized that, oh, we can't actually kill the internet, we have to assimilate our system into the internet, which they have successfully done. And a lot of people give them more power than what they deserve. And this is like a bit of another rant. But it's like I mentioned this yesterday, how the FBI or CIA actually did research into memes and the power of memes for culture. This was before the Trump and Hillary presidential election. I think it was just a few months before that, or maybe within the same year. They did research on internet websites about meme culture in order to better understand how to use memes to promote stuff. I was there. I saw the paperwork. They printed that publicly, or someone showed it, and I was like, "Yep, this is getting too real." You know, now the internet's going to become real life, and everyone's going to be on the internet. Can't wait. And it was kind of like how, with the knowledge I have now, it makes sense. There's a lot of companies that were losing a lot of money with the internet having such free and accessible information to people, you know, like print media, that the people would pay a pretty penny to figure out how to stay in business or how to make more money off the internet. Hence why memes were quite powerful. And as we saw, there was a trend where companies just kept making these cringy memes, right? I remember it killed me inside. I'm like, this, and we just saw recently, I said this yesterday too, Skibbity Biden, right? How much of a cringe fest was that? You thought that was cringe. You should have been there in 2010 when all the companies were trying to make their own funny memes on Facebook. Oh, it's torture. It's no wonder why I'm so unhinged. I had to live through all that. I don't even know if I survived, to be honest. I think I died. This might just be a dream. Has to be a dream if I'm playing Bloons TD. Where did everything go so wrong? But yeah, that was an interesting period in time. Like, I probably exist just for some university sociopolitics or just social studies person to have a reference to do their thesis to get their degree. That's probably the only reason why I'm a streamer. And I could give it to them. I've been around. I'm like a law keeper. I like to call the unholy, maybe the triforce of unholy internet websites built in my DNA, because I remember when, somewhere in the late 2000s, when Reddit was made, well, what a period in time that was, where people were starting to get into this like tribalism mindset, which you probably hear this before, where it's like people, this is when social media was actually like a more properly coined phrase. And I thought social media was just dumb. Like no one was really going to blindly trust their friends or a website for their media consumption. Boy, was I wrong. Anyway, it's like people are like, yeah, I'm a Redditor. I'm a real gamer. And I was like, how stupid is it to act like this website that has very questionable places on it as your main identity? You know, am I a driver? I drive a car. I'm a driver, bros. I'm Ryan Gosling. I drive, you know, like, you know, it's a bit cringe, but that was a period in time when, and you got to put into perspective, the 2000s and late 2000s is where everyone and their dog got a computer at that point. Like it became more accessible. Everyone had an iPad or an iPhone, smartphones. In fact, it was probably smartphones that did it. Because everything integrated into smartphones, so everyone having a smartphone had access to the internet. And so these websites they've never heard of is like a whole new experience for them. You know? And the reason I bring this up is if you're actually a true person from the 90s, like late 90s to 2000s internet culture, you would not subscribe to this mindset because it just doesn't make sense, because you were everywhere on the internet back then. Everyone and their dog had a forum. Everyone had their own random website because they were trying to make bank on advertiser revenue and stuff. Because back in those days, you got more money for, you know, ad revenue on your websites. So everyone had a website. You were everywhere. You had to go to different places for different information. So that whole, you know, I'm a Redditor kind of thing just was ludicrous. It made you look like a baby. But, you know, it kept going on and on and on, and internet tribalism stuff. It's like, you know, it's alright. Let the kids have their fun, I suppose. Like, would you believe me if I told you there was a time on Facebook before the oldies took over? We were like, yeah, Facebook. There's no way that the old people are ever going to come on Facebook. Oh boy, look at it now. All the oldies are on Facebook. They took it over. When will I ever stop being wrong? Probably never. Maybe Skibbity Biden wasn't cringe. Maybe Skibbity Biden was the peak of comedy and memeology, and we just didn't realize it, and we won't realize it for another decade. You know, if I'm so wrong about everything. It's probably why there was such pushback in this era of the internet, where people, like, you call them elitists, right, who got really angry about new people coming into their, you know, culture, internet. I call it culture because it is a culture. It's just, you know, there's no better term for what people have developed in their own societies. You know, new people coming into their culture, of course they're going to push back because they're worried that these new people are just going to dilute and ruin their things. So I can understand where these people come from. You know, like, they're valid in their worries, but they may not be valid in how they treat others. And that's probably where a lot of the problem comes from. It's all about execution and PR. How you present your ideas to other people. It's what I've learned the hard way. I used to hate that. I like how this cannabis is everything. Growing up, I used to hate first impressions. I thought first impressions was so BS. But the sad reality is, when you grow up, first impressions is everything. Like, it's so true, and it pains me that that's the truth, but it is. You know, it's a human psychology thing. As long as humans have pattern recognition skills, we will always be affected by our first impressions. Although I'm not so doomer about it, I'm just like, okay, I better make sure I dress correctly then, you know, look the part. But there are people who, you know, struggle with that, the social pressures and stuff, purely by looks. So I can't complain, because there's people who have it way worse than me. And it just sucks to admit it, though. Yeah, chill Bloons stream, totally. But I feel like media, I think education on the internet is going to become more important, because with the a certain event that happened in the world a few years ago, where a lot of kids skipped school, I think it's really important for some people to make sure there's good educational resources on the internet, which there are. Like, my little cousin Ram, she's what, in 6th grade, 7th grade? So, when she wants to play video games, I take her to, you know, the Maths is Cool website, or you know, old Flash games where, you know, you have fun math puzzles, and then she can play Minecraft, you know. Teach your kids logic, which Minecraft is like one of the lesser evils that you can get kids to play, right? Because there are some kids who, like back when I was around when Minecraft came out, I never played it, but there was kids, Minecraft kids, oh, how cringe was that? But some of these kids have grown up and they're engineers now, so I can't really talk smack on Minecraft anymore because it's bred a generation of engineers, so, you know. If anything, it just proves my mum wrong. My mum was like, oh, video games make you stupid. It's like, well, mum, look at these kids who are now engineers that used to play Minecraft. What are you going to say now? She won't say anything because, you know, my mother will never admit that she's wrong. But I know she's wrong. You know, video games didn't turn me into a violent psychopathic killer. They just turned me into an accountant, which is probably just as worse, but is more socially acceptable. Depends on your perspective. Yeah, I've seen the Minecraft OS functionality in there because one of my friends was showing me how you can just literally program anything in Minecraft now. Because he's a program nerd. And it makes sense. I mean, it's fine. Like, programming's ultimately like the ultimate problem-solving mental exercise, right? Generally, if you're a programmer, you have really good problem-solving skills because you have a better understanding of the problem stages, where it's like it's a skill that you develop where it's like, okay, I've got a problem and I need to make a solution. You break it down into simple steps, like all smaller problems to fix. And there's another one where it's like, okay, I've got a problem. Here's all the possible outcomes to solve this problem. How do we build up into one of these scenarios, right? Oh, we were so screwed this CT event. Like, we got no good relics. You know, all the good relics are up north here and to the east, out of our reach. Can we pick on green more? 8. So what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think we can do this unless we got camo flogged or Alp touch. Maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, but you don't... Oh, wait. If we had camo trap, we could. Which I think is what this tile is, but that's still out of range. Yeah, I don't think we can do it. Maybe we'll try and take... see what this relic is. Someone highlighted it. I don't think that was a good relic, though. I think that might have been a pretty poo-poo one. That's camo. That's camo trap. That's royal treatment. I remember that. Like, royal treatment is up here. We're down here. We have no way of getting up here to take royal treatment and then go back down to secure all this stuff. Like, it's just unfeasible. Like, pink is in such a dominant position since the start of the game. So it's no wonder why they came first. Oh yeah, it does more on regrows, that's right. Just trying to map this out. Damn, they really tried to sweat some of these scores. This one's unoptimal, but it might have degraded. I think you can do that in 7 or 6 if you had the proper stuff for it. We'll do this. But no, I try not to hate on anyone on social media when they have insane takes, because through my eyes, a lot of these people are just kids themselves, and I used to be a kid on the internet. You know? There's a difference between being an actual hateful person and just being ignorant and looking cringe. I know I've spoken to some people who think they're the most smartest cookies in the basket, but then, you know, they say stupid stuff, but they don't realize what they're saying is stupid. Then you sit down with them and talk to them, and they go, oh yeah, that does sound stupid, huh? And it's like, yeah, you don't listen to yourself often, do you? Like, I've been around. I've met so many people who sort of just, you know, sort of just wanted to vent, but then didn't realize what they're saying. Like, it's insane. A lot of people wear their hearts on their sleeves when they're emotional, and this is so true in writing. I see it more in writing because most people aren't actually taught how to properly write. They're only taught basic education stuff, like, oh, here's how you write. Yeah, that's right, you can take as long as you want. Gives me time to articulate my sentence. Actually gives me time to think about this. Can I do this with hydro rockets? I don't think so. I think I need something else. Oh, that's a bit. That's right, I'm just figuring out where I'm about to lose. That wasn't a good idea. Yeah, what I've learned from my time on the internet is, and it's especially true, oh, that's so bad. I think we're just going to be lazy and do Fire Monkey. Is since a lot of people haven't learned to properly write and articulate their thoughts, that if you are actually really good at writing, you can read between the lines of what people write to get an idea of what they're truly saying, you know, hence why reading between the lines is a saying. it's really, I think meeting a real writer who understands language and writing is pretty amazing because they can read between the lines and assume things based on what someone says. But yeah, you can, when people write, the words they choose, how they choose to say it and present it can tell you so much about their intentions. And that's what I've learned while being on the internet, is just learning to read these people's intentions and be like, yeah, this person's in good faith, or nah, this person's clearly trying to start trouble. And I was in someone's voice call last week talking about this kind of subject, to give them a bit of insight. And this is one of my favorite videos. Like, I don't hate anyone, but being someone who is just naturally progressive, I can't help but laugh when Ben Shapiro talks. And what happened was, it's the Andrew Neil BBC video with Ben Shapiro on it, and you have to admit, Ben really did have to hold an L, regardless of whether you like Ben or not. I don't hate anyone, of course. Like, everyone has their reasons for saying what they believe and doing what they want, so I extend it to anyone. But it was funny watching Ben just lose composure to an orator. And in case you didn't know who an orator is a specialized speaker who has skills speaking to an audience. They're not really talking to you. They're trying to ask you questions that the audience may want to ask you. And the orator does this. You know, it's like an art form. But I don't think, this was 6 years ago, I think. Maybe 4 years ago, 6 years ago. And I don't think Ben truly understood what it was like speaking to a real speaker and not a university student. Because this orator ripped him in half, and it was so cool. Like, seeing an actual person who is a public speaker actually, you know, do their job and ask questions. And all the guy did was ask questions, and Ben just bent over backwards and just died. He quit the interview, which was probably the worst thing he could have done. You know, he could have just apologized. Oh, hey, look, sorry, I misunderstood the intention of this interview. I will act proper and with better intention. But no, he just went full whatever, you know what these people do, where they attack you. If you're curious to watch it, it's BBC Andrew Neil and Ben Shapiro interview. And I think it's 15 minutes long, because Ben did walk out of the interview. And so the story here is a lot of right-wing people in the UK at this period in time were quite interested in the right-winged perspectives in the US. Hence why they asked a few questions. But Ben took this as an attack, right? It's like, you know, why do you think X thing? That's, you know, a real politically charged question, right? I won't say what the questions were, but you can watch it yourself. They're pretty harmless, because Ben had a sook. But yeah, it was just so funny, because rather than actually answering the question, it's like he pulled out a script and tried to say the script, but then the orator just kept asking questions which the script wasn't designed for. And then Ben just sort of like, you're attacking me. I don't think you're asking in good faith, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you know, it's just, Ben, please stop. Stop. It's pain. It's hurting me. But it's one of my favorite videos to go. It always makes me laugh out of... it's just an example of someone who is internet famous, but doesn't have the true skills for real life professional work. Like, to be a professional is a title of great honor, but you see it thrown around for the most sleaziest, low effort people who do not act professional wouldn't even know what hard work is in their life. So that's one of my personal gripes, is people that call themselves professionals when they're really not. You know, like professional accountants, but they stuff up people's tax returns is probably my biggest one. I've had a lot of those people where they do, like there's a solo accountant that does people's tax returns during tax season for like $200. And they completely botch it, but they're CPA approved, which is chartered practicing accountants, you know, membership. You know, it just proves that you know what you're doing. But even these people with CPAs still stuffed up the tax return, or they did dodgy claims for this for their client. And so when I get their clients and they're like, oh, well, my accountant last time let me have this dodgy claim, and I'll say, well, sorry, mate, I'm a professional. You're not getting this dodgy claim. You're getting exactly what you're entitled to by the law. I don't do dodgy claims, sorry. You know, so you can imagine I'm a real fun person, but the thing is for me, like, I do think the tax system can be very unfair to people who are already in a real tough situation. But here's the thing: when you claim dodgy deductions that you don't deserve, you are technically stealing taxpayer money. Is my perspective, right? And the way I try and help people manage their finances is not through dodgy tax claims, but I do give them. You shouldn't, and I guess this is my own little thing that will get me cancelled. Is I'll give them some free financial planning advice that I can give it to them. I do run the risk of being sued, but it's like, look, if you have money problems, here's the best way to manage your funds the best you can, and not through giving them money that they don't deserve, right? Like, give them real advice that tries to help them, rather than a $20 that they, or probably $100 that a dodgy counter gave them, right? So, you know, some people will be like, stuff it, give them the $100, no one's going to know. But the thing is, with the Australian government, they will know, especially now that they're cracking down on dodgy accountants anyway. Not that I'm one, but it's not that easy getting away with the claims. And if you get caught being a dodgy accountant, goodbye. You will not be practicing accounting for quite a few years, and you'll probably be publicly shunned if you try to come back, right? It's like, imagine being a doctor and you lost your doctor's license, and everyone knew you lost your doctor's license. You wouldn't exactly be going back into medicine now, would you? Because you would always be known as the doctor who lost his license. Like, who wants you to do anything for them, right? But that's what I mean by this whole professional rant. I've met people who are quote-unquote professional, but they did the most dodgiest, you know, unreal thing. And it's like, yeah, professional, sure. You know, it's like, I'm not too sure how it is for some other countries, but there's a difference between being a university, like having the name university, and being an institute. When you're an institute, you don't actually have any merits to live up to in order to have that name, right? So let's say I'm like, I've got Golden Fleece University. In order to even be called a university, I have to have credentials, academic standards that I have to meet in order to even keep the name, let alone even practice being a university and teaching stuff. You know what I mean? But if I call myself Golden Fleece Institute, I don't have any of that to worry about. I could just call myself an institute and pretend I'm an educational provider. You know, that's how I see modern day professionals. It's like, what is a professional? There's no one who controls the name professional. So yeah, whenever I see like, oh, we're accounting professionals, I'm like, sure thing, pal. And I'm a professional butt wiper. You know, like, where's my reward? But I will say this though. A professional doesn't need to tell you that they're a professional. You should know by their service that they're a professional. Like, I don't need to tell you that I'm a professional accountant. I should be able to just do the job you want me to do, and you don't have to think or do a thing because I've already done it for you, right? I've done it in a quick manner, in a satisfactory manner, and I presented it back to you in a very clean form, right? Where you just have a nice pretty piece of paper that says it's all done. There you go, right? That's professional. You pay me a lot of money to do something that you can't do yourself or you don't wish to do yourself with minimal effort from you. And then I give it back to you and go, here you go. Bam. That's professional to me. Like, the second a professional has to tell you that they're professional, bleh. That's a red flag to me. You can have the name professional, but once they start speaking as if it's a marketing strategy, then I'd have doubts. You know what I mean? Show me you're professional. Don't tell me. You know, show and don't tell. And this is where I come back to the whole internet debate bros and speakers, right? It's like, I might be old school, but the Greeks' term for debate wasn't to win an argument. The Greeks' whole debate was all philosophy, where it's like, oh, okay, you know, Michelangelo here doesn't agree with me. What's your views, Michelangelo? Why do you believe this, right? And then Michelangelo will tell you why he thinks that, you know, you shouldn't have a shower every 2 days but one. And you're like, wow, that's really interesting. Here's why I think you should have a shower 2 times a day and not one. And then they just sort of leave more enlightened knowing why someone thinks the way they do, rather than trying to be like, debate me, bro, I win. Which is probably one of the biggest things, or the problems I have with a lot of YouTubers, where, and this, the reason I'm reminded of this is Veritas made an 8-hour-long video essay about flat earthers, which I've yet to fully watch, because I got to be real with you, Veritas. 8 hours is quite an ask, but he was talking about, in another podcast that he does with Jesse Kazam, that he was in a Discord call with a lot of these flat earthers, and he was there in good faith. He just wanted to understand why they believed the earth was flat. He wasn't there to make fun of them. He's just like, why do you believe this? But none of them could actually give him an actual answer. I just realized that YouTube's going to mark my video for a lot of topics. Oh well. But yeah, and he said that the flat earthers, when he went to their stream to quote unquote debate them, he told them straight out he wasn't there to debate them. He just wanted to talk, like just share ideas, but they had no interest or intentions to share ideas. They just wanted to win an argument. And that already is a bit of a problem. Like, if the people have no intention of actually having a conversation with you, then you're not really going to get far. And that's what Veritas learnt in the hard. Well, you probably already knew, but I guess he just didn't want to believe that it was that was true. And personally, I would love to speak to Veritas and give him a real conversation that he probably has not had in such a long time. Because I do believe he has an academic spirit, but he's just in an environment filled with people who just could not care less. He's probably not had an intellectual conversation in ages. He's probably starving. I can give it to him, you know? Ram gonna give it to you. Give it to you. But yeah, I think a lot of people just sort of, especially modern day YouTube, they sell you a promise or they sell you an idea but don't do anything about it, but make you feel like they're doing something, and that's a massive red flag. I would never promise someone something that I couldn't do, right? I can give them pure advice, but I'll be like, hey, this advice that I'm going to give you is just anecdotal peer advice and it's not professional, which is very important. So when I say it's not professional advice, it's just peer advice. It's just my opinion based on my own experiences of what I would do in your situation. And that's like a very common one. And that if you needed real help, go seek a therapist or psychologist or psychiatrist, someone who has a medical degree in dealing with emotional baggage. Like, that's something I would do, like peer advice, but I would never go, hey guys, pay me. I'm an emotional guru. I have all of the answers in 10 easy steps to follow to improve your life. Like, the second I see anyone go, here's 5 big things I'm like, no, I throw it away. It's like that meme. It's an old meme where the kid throws the book. Yep, stop reading there. That's me. It's like 5 easy. No, gone. I wouldn't call them a grifter, but I will say that the way they present information does feel very disingenuous when you have to be like, top 5 things to avoid. It's like, just, can you just like make a better title? Like, because most of the time it's just how YouTube works, right? But here's the thing, and I don't think anyone's talked about this. I don't think Google actually knows what it wants for the algorithm. Like, I know that the algorithms do favor certain things, but you have to, like, I don't know too much about machine learning, but I do know that an algorithm isn't intelligent. It's merely following a pattern that it's programmed into, or whatever sequences it's given. And I don't think Google truly knows what it wants, but what it does like is people getting views, people getting attention to sell the ad space, right? And this isn't conspiracy stuff, this is just standard business. So I guess when it comes to people who need views, you bring in the whole, I need a good headline to get clicks. But see, here's the thing. Getting clicks on a video isn't good enough anymore. That stopped being a thing in 2010s. You might hear a thing where it's like CPM, or there's other statistics for videos as well. There's like 20 variables that attract when you do a video. And interaction is a big one. People like it when there's interaction going on, because that means people are actually watching the content and not just having it in the background.
Yeah, one for you, one for you.
But when you just got a video that people only click on for 30 seconds and then turn off, it doesn't get you that much money, right? And that's why, if you might recall, there was a little bit of an uproar with how YouTube changed its policies, where it's like you can't swear within the first 40 seconds of a video or you'll be demonetized. That's probably because through their statistics, the average video that's clicked on is probably viewed within that 40 seconds and then turned off. And then they're trying to monetize that first half a minute. And in order to be suitable for everyone, it has to not have swear words or something, you know? That's how I view that. There's probably more to it than that, but as someone who doesn't know how the business truly works, but only views it from a, you know, my ivory tower over here, that's how I see it. A lot of business decisions do dictate change. So I can get trapped a little bit and view something in a business sense when really it might not have been a business sense. It could have just quite literally been someone saying, "I just hate swear words. Let's not do that." But, you know, that's when it comes to situations where I could be fooled, I embrace the saying, "Fool me once, you know, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me," because sometimes you just get fooled. It's you can be logical trapped, right? Where there is no way out of it. You're just trapped and you will get fooled. Like scams, right? That's why scams are so powerful. Because some people will quite literally logically trap you. And there's a common logical trap that people fall for where they don't know the proper course of getting out. And this is probably some good life lessons if it ever happens to you. But once I say the name, it might ring some bells. It's called a Kafka trap. And this stuff has been around since forever, right? It's named after the guy who described it. It's a logical trap where it's like someone dare says that I'm a milk drinker. And I'm like, no, I'm not a milk drinker. I'm a water drinker. And like, no, that's something a milk drinker would say. So you're already in a position where you can't convince them that you're not a milk drinker because they'll just deny it and accuse you further. However, if you then go, "Oh, you got me, I am a milk drinker," then you just prove them correct. A false statement against you that you proved correct. So you can't let that happen. So you're now in a logical trap. And the way you get out of this trap is you have to sort of change the perspective a bit, and you have to be the one that asks the question. It's like, okay, what is it that I must do to convince you that I am not a milk drinker? Because there's no other way out of this logical trap. If you try and do, you know, a binary option of yes or no, you don't win. You lose either option. So you have to take neither option and reverse the situation and be like, okay, you know, person who started the conversation, what is it that I have to say or do to convince you that I do not like drinking milk? And then you have to kind of take it from there. But that's how you get out of it. You've already jumped out of the frying pan and dodged the fire. Or maybe you're about to hit the fire. Who knows? It depends on the question you're asked. But a lot of people don't do that. And then they get angry. And as you might know, the second you get angry in an argument, you've lost. And that's not a, you know, got you bro moment. It's just sort of, in the eyes of an audience, whoever gets mad or emotional in an argument just inherently loses in their perspective, you know? And it sucks because you could get mad because you're right about everything, but the other person is just doesn't care and they're just pushing some false narrative on you and you just don't know what to do. And that's where I see these Kafka traps thrown around. And the best thing to do is to flip the situation. Just do not engage and flip the situation around, but stay within the conversation, because if you dodge a conversation, you lose. But you need to address the conversation to not look like or to fight allegations of ill faith. So you have to be like, you know, what must I do to convince you? Because I do care about this topic and I want to convince you. So yeah, you just got to ask them, what does it take to prove that you're not X or Y? Like, this is an old internet thing that, you know, almost everyone forgot, or probably chose to forget. And like I said, it just brings me back to that Andrew Neil in Ben Shapiro interview where Andrew Neil just asked questions, and they were very like heavy questions because people in the UK who are on the right side, like politically on the right, probably actually wanted to like Ben Shapiro because he was pushing their policies, but then he made himself look like a clown to his own people of his own ideology. So, you know, because he felt attacked. You know, it's a bit of a shoot yourself in the foot moment.
I am Quincy, son.
And it's not like Hassan hasn't done this himself, right? I remember I didn't even know who Hassan was until a friend from America is like, "Oh, bro, you'd probably like Hassan." And I'm like, "Who's Hassan? Who?" Like, I don't, you know, I come from a different era of the internet, mate. And then I watched Hassan. I'm like, "What the?" And I said, "Is this the guy? This guy?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's him." And I'm like, "This guy sounds like I don't even know what he's trying to say half the time." And he's like, "Is the best guy we leftists have?" And I'm like, "Are you sure? Like, there's other people on the internet you can meet or go to for information. You know, you don't have to listen to random YouTubers. You know." But I've grown up in a different era, I suppose, where it's like I've had to learn to look for myself where information is. I can't trust anyone. Like, I'm cynical. I'm an accountant. I'm cynical. And, you know, Hassan got into some hot water a lot of times over things he said, which I don't think is, like, inherently wrong. It's just how you present your ideas. Like, if you present your ideas badly, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. People will just attack you. And you make yourself a bigger target, right? Whether people agree with you or not. Also, I've watched this. And I normally don't promote, well, I haven't promoted any YouTube political discussion, you know, like, I don't know what you call them, like political commentators, because I have little to no interest of what happens in the US, because I'm an Australian. I kind of care about my own politics before other countries. But there was this one YouTuber that I was watching a little bit here and there, and it was probably like the only guy I could tolerate. It was Westside Tyler. He does have a bit of that old, I don't know what you call it. It's like old school internet attitude, because that's kind of the era he's from, and it's the era I'm from as well. And the only real criticism I have for Westside Tyler is that he's just a bit like full on or very harsh with what he says. You know, perhaps sometimes it's a poor choice of words. It's probably like the worst criticism I have for him, you know? Like, oh, he probably could have said this thing a lot more nicer. It's probably like the worst I've ever got to having criticism towards things he said. But I don't really watch many political commentators, because I'm more of a, I read the news myself, and then I sort of form my own opinions based off my own biases kind of person, which comes in time, right? You can't just pick up, you know, media and read and be like, suddenly I understand everything. It's years of just your own biases that have been affected by other information fed to you, learning to fact check for yourself and all this and that. So I never, you know, dunk on anyone for thinking differently or having different opinions, because it's just how people work. But people should be a little bit humbled in what they say, right? If you don't actually fully know the truth, you'd be like, you know, plausible deniability, right? And there are some people who actually act with implausible deniability, where it's like, oh, well, you don't know for sure that I actually said this or didn't. It's like, yeah. We know what kind of game you're playing, pal. Alright. Time to get real.
That all you got? Come on. Nice. Incoming. Headshot. Come on. Come on. Headshot. Come on.
I might as well sell this guy.
You can all have some. BFB incoming. That all you got? Incoming.
If we had camo flogged, we would be annihilating this pretty quickly.
Come on.
Yeah, we got it. Just not a great time.
BFB incoming.
Oh yeah, thanks, but that was a real bad time. I can do that within 4 minutes. I think the best was 3 minutes 30, but we had camo flogged, which does like 3+ to camo. Yeah, and that's really good against phase. These relics that just do more damage. Let me restart the map so it can sync up. So that looks like that's the state of the game. We come second. I don't think green's going to overtake us in 13 hours because these points tick over every hour. So they need 10,000 points. You know, look, and you can do some quick maths on this. Right, let's say it's consistent. 440 every hour, and we've got 12 hours left. 5,280. So it's mathematically impossible that they beat us unless they get what's the difference? Let's do some other maths. So they need 18,630 points to beat us or to break even of us. Within 12 hours, they need 1,552 points per hour. I don't think they're getting that. Not even Pink can get those numbers, so I think it's safe to say. Not including the variance of us also getting points as well. I don't want to complicate the maths, but it's safe to say that we're second. So we're probably going to get the top 10, which is 200. Second place, 300, so 500. And then on top of that, I get 200 and 300, so I get 500, 1,000. 1,000 monkey dollary dues. But this was like the worst CT event we've had. Like the worst starting position we've ever had. With the worst relics you could start with. And we came second, so that's not too bad. Now we're saving up for the beanbag monkey, right? We're going to slap him on the island so everyone knows that we're chill. But we have the skull to let everyone know that we're dangerous. We're chill, but we can take lives in this game. You know? Because look, these guys have them. There's a beanbag monkey. Look at them. Those are the eyes of a cold, stone cold killer. Hence why he needs hot cocoa, right? To warm up his heart of stone. And we got... I tell Cuzzy Ram that this is the Harry Potter monkey. No, I don't like Harry Potter. I never liked Harry Potter. I liked Discworld more when I was a child. And Goosebumps. But boy, reading Goosebumps as an adult, wow, that was cringe. But it's a children's book, so you can't criticize it that hard. Because Goosebumps stories did sort of freak me out as a kid. Especially the camp one. Because in school, when you were... I think as soon as you turned 8, you could take books home to read. And I just did nothing but read Goosebump books. And then I had Discworld given to me by someone else. And Harry Potter was inspired by one of the witch groups from Discworld anyway. Because J.K. Rowling lacks imagination, I suppose. Not that I hate her, but, you know, you kind of got to learn to stay in your lane. You know, you're a children's book writer. You should probably, you know, be a bit more humbled with what you say and do.
Let the madness begin.
And not act like the entire world is against you. Just because some people have a few problems with what you've said. It's called being an adult. Which is why, when I said earlier, I still have a little bit of that toxic 90s culture in me where it's like, you know, grow up a little bit. But some people push that to the extreme where there's a real serious problem, but then they're like, grow up. It's like, I think this is a bit of a more serious problem than that, pal, you know. I don't think that's the appropriate response that you should be given to this situation. Oh yeah, I'm just doing standard maps too, now that we've done all our tickets.
One for you, one for you.
You know, get progress towards that black border. I think this is a very recent stage they added. And the trick here, this line acts as ground tile, but also acts as a top tile. So you can put a monkey here and they'll attack either height. Whereas if you put them here on one of the stands or bungalows, they will only hit the top path, right? You can put Super Monkey down here and Super Monkey can see through walls.
One for you.
I should probably also stop
one
that.
For you. Is someone napping?
Oh, I wish. Well, I think it's like designed that way intentionally, right? But they just don't tell you.
Oh boy! One for you, one for you.
But yeah, I don't truly remember anything of Terry Pratchett. A lot of my passion for reading died when I went to university. I couldn't really read a book for leisure anymore. I could only read a book with an edge, like an academic mindset. And so I never really read books after that.
One for you, one for you. Is someone napping?
But I do like a good story, or being told a good story at least. And you know, I always will have respect for writers, because writers will probably... The effort it takes to write a good book is quite insane. There's so much you have to consider in order to do it properly.
Well, hello. Yes? One for you, one for you.
and not to cause any controversies, but we have to remember that Shadiversity talked up a real big game and then wrote his own book, which flopped horribly. Shad the Conqueror or something? I forgot what it was called. Not that I've read it, and I don't really have the intention to read it, but some other people did read it, and they're like, yeah, Shad, I don't think you're cooking with this one, bro. Just put it away. And I remember this one guy, I don't remember his name, but he's a book reviewer that he just randomly popped up on my YouTube algorithms. I think he was a conservative book reviewer, given his sort of, I suppose, demeanor. Like, he doesn't say it, but I can gather from his demeanor that he's sort of would be someone who may have some reservations or you know, he's a bit conservative.
One for you.
And it's like, oh, okay. And then he was doing a he was reading or doing a book review of Shad's book, and he's like, I don't like this book. He's like, he even went as far as say, look, I really want to agree with the things you say, Shad, but this book makes me question supporting you. And I was howling. I was like, that is like,
Yes.
if I was Shad, I would be like
One for you.
doing some damage control or something on that one.
Let them. Well, hello. Well, hello. Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, I just found that funny. Like,
One for you.
I normally don't watch
One
book
for
reviewers, nor do I follow people who will be like conservative book reviewers. But I just like that. It was just like, Shad, please shut up. Please do not, get serious with this book. Please, it's really bad, regardless of what you believe in. And I think the way Shad advertised this book was, it was coming off the back of, all these SJWs don't like a good story, a good manly story. And the book he wrote was just not that. It was really not good. So these people who once championed him, who weren't happy with, I suppose, their views of the market or publishers' ethics or whatever, couldn't champion Shadiversity anymore because he wrote a book about very powerfully charged things, but also executed horribly. So he lost a lot of support on that. And then he did, and now eventually he did his, we can't operate on YouTube anymore, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, mate, I think this isn't a YouTube problem. I think this is a you problem. Like, sad to say. Like, it's sad to see anyone's livelihood be, unsuccessful. Whether, I don't agree with Shadiversity. I used to like him back when he was the funny sword RPG story guy, but then he kind of went down the path he chose. Oh, hey, no worries, Momo. Take care. Enjoy your day. Take care of your loved ones and yourself, and, have a good one. I'll just keep rambling to myself. I got Remora here anyway to talk to. Matolpa. But damn, what a time that was.
One for you. One for you.
And how do we do this without dying?
Oh boy.
Oh, I know, Gwen.
One for you. One for you.
I should probably
Is someone napping?
look back on that, actually. the Shadiversity takes.
One for you. One for you. Yeah. One for you. One for you. Yay, me!
Yeah, thinking about it, I think the reason I remember this Shad story is because I was watching West Side Tyler talk about it.
One
As he
for
was
you.
dunking on him.
One for you.
Oh, we suck on this stage. Actually, I might just get Etne. Etne is super easy. Or, Azili Pop's camo. Yeah, let's do Azili.
Here, kitty kitty.
For that one guy from day 2 that said Azili's pretty good and I just didn't trust them until I learnt to trust.
Here, kitty kitty.
Meow. More of a dog person myself though, but thanks Azili. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame when you look back, because I know a lot of people used to like watching Shadiversary stuff because he was funny swordsman in the bush. I didn't know he was Aussie. When I heard he was Aussie, I'm like, mate, what are you doing with your life? You know? Like, must be in South Australia or something. Because I don't recognise anywhere where he lives, or else I would have been knocking on his back door, go, hey mate, got any of those swords? Would thou liketh to joust, knave? I don't know. Lord Shad, I challenge thee to joust for thy honour. But yeah, I think when he pivoted in political content was just poorly executed. Like, I think he could have believed the things he said without looking like a total lol cow. And I hate saying lol cow. But these people, like, you know, acting... When you look like a lol cow, it's really hard for anyone to take you seriously. Just look at Boogie, for example. You know? Lol cows are never true. Like, it's like the class clown when you're in high school, right? Like, you can act like the class clown, but you do know that you didn't truly win the appreciation of these people. They just laughed at you and gave you, you know, your 15 seconds of attention to starve off, you know, the next one that you need to do your next fix, right? And I think if Chad handled his views a lot more reasonably, he would not have faced so much criticism for it.
They're escaping.
But then, because in most typical fashion, when you get called out for saying dumb stuff, you know, I say some dumb stuff myself, but I'll own it. You know, if someone goes, hey, Ram, Westside Tyler doesn't know what the heck he's talking about, and you're here referencing him, you're a dummy. I'll be like, oh, well, I apologize for that.
Oh no.
I didn't know that. Could you please, you know, educate me as to the things he does or says that's bad, you know, and just take it from there. Whereas with Shad, it's like, oh, all these people, oh, you know, really reactionary. And it's like, brother, just have a break from the internet. These people on the other side of the monitor cannot hurt you. You got swords, my friend. You got swords. And if swords don't work, you can throw a spell at them. You know? What do you got to fear? But then when he's like, oh, yeah, well, all these people don't agree with what I'm saying, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's not so much Although it can be what you say, it could also just be how you say it. And it's like what I said earlier, presentation and first impressions means everything, and I hate saying that, but it's true. Like, I could probably have the most insane social take in all of history, but if I say it calmly and constructively, in a way that's well presented, people might go, yeah, that's really insane, Ram, but hey, I like hearing you talk. And so I get a slap on the wrist, just for how I said it and not what I said. What I'm curious, I'm going to put that on the list of things to research next, actually, is the Shadiversary, people leaving his production. I'm curious about that. So just like with what I said earlier with note taking, so you don't forget stuff and you save mental bandwidth, I do the same for things that I want to research. So we'll go, it's like a to-do list. We go Shadiversary, YouTube, I don't know what kind of word I want to choose for this. It's like, it's going down a trough. And I say that in like an economic sense, like you're going down instead of going up, like a downturn. Oh, okay, YouTube downturn. And employees / friends leaving production. And then we'll do a side note. I'm going to offhandedly write this, but I'll know what I mean when I read it. Lefties ruining everything under the Shad take, because I do know that's one of the claims he hasn't said, but it's one of the stances he takes where progressiveness is sort of, or cancel culture ruins everything. Like Shad, I've been around when cancel culture took off. We used to call it mob mentality, friend. Nothing's changed. Just has a different name. It's not so much that cancel culture doesn't exist. It's just, it used to be something else, but more people have access to the internet now, and more people are going to call you out for doing dumb stuff on the internet. That's just the reality. It's not evil people who don't like you, although it can be some of that, but most of the time people are just calling you out for doing dumb stuff, mate. You know? Or people making fun of you for doing dumb stuff. That's been around forever on the internet. You know? Acting like it's a new thing and that it's from one particular political group doesn't really make you sort of look smarter. They're so done.
Oh no.
Got cancelled by a blowfish Moab. I've got to remember alternative routes for this map. We lost too much life, so we couldn't really use Azili's power up, which was really bad.
Here, kitty kitty.
Maybe we just keep it simple. Check this out. Because if we're talking about lolcows on the internet and why you shouldn't be like one, just look at Chris Chan. And trust me, I was there when Chris Chan was first posting their Sonic Chew OCs, and we were dunking Chris. Like, to see Chris come back to the mainstream internet really gave me whiplash. It was like, I remember this back when we were kids, or when I was a teen and we were making fun of Chris, but it was a different vibe back then, and Chris has changed as a person, but still suffers from the stigma of their past. And then, you know, the other stuff that happened to Chris is like, damn. It's like I see, I'll always butcher their name, but it's like Ken Ashcroft. You know, the panda person that makes music. Like, I've known them, like known of them, like ever since they started posting their stuff on the internet. But I have never listened to any of their music, but I know them so much just from their presence and people who like their music. You know, and then I see them around on Twitch sometimes. I'm like, damn, they're still around. I wonder if they still make music. But I bring it up because it's just so funny that I know of the artist, but I've, after all these years, but have still yet to listen to anything. I might have listened to like a short sample of their music like once, but just don't remember it. But like, to listen to music to me, I say as in wholly, like actually listen to it in whole.
Smudge like.
And you know, there's some probably other random people that I would give them some whiplash if I ever was in a Discord call with them. I'm not the type of person who likes to bring up the past with people, but there's definitely some people that they've changed their username over the years, but I still remember who they were with the old username, and I'm like, oh, hey X, do you remember when you did X thing on the internet? And they're like, damn, who are you? I'm like, I remember.
Very nice.
What was that Family Guy meme? Pepperidge Farm remembers. But you don't want to do that to people. You'll come off like a creep. So you don't normally do that stuff. And you know, people change, and you kind of need to respect when people wish to change as well. Yeah, like you can't truly hold something over someone's head like for 10 years. Because at some point, have they not changed as a person? You know, like how would you like it if someone constantly reminded you and everyone else that you wet the bed when you were 6 years old at your friend's house, right? Although that's like, you know, that might be a lesser crime. I remember I got into a conversation with my brother about when he's going to let his boy have a smartphone, and he laughed. He's like, not until he's like 13 or something. I was just like, yeah, I kind of get that. I don't think I would do the same. I think I would let my child have access to the internet at the same age I did, which is about 8 years old. But control where they went, right?
Get the big one.
And I'd show them that the internet's there for education and to find information, but not to live. Because although you can live on the internet with your own community, it can be quite hard if you don't know what you're doing, or if you don't have the right resources to sustain it. I got into a conversation with someone, and it's like they brought up Total Biscuit back in the old days before, you know, Total Biscuit sadly passed away, where he was talking about ad revenue or just making money as a YouTuber back in those days. This was like prior to Filthy Frank and iDubbbz era, or maybe this was when they started, where he said they made more money from one t-shirt purchase on the merchandise store than more than anything that they would have earned in ad revenue. Hence why a lot of successful YouTubers have a merchandise store, because if someone buys a $10 shirt, you got more money from that purchase after taxes, after the partnership cut of manufacturing costs, than ad revenue and shipping costs. It's all that, and you still made more profit than an advertiser. And that was like 10 years ago. And you know, personally, I don't see myself being a guy who likes to do ad reads. I could do ad reads, but I'm someone who likes to do research on the product, and I would never want to have my name on a dodgy product. If I ever knew that I sponsored a dodgy product, I would probably raise hell. You know, I'm going to shoot myself live in my foot right now. I really don't see myself doing a Factor 76 or 72, whatever their full name is, review, or not a review, a sponsorship, because welcome back. You missed me getting really unhinged, so you might have dodged a bullet. But I was just talking about YouTube monetization and how some people just get trapped in the ad revenue grind when the real money is made in merchandising. Damn, now I forgot what I was going to say. Probably wasn't important. But you can't rely on ad revenue. And this was like even true 10 years ago, before the adpocalypse, or quote unquote adpocalypse. To me, you know.
We're ready.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember what I was going to say. I don't really see myself being good at ad reads. I could probably do a Raid Shadow Legends ad read, because I actually played the game. Unironically, I actually played the game to help out a Tarkov streamer at the time, where it's like, get to level 10 and I get like 50 cents per person who gets to level 10. So of course, you know, being a real one, helping out the bros, I installed Raid Shadow Legends and played it. Mate, what an absolute dog water game. Like, I had fun, you know, just sort of discovering the game. Like, with a lot of games, there's this discovery period of like, oh, what's all the fuss about? And then you play it and like, oh yeah, okay, here's the gacha thing, I can see where the model breaks down and stuff like this. Like that kind of experience. And I was playing that game for longer than I should have, to be honest with you, because I like running the numbers and figuring out, like, I'm a spreadsheet kind of person. I will make a spreadsheet over any game if I liked it enough or I was curious enough. And yeah, I could see where the free-to-play models started becoming toxic and stuff like that, and like, yeah, I think I'm good now. But I had fun. But it is a game funded or owned by an Australian casino company, And the pokies, we call them down here, can be quite notorious. So I don't think I could truly support Raid Shadow Legends knowing that it's owned by a pokies company. In the same way, I don't think I could do a Factor sponsorship.
Be careful, Smudge.
Also, hello, Tanji. I think, and the thing with Factor is they advertise safe plastic, or I don't even know if they advertise that. I don't remember the advertisement, but it's like they're like fresh food delivered to your door, pre-cooked by world-class chefs. It's like I know a mate who is a chef, and as a chef, sometimes your job is to make a menu for a particular event or for the month or something. And you know, it's like the professional rant I had before anyone was even here, where it's easy to claim you're a professional when you have no anything to prove that you are a professional. So these chefs could literally be some guy who used to work at KFC, make these meals. You know what I mean? So how do I know who these chefs are and what their accreditation is? For example, number one. Number two is I've read that people accuse them that their plastics that they put the food in aren't actually BPA safe, or they're not good plastic that can be recycled. Because some plastics can be recycled and then there's some that can't. And their plastics cannot be recycled. So if they advertise that you can recycle their plastics, apparently it's a falsehood. I'm gonna get sued, aren't I? Oh well, that'll be some content, won't it? But I was reading about these YouTube sponsorships, and I'll tell you some life lessons, like real accounting life lessons. If there's a lot of money for a product put into advertisement, my question is how much money is actually put into the product itself? That is my life lesson. It's like you've got all of this money in marketing and paying people to promote your product. How much of that money was put into the product itself? And as you might imagine, the answer could very well be not much. Manscaped, read up about some of their shavers because I was curious about Manscaped as well, because they're something that you see on YouTube quite a lot. Apparently their products are kind of cheapish. Like you're better off just buying a Philips shaver or something, you know, all-in-one shaver than Manscaped, you know, according to some reviewers. And Raycons. Now, the things with these products and how they work is they do the things that they say they do, but the way they talk, or how they talk about it, is sort of deceptive, if you know what I mean. You know, it's like window dressing. In what they say, some of it's just pure window dressing, where it's like they're not truly making a full commitment to a promise, but it meets the bare standard of what you expect the product to do. And with Raycons, they do everything that they say, but when they're like top industry audio standards, it's like compared to whom? You know, compared to what other brands? Compared to other leading brands, who? Like, you don't have that much confidence in your product that you can't say another name. You know what I mean? Like, who's the others? Who else are you better than, you know? Oh, you're not willing to say? I guess you don't have that much confidence in your own product. you know, it's just something you learn. When you work in business, you just get used to the same old sales pitch. But if you're not someone who's business savvy, I wouldn't really worry. But I will say that if something sounds too good to be true, it more than likely is. Like, that's one truth that I feel is very true, no matter who you are. It's like, you know how some people go, oh, you know, the people who are like, hey, I'm a real rich guy and here's, attend my seminar and I'll teach you how to get rich just like me. You know, you got to ask the question, why are they doing this? Like, if they're so rich, why are they doing these seminars? They just want more money, but if they're already rich, shouldn't they already have enough? Like, you know, asking those kind of questions.
Very nice.
And, you know, I get it. For some young men online, and when I mean young men, I mean like if you're a teenager or in your young 20s and you're going through, you know, you're going through it, it can be very easy to believe that this guy on the internet can help you, you know, get what you want. But the reality is, mate, they don't have your best interest in mind. You know, they'll sell you a promise that is like plausible deniability. It's like, you could follow these steps that I give you and you could become successful like me, but when it doesn't happen and you go, hey mate, I did exactly what you said word for word and I didn't get rich, they'll just go, oh, you didn't follow it properly. That's on you. And they don't have your back now, do they? Suddenly their tone changes. And I've met some guys in a Discord call where it's like he got turned down by a girl that he really liked, you know, things that we can relate to. And because of that, he was just going through, he was definitely going through a little bit of misogynist phase for a little bit. And I told him, mate, you sort of just have to learn that people are people and some people just are not interested in you. And that's not your fault. They might even grow up to learn to regret their decision, but you shouldn't really be letting that hatred consume you, because every minute you spend hating and remembering the past is less time you moving on and finding someone better. You know, and it's not a fun answer, and it's not an answer that's very satisfying to hear. But I don't know how more real I can be with someone without being a scam artist, selling them a promise that they'll never get anyway. You get a lot of these fake pickup artists as well. And we do know that these guys stage a lot of their stuff. They pay people to act, right? They're paid actors, some of them, you know, to make it look like their advice really works, and it doesn't. But if you're an impressionable young man, you probably wouldn't really know that, or maybe you're very desperate that you just don't think about that kind of stuff, or you just want it to happen. But sometimes the simplest answer is the most correct in life, and these people just are not selling you an accurate promise. Being a man is to learn to deal with it, but not in a toxic masculinity way. It's to figure out a problem and how to solve it. You know, like in the 90s, being a man meant to solve problems, you know, but also help other people with their problems. Not like some of the other things I see thrown around. But that's why toxic masculinity went on a rampage for so long because everyone had a different idea of what masculinity was supposed to be, because either they were brought up in a place of abuse where their father just abused them or something. You know, not to make fun of it, but that's real. Like, that happened to some people. And there's some people who lived in a better, positive environment where it's like, you know, they actually had a father who had his stuff together. You know? And a lot of people project their upbringing on other people. And, you know, life isn't easy for some people, especially when you're lower income. But some people just go, oh, man up. You know, oh, you just took a bullet to the chest, just man up, shake it off. It's like, no, that's abuse, you know, or neglect calling. It's not, no one should have to deal with that. And I think that's a lot of things young men just don't get told. It's like, it's okay that you failed at this thing, because failure is part of the learning process. But I grew up in an environment where failure was not an option. So I fell into a bit of that toxic masculinity mindset myself, because failure was not an option. But then I learned failure, although it was not an option, I could still turn failure into success. It wasn't just a one-time thing where if I failed once, I failed forever. I could redeem myself. It was just a lot of hard work. And that's nothing that these gurus will ever tell you. And also, just so you know, before the, you know, event that happened that affected the world, there was a lot of these gurus everywhere where it's like, I'm a health guru, I'm a mental health guru, I'm a you know, fitness guru. Like, being a guru could just be anything. So you just had these people just claiming they were this thing without any proof. And they still do. So you got to be a bit skeptical of, you know, who makes these promises to you. And I'll never make a promise to someone that I don't have the intention of keeping. I'll just tell people exactly how I see things and just don't sugarcoat it. Even if I get cancelled over it, then I might say something that upsets someone, and I'll just have to tell them in earnest, look, I'm sorry that I made you upset by saying this, but I really do believe that this is the case, and I just cannot lie to you. Because I feel like lying to you would be more disingenuous than just hurting your feelings. Like, to me, what's better, lying to you just so your feelings aren't hurt, or just like lying to you just so your feelings won't get hurt. Like, if I lie to you but I do it to make you feel better, that just doesn't seem right to me. But if I tell you the truth because I want you to improve, I want you to be happy, you know, and to me, hurting your feelings, which is a temporary thing, for a potential better life, which is more permanent in the future, I'm willing to take, even if it means, you know, being a bit distressing for someone. But otherwise, I'm normally a pretty positive person. I just wouldn't really lie to someone, is the bottom line. And I've been in many situations. In fact, when I was in university for accounting, we had an ethics class and I failed ethics. And do you want to know why I failed ethics class? Because I wouldn't lie. In order to pass ethics class in business, you had to lie. And I refused to lie. And I had the lecturer say, look, Ram, I get it. I understand, but this is business. You know, like, sometimes you just have to lie. And I'm like, nope. Nah. And I failed. He's like, that's the consequence. And I'm like, do it. Fail me. And I have to repeat the class. So I had to, instead of my university course being 3 years, it was 4 years because I failed that class. So if you ever wanted integrity, there you go. I will chop my nose off to spite the face. Out of principle. Now, of course, I don't have any proof. I'm not exactly going to post my academic transcripts on the internet. But you'll probably just have to take my word for it. But one of the questions, or one of the things for ethics class was the whole, for some random reason. Oh no, let me remember more accurately. All right. You're in payroll, and the director comes in and says, hey, X person, we're thinking of letting Jimmy go before he gets his retirement pay or something, right? You are required to withhold information from a friend of yours who works in the same company as you, and they just took out a home loan. Ah, that's it. It wasn't retirement, it was a home loan. They're working with you, and they get paid a lot of money, and they just took out a home loan with the intention to use the money to pay off. And the director is thinking of firing them. And they're telling you because you're payroll. And, you know, the question is, and it was like a real simple question. Would you and why tell Jimmy that he's losing his job? And the correct answer was you don't tell Jimmy, but you identify why it would be bad, you know, to show empathy. I just straight out said, yes, I'll tell Jimmy, and I'll also tell him exactly what I was told. And I failed. And I knew I was going to fail, but I did it anyway. Like, I knew what I was doing. I would rather live in poverty, but live knowing that my pride was like uncompromised, than to compromise my pride and live with all the money I could have. Because you can't buy pride. And although, you know, they might say pride is a sin, I say reckless pride is a sin. I don't believe in acting like being, you know, proud of yourself is a sin. And I grew up in a little bit of a religious household, but not really a proper one. I was already over religion when I was a child. And I think my family followed suit eventually. Because it was the 90s, right? Like, a lot of people were religious in the 90s. You know, still coming through from the 70s, 80s, and, you know, all that. You know, World War I was like 100 years ago, you know. It's not that long. And so a lot of people... Oh, yeah, it's impossible. It's one life. A lot of people were religious in Australia in the 90s. But now people are more agnostic, which they do believe in something, but it may not necessarily be what the church teaches. But I was over a lot of the more traditional stuff when I was a child. After reading the Bible, I'm just like, yep, well, these are some good life lessons, but yep. That was kind of it. I took it for what I felt like it was. It was some very good life advice or life lessons from a book from people who lived before me. And that's just how I saw it. But then I grew up with people who took it a bit more seriously. And over time, they sort of gave up on that idea. But I didn't tell them or anything. They just sort of figured it out for themselves that it wasn't for them. But yeah, I think when it comes to pride as a sin, I think there's more to it that's just not said. I think reckless pride is a sin. But I've accepted I'm going to hell anyway. It's alright. Who wants to be in heaven anyway? They probably don't even have internet in heaven. If they don't have internet in heaven, I might as well be in hell. You know? I didn't see anywhere in the Bible that heaven has an Ethernet cable. Did you? Exactly. Unless they make another New Testament where they say, oh yeah, you know, there is internet in heaven, I will probably go back to church. Because they better have that Google fiber up there. If not, I'm going back to hell. I'll just be like, yep, I'm going to hell. You know. Because they got no internet. So be it. Because being without internet is already a state of hell for me anyway. What was I talking about again? Getting the Biden experience. Dementia's kicking in.
Very nice.
Oh, ethics. Oh yeah, how I literally failed a university class because of ethics. And there was one thing I wanted to say in regards to that. There is some things in accounting where we call real accounting, where it's kind of like some lines need to be cut, or you do need to cross some lines in order to do the job. But to me, that comes down to intention, right? Like, let's say we need to fix someone's books, right? Their books are cooked. But we can't do something properly because it will kill the business, right? So we have to present it in another way, which doesn't breach legislation. And so it's like, it's not so much a lie as much as it's plausible deniability of, you know,
Smudge like
it could have been this, but the way we're presenting it, it is not actually like that. And, you know, this is the more accurate interpretation of the events. Something like that. And that does come up sometimes where someone does something, but depending on how you perceive it, it could have been like the freaking worst thing they could have ever done. Where it's like, what are you doing? Kind of like right now. Oh no, we're all good. And that's probably where you get the stories of, oh, this person did dodgy thing. It's like, they were probably in a similar situation, but rather than, you know, letting the business die, they probably just chose to do the dodgy option, hoping they don't get caught for it. That does happen in business sometimes.
smudge like
I like to think that my allegiance isn't truly to the company. My allegiance is to the workers. When it comes to ethics, anyway. Which is probably why I don't have a high-paying accounting job anymore. But, you know, live and let live. It's almost been 3 hours.
They're escaping.
Ah. Oh, stuff it. I'm going to cheat. I'm just going to solder it up.
Till Valhalla.
Yep. To Valhalla. Let's go. We're making back some monkey dollars because I'm really in debt in this game. We spent too much doing Bloons CT retries. Got to make our money back somehow. I wonder if she can... no, she can't. I guess we just pick a lane for her and we'll put another monkey on the bottom.
We raid.
But yeah, when it comes to ethics, I wouldn't be like, oh, I can't believe you did X questionable thing. I'll just be like, you know, as long as I understand why you did it, it wouldn't bother me so much. You know, just don't try and pretend that you know, tried doing something else. Because that's life sometimes. Like, you know, I worked at KFC once. Never going back. But if I ever reached a position where I was running out of money, I'd probably go work in fast food again. I couldn't think of a more... I wouldn't say... I would never call fast food an easy job, but in terms of my skill sets and the way I can speak to people, fast food was definitely up my alley. I could have been a fast food manager. In terms of, you know, getting used to speaking to people. If you do not like speaking to people, like you're not a social person, you will hate fast food with a passion. And even if you were an outgoing person, you would also probably still hate fast food for different reasons. Because you are treated like dirt when you're a fast food employee. But when I worked there, I know when people are trying to scam me for an extra, like, family bucket. And this is a classic one. Where these people ordered a family bucket. And they ate it. They ate the whole thing. They came through the drive-thru. Now, I'll give them props for thinking we're stupid enough. Or maybe just they knew it wasn't going to work, but they had the balls to try it. It's a shame that I was on shift though, where they got it through the drive-through, then they drove off and ate it, came back to the store and said, hey, you know, can I speak to the manager? We ordered some chicken in the family box and we never actually got any chicken in our family box. And I was like, what? May I see the box? And at first they're like, oh, he actually asked the question to see the box. Like I could see it in their eyes that they were surprised that I asked if I could see inside the bucket, you know, to fact check them. And so they showed me the bucket and lo and behold, there was chicken grease in the bucket. Now, you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to understand that if there is chicken grease in the bucket, it is safe to presume that chicken, that KFC deep fried original chicken with Severance Secret herbs and spices, trademark, were inside the bucket. And so when presented these claims, they said, oh no, you guys put that in there. And I said, yes, we did put that in there, along with the chicken that the grease comes off. And they're like, oh, nah, bro. Nah, that's your hands that do that. I'm like, yeah, the hands that was holding the chicken, that put the chicken in the chicken. But like, I feel like I was talking to Patrick. You know, Manta Ray and Patrick. It's like, this is the chicken bucket, right? Yup. And this is the chicken that goes into the chicken bucket, right? Makes sense to me. So it makes sense that I would put the chicken in the chicken bucket to give to you for you to eat, and there will be grease in the bucket, right? Yeah. So there was chicken in the basket, in the bucket. No. Ian. Anyway, I told them no. They're not getting anything. They clearly ate it. Oh, we're gonna complain. And I'm like, okay, do you even know who to complain to? Like, I didn't care. What are they gonna do? Take me to court? I feel like I had a pretty good case as a defender. Like, I'm sorry, fellas, but I was on shift that night. You weren't getting free chicken. I did kind of tempt the idea. I'm like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if I actually just did give it to them and they could have a fun story to tell the fellas? But then it could mean that I get other people coming here trying to pull the same stuff, and then I'll get sick of it. So I said, nah, just stop that altogether and just deny them the chicken. But the logic of, oh no, but you put the grease there. Like, yeah, I did, because the chicken that you ate had grease. You drongo. But yeah, being a kitchen hand for KFC was like the most autopilot job I ever had. I reckon people at McDonald's worked harder than I did, to be real with you. And, you know, in typical Ram fashion, whenever I have a boss or a manager that talks to me like I'm lower class, I bite back. And because I bite back, I lost my job. I just can't bend the knee, which is probably going to get me killed one day. But like I said, I think I'd rather die with my pride than, you know, die, like, live in shame. I had this manager who was really bad at their job and would blame other people for their own failings. And when it came time to blame me, I was just like, no, sorry, that's on you. It's your responsibility to make sure that this thing works, not mine. And they just didn't like how I just talked back at them. Like, how dare you? And I'm like, how dare I? You're supposed to be the district manager, act like it. And as you can imagine, that they didn't like being told that. Now, I could have just kissed the ring and just not dealt with any further problems and just kept the job. But to me, that's just living in shame. I couldn't do it. So yeah, one day I'm probably gonna die for doing something like that. But oh well. Pull the trigger. I'll die with my pride and you'll never be able to take that away from me. Pride, my own pride is worth more than money could buy. But of course, you know, talk is big, right? It's easier to say something, and it's another one to actually do it. But I think I've actually done it and lost my jobs because of it. So I do feel like I got some ground to say it instead of just being all hot air. Like, I've legitimately lost jobs because I chose not to conform and admit to things that I didn't do, or let someone get away with something that they shouldn't have done. And that stuff can get you into trouble. Now, don't get me wrong. I've grown up in the era, not only just the era, but I've grown up in a part of, and you know, part of the, in some place where you learn to keep your mouth shut about certain stuff. And I can do that. Like, there's some stuff that you just don't talk about, right? You know, it's just common knowledge. But when it comes to stuff at the workplace, like this stuff, it's trivial. To me, that's a different story. Like, when someone is doing wrong by you, the individual, it's fair game as far as I'm concerned. But if it's someone else's business that's not my own, then, you know, it's not really my monkeys that I have to deal with. Like, let's say it's not my job to do the cop's job, is probably the best way to put it in what I'm saying. But at the same time, if you stole from me or you blew my house up, then yeah, I definitely would be going to the cops and telling them all about what happened. You know, because you stuffed around with me. You know? If you didn't want me going to the cops, then you should not have blown up my house. But otherwise, with the work stuff, it's just straight out like, I've just told people, you know, they've made demands of me, and I chose not to honor those demands, and I've told them I'm not going to honor these demands of yours because I don't think they're ethically correct. But I do not expect the same standard on other people, though. Like, I do understand that some people just have no choice in the matter. And if they lose their job, it's basically GG. You know, good luck on your next reincarnation. So I never force my own standards onto other people, but I would understand that people go, oh, I had to accept I had to kiss the ring. And I'd be like, it's okay. You know, I respect you for, like, even saying it, you know, to admit that you did rather than not at all. Because it takes more of a man to admit that he's had to do something that he didn't want to do rather than boasting about not needing to do it. And, you know, all things considered, you got to do whatever you can to keep your job. You definitely don't want to do what I did. But I was willing to take the risk of losing a job and then being on the, you know, panic mode of, oh wow, I need a job before I go bankrupt. Like, I accepted that risk. And I got to tell you, it was hard though. It was really hard. So I wouldn't blame anyone for, you know, doing otherwise. but I grew up as a poor ram. I definitely didn't have a silver spoon in my mouth. I probably had a plastic spoon in my mouth. So my life couldn't get any more worse than what it was where I came from. So that's probably why I could make those kind of decisions without being too worried about job security. But also, I'm quite privileged to be in the country I'm in as well. That also helps. But yeah, imagine me getting into some VTuber beef. Remora and I getting into VTuber drama. That would be interesting. It'll probably happen one day. But probably not for the reasons people might think. Like, imagine if somehow we got approached by some kind of VTuber talent agency. Well, the first thing I'd say, sorry mate, there's no talent to be found here, goodbye. But secondly, I would be asking a lot of questions. I'd be like, okay, what's your long-term plan growth towards, you know, being a sustainable company? Like, I'll be asking a lot of questions, hard-hitting questions, before agreeing to a partnership. But also, the death knell will probably be the contract. If you present to me a basic, bare bones VTuber contract, which I don't know what they look like, but I kind of have a bit of an idea of some past stories of what they may look like, I will probably tell you to get ready to rewrite that entire contract. I want termination clauses. I want to know what the key points of the contract are. Who gets to own IP rights? Who gets to own rights of assets upon termination, but also breach of contract? Like, I will be on that like a pig in mud. And that's why I'd probably never be accepted into a talent agency. I'm sorry, Remora. I think we're gonna forever be 10U VTubers. I will never be able to buy you nice clothes ever again. That's right, she still cares about me even though we're never gonna be rich. She's accepted it. I don't know why I haven't been doing banana farms. Been too busy yapping about random stuff that's never going to happen to me. But it's nice to entertain the thought. Like, if you ever wondered why when some VTubers from the companies graduate that they have to have a whole new model, it's probably because the company owned the IP rights or the assets to that model, so they have to buy a new model when they stream again. And the way I view contracts is, some people might see contracts as like the terms of an agreement. But as someone who's done accounting and had to draft up contracts, I can tell you my perspective is contracts are terms for disagreements. Because the second you have a disagreement with someone in a business setting, they will rip open that contract and use it against you. And be like, in the contract it states that you will do this. You know? And at the end of the day, if it goes to court, the only thing that that judge cares about is what the contract says. What the formal agreement was. And you know, it's sometimes just as simple as that. So to be wary of what you agree to. And if you can't read a contract, seek someone of a professional nature who can read it for you, that you can trust. Like, if anyone pressures you to sign a contract, that's a red flag for me. Like, that is straight out a red flag. Oh no, bro, it's a standard contract. You don't need to worry, just sign. I'll be like, no thanks. I think I'm going to take a day to read it and then sign it and send it back to you when I'm ready. Like, they have no right to force you to sign a contract that you are uncertain of, no matter how simple it is. It's simple. Did you read the contract? Yes or no? No? Then don't sign it. Real simple. And if you don't know how to read it, find someone who are I'm sure you could find any fresh out of university lawyer willing to read that contract for you for like a short consulting fee, like maybe $100 consulting fee. But hey, look, that might be $100 for a very simple thing that you could have done for yourself. However, that's $100 of having the contract looked at by a professional who may be like, hey, there's something weird about this contract. You might want to have a question about this, you know, like point something out or give you advice like, hey, watch out for any things like this, you know, if they start doing this, be cautious, you know. And that is how we're never going to be contracted into a VTuber company. I remember, what was their name? It's Hootie Hoo. You know, the Rainbow Pirate Pixie guy. Hootie Hoo. I think he was mentioning on one of his streams that he could have been one of the, like, he was a candidate to being one of the guys. You know, when they had the VTuber company and they're all guys. I think he was saying how he was in the running to be one of them. And I could see that. You know, I think he would have actually been quite good at that. He's got the voice, he's got the demeanor for it. He doesn't look like he's going to be a problem for women, like some people are. You know, he could have been really good. Instead of being a rainbow pixie pirate captain, he could have been a Twinkie vampire mafia boy or something. I don't know what's going on over there, okay, but you know, he could have been one of those. I wonder if I should talk to him one day, just go, hey mate, do you want to have a yap about random stuff? I reckon him and I could yap quite a lot. But we're on opposite sides of the world, so the timing would be pretty different. But I reckon we could chill. We can talk about mainly things like business strategies and power washers and the best lawn mowers
An enemy ready
and
for
gardening
battle.
techniques.
I am ready. This one looks like a troll. The mighty war.
You know, I'll probably do that actually. I might just reach out to him randomly and go, hey mate, you want a collab? I've got a whole 2 viewers. You know, we're going to hit it off. You can trust me, bro. I won't get controversial. 1 glass of rum later. So you heard about what's happened with Donald Trump? Oh, I'm getting a bit worried about this. Oh.
An enemy. Captain the foe. This one looks like a troll.
Yeah, just having some downtime right now. Remora made me a cup of tea, so I'm just sipping on that at the moment. I yapped too much. I wasn't worried. I was very worried.
Stronger. This one looks like a troll.
This is getting pretty scary.
An enemy ready for battle.
Oh no. No. Oh. Oh. Who knew Bloons TD could get so hardcore, right? Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm so glad we got that done though. Oh. Oh, wrong screen. I pressed the wrong key. I was so excited I pressed the wrong key. We almost went into Just Chatter stream. Hot dang. Oh. Like, I don't think it got any closer than that. Now, just before we do this, I desire another cup of tea. It's going to BRB for a quick bit. Oh, alrighty. Guess what time it is? After that near-death experience on Bloons TD, I needed another cup of tea after that one.
Axes at the ready.
Okay, I don't think sword. I don't think sword is working now. Easy mode.
A new phase.
Minor inconvenience. All right, we just slap you here then. I was hoping I didn't need to. Okay, how about this? Hello, Nightmare. You just missed our near-death experience on Impossible mode, where we had to use time slowdown in order to stop a DDT from going through. Right here, they're like right on the cusp. And now we're doing chimps. We've used all our contested territories tickets, so we got no reason to play contested territories anymore. It's all over. I was thinking Quincy, but I really wanted to believe I could live long enough to get Etne out, and then we could just like sleep on Etne. I really want to believe Druid can pull this off. If it doesn't work in 2 more tries, we'll just go Quincy, because that is the easier answer. I'm Quincy, son of Quincy. Only problem here. Yeah, he tends to just skip one. Actually, stuff, we'll just go Quincy. It's 10 times easier. Either Quincy or Gwen.
Nothing gets past my bow.
Alright, let's see if Backseat Gaming can win us the game.
Nothing gets past my bow.
Surely never, bros. Unless...
You want some?
Oh, I want some, alright. I want some black bordered Bloons TD maps. While we yap. After I finish my 2-hour rant about stuff that I don't even remember anymore. But I was thinking about DMing some other random VTuber who seems pretty chill and seeing if they want to like do a Yapper collab. Well, I think it's pretty chill. I think they'll be okay with it. I thought I should probably stream first to demonstrate how much of a rational and reasonable person I am before DMing him, so they knew I wasn't a complete crackpot, that I'm only half a crackpot. Probably should have put another monkey on the guard tower.
Are you kidding me? Nothing gets
We got
past
the
my
streamer
bow.
debuff going on where our attention is split up. But that's what makes the game more fun, in my opinion. I don't know, you tell me.
Oh yeah.
I think he was only going to get placed there with the current setup I had, rather than a meta comment. But yeah, I was thinking of DMing this random guy. Yeah, that's why I just decided to slap Sniper up here. Common sense finally took over me for a brief second, but don't get you too used to it. It's going to disappear in the next 3 seconds. You got to understand that I'm a sort of glue monkey kind of eater, and anything that doesn't have, that can't be solved with a sort of glue monkey, I'm at wit's end. I'm a lost child in the mall and I need help. I did ask some of my friends if they wanted to yap with me, but they seem a bit too preoccupied to ever come on stream. So I'm just going to have to look for some random person who wants to shoot the stuff. Talk about the fast food horror stories from when I was a young teenage ram getting into learning to work at a young age. And you know what the best part was? Working at KFC, we had a McDonald's right next to us, and we had this kind of like company rivalry where we would just completely dunk on the McDonald's people, and they'll try to dunk on us, but we were KFC Chads. That's what part the C was in KFC, was for Chads. So the McDonald's guys just had no game when it came to you know, trying to style on us. And we would see them all the time, because most of the time in fast food, after the lunch rush and just before the dinner rush, we all go outside to put the trash out and just clean up the place. And that's where we'll find the McDonald's boys at, because we would share a dumpster area, and that's when it all went down, you know. I think I wouldn't know, because I don't eat fast food anymore, mate. I only go to a Turkish bakery on a Friday every week and order either a snack box, gozleme, or just get a kebab. I remember back in the old days, there used to be fights outside of the Turkish bakery at 2 a.m. And, you know, at some point I really have to ask myself, what am I doing at 2 a.m. to be outside where all the street fights are? But most of the time, the street fights all happen outside of a Turkish bakery, and so those were very fond memories.
Nice.
But this place I go to is very good. They're expensive, but they got good meat. I went to the other Turkish bakery I stopped going there many years ago because I didn't really want to get rocked. Oh, I have no plans for late game. Probably like Spirit of the Forest. Maybe do the ninja with Alchemist. Probably should start building some farms too. Oh, well, it's chimps mode, that's right. Good, we don't have to worry about farms. We've got bigger problems. The large caliber and the I will get Elite Defender at some point because if he gets attack speed on the length of the track, although he might be slower coming here, he'll get faster as they come down this lane, but also he'll be fast when they're up this lane too. And this will probably be our Moab stunner, just to slow down the Moabs and then just let Druid handle the small creep. But I'm open to suggestions, mate. If anyone can recommend anything to make the game easier, I'll take it.
Oh yeah.
The only game that I would ever get uppity about for backseat gaming would probably be fighting games, but not really. Like if it's Skullgirls, a game that I've been playing for 10 years,
Incoming.
and you tell me how to play that game, I'd probably shoot you down pretty hard. But not in a rude way, I'll just explain to you why you're wrong. But any other game, I'm open for being told or suggested ideas. You know, because it's just honestly, people are like, hey, here's how you can do this but better. And I'll be like, oh, that's cool. Either I knew that and I didn't think about it, or I didn't know about it and I learned something new. Yeah. Just not when it comes to Skullgirls, though. It is the only game that I just have a stick up my butt about, you know. It will be the only game that I'll ever look like I'm the most prudest and rudest guy around. I'm pretty chill for everything else. Now, what was I going to say again? I was going to say something, and I had a real good thing lined up. Oh, now I can't remember. I think I was going to talk about some of the things I'd tell the Macca's boys, but I forgot. It was so long ago. You got to understand, this is like 20 years ago. So my memory's a little bit shot. But I know I had some good liners on these guys. Oh yeah, why no one goes... I don't know why no one goes to KFC much anymore. I only ever like the zingers. I've had KFC horror stories where, you know, Wicked Wings? The tiny little hot spicy wings? Never eat those. Like trade secret? Never eat them. They go off the quickest. They are the least meat for the, like, least meat for least, or is it more money? Anyway, economically speaking, Wicked Wings are just bad. So they might taste good, but economically, they're bad. They're the first piece of chicken to go off due to their small mass. And we've had Wicked Wings go off. Like, I was in the freezer, and someone, like an intern or, you know, trainee, forgot about the Wicked Wings on the bottom of the chicken crate, and they went off. And it was like, you know, off chicken. You don't mistake that kind of smell. And it's like, we got no Wicked Wings because the trainee used the wrong ones. Like, they went gangrene. Yeah. Like, ooh. Zingers are the best for price to performance and taste to price, but also they're the easiest to cook and the hardest to stuff up. It's chicken marinated in a bag full of spices, and you just throw it into a bucket of flour, and then you just throw it into the deep fryer, and then it's all good.
Come on.
You didn't see that. That's probably where the thing comes in. That's all right.
Are you kidding? You want some?
But yeah, zingers is the only thing I'd ever eat. Hot and spicy chicken as well is the second other thing I'd eat at KFC. Nothing else. We had a fly into the oven, like the chicken oven, and laid eggs before the lunch rush.
You want some?
And so when we opened the oven to get the chicken out for lunch, it had maggots crawling in the chicken. And I just had to tell people, oh, sorry, we can't service you any chicken. And they're like, why is that? Now, there's a lot of things I could have said, but I just told them the straight truth. I said a fly flew into the oven and there's maggots in the chicken, so we got to clean it all out now. And the manager ripped my head off for that. And I was like, what else did you want me to tell them? That we just did not have chicken? Then we just look stupid. And I remember a KFC store south of us, like in another town, they had someone get salmonella from eating there. And I'm just like, damn. You know, like, you had to really stuff up your chicken for someone to get salmonella at KFC. Like, but some people just don't know how to cook properly over there. And it's pretty simple. You just wake up in the morning, stir the oil, because when you're in the morning, the oil's all waxed. So you heat it up. Then you just start stirring it so it gets nice and hot. Then you just put your chicken. That's the job. Just put the chicken in the oil, and then it just cooks itself. That's the job. There should be no reason someone gets raw chicken.
I am Quincy, son of Quincy.
But I will tell you, there was definitely some horror stories how some people do get treated over there.
Oh, come on!
Like, some people literally came into the store and like threw stuff at you just because you got their order wrong. And all I can say is these guys should be lucky I was not on shift when that happened. If they were on shift and they're throwing stuff around, I would have probably, you know, asked them very politely not to do that, and they're making themselves look like an idiot. And if they wanted to take it outside, I'm more than happy would do so, because not only did I have this stature to back up what I was talking about, but they didn't. They didn't. I would have been more than happy. But as you can tell, I didn't really, you know, stay at KFC. Surprise, surprise.
Sweet.
Too many arguments with management. Refusal to lie to customers. And I also didn't like the district manager being too incompetent that it was so embarrassing that she had to blame other people, then accept her own faults. So I got axed. But I was like 17 back then. So I definitely probably had a bit of that, you know, teenage angst in me. That probably also didn't help. And I was like, you know what? What am I going to do with my mountain of money that I do not spend? I'm going to be an accountant. And so I went I basically afforded uni by working at KFC and then just became an accountant.
Come on.
You know? And I gotta say, it really sucks for some people that if you didn't start working at an early age, you really are in a disadvantage. But I wouldn't say it's a back-breaking disadvantage, but you definitely will be working harder, right? I was told at an early age that the sooner you work, the more flexible you will be when you need to learn to pivot into an actual job. So I worked at KFC. Because everyone needs to eat food, right? So they're always looking for workers at fast food. And I will remember bottom path sniper this time. It's just that when you go and go through your memory to access memories from 2 decades ago, you sometimes become a little goofy goober. You know, you forget some things. But also, because I came straight out of CT, I keep forgetting that I don't have relics.
Come on. Come on.
But yeah, I got confidence that if everything ever went wrong in my life and I got just like discharged as an accountant for like misconduct, I can always just go back to KFC. I'll be like, hey guys, you have no idea where I've been in the past 2 decades.
Sweet.
Crazy story. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. Maybe I can have a show that's like inspired by Better Call Saul. But it's like Better Call Ram and I'm like the accountant that does accounting work for criminals. And then everything just gets flipped upside down and then I end up working at KFC again, but then ultimately go to jail. Yeah, I wonder if there's a lot of people streaming Bloons. I presume there would be for Bloons CT event, but I'm not too sure how popular that is. Or if it's just us, you know, randoms in no-name guilds, you know, playing the game. We do get some people who are in like top 100 come into the chat to flex their muscles, so I presume there must be something.
Yes.
Some Bloons TD Chads out there. You know, shout outs. Join the team.
Come on.
No bones. The Raid Shadow Legends stream is later. It's not right now. We do gambling on that stream. Anyway, Bones,
Come on.
this is a great time to talk. I just talked about the KFC stories where someone tried to claim a free bucket of a family feast when they went through drive-through. And they're like, bro, you'd forgot to put the chicken in the family bucket. And it's like, mate, there's chicken grease in the bucket. Nah, bro. That's there because you guys put that there. We didn't get the chicken. It's like, there's chicken grease in the bucket because we put the chicken in the family feast bucket that you're presenting to me. That's how chicken grease gets in there, mate. Nah, it isn't. Like, it's just that I just love how hard they really tried to just make it happen, and it just wasn't happening. Like, what were they expecting? Were they expecting me to be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I don't get how that happened. Yeah, here's a free one on the house. Nah.
So, this guy's trying to imply that you cared enough to put grease in the bucket, but not the chicken.
Yeah. And it was so great. He's like, can I speak to the manager? And the manager was out, so I was the boss. And I was like, nah, mate, you're not getting your free chicken. I have reason to believe that you actually very well did get your chicken because I am the cook. And I know this bucket. Nah, mate, nah, this is BS. I'm going to complain. And I said, who are you going to complain to?
Oh, like, it's always when you hear people who want to make a complaint. Literally, a thing I did for a while when I was an intern would be you'd have patients who say they want a complaint. So I'd literally carry around a stack of cards with the patient liaison officer's name, which is like the person who they could speak to that want to make a complaint. And I said, I'm happy to support you through the complaint process. And like, say, here's a number to call. Here is, if you're really unhappy, here's a discharge against medical advice. You could take this with you and sign this, and you can go to another hospital if you prefer. And that was literally like, and that wasn't a thing of like me being rude. It was just like very formally like, okay, if you want to leave, that's cool. And that always seemed to throw people because they weren't they were expected to be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Please don't complain. I'm going to be in huge trouble. When like complaints are just like a part of the system. Right, and there's like normal parts of that system, you know, throughout. Like there's normal part that's a normal part of the system, and so people often don't expect to kind of get that far, when they offer to complain or quit or leave against medical advice.
Yeah, that's right, and now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah. Did I ever tell you? I mentioned this on my stream earlier because we had people in here yapping.
Yeah.
But did I ever tell you how I failed ethics class at university and I had to redo the entire year just because I failed one class?
Brother, how do you fail ethics class?
Because I chose not to lie.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
see that's where you fucked up.
And
Dude.
my lecturer said, Ram, I will fail you. You know the answer. I know the answer. I know why you're doing this, but I will fail you. Just please say the right answer. And I'm like, no. So the situation was, and you know what's funny? Because of what happened to my last job, history doesn't repeat,
Yeah.
but it sure rhymes, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Anyway.
absolutely. Time is a flat circle.
Anyway, the situation was you're a payroll officer in this hypothetical situation, and old Jimmy is about to get fired from his high-paying position, but Jimmy just took out a home loan, right? And the director has informed you as the payroll officer that Jimmy's about to be let go,
Yeah.
and you cannot tell him that he's not going to get his salary package and he's actually going to just get fired and just be paid a one-off retirement package. And you
Yes,
just
you
must
don't
not
tell
tell
him.
him. And the
Yeah.
ethics here is, despite Jimmy being your best friend and just took out a home loan, which he's probably going to ruin his life over, you cannot disclose that information to him.
Of course, yeah. No, I don't disagree with that at all. That's
Yeah. And I just said,
Yeah.
I would actually tell Jimmy because I just don't want his life to go down the drain. I would actually let him know so he had time to prepare. And he's like,
you can't say that, man. If you've been given privileged information, you can't. You're not allowed. You're not authorized to disclose that. That's actually like a variant that is super common in medical ethics things. One is like your best friend's wife has come in and she's got an STD. Can you tell your friend that she's got this STD? Like, you can't. That is privileged information.
that's,
you are not.
client privacy privilege.
Patient privilege. And it's a similar kind of thing. Like, even though I think the one exception to that, but I would have to look this up, is I think HIV is like Well, actually, no. Even then, never mind. Because I was going to say with HIV, or no, it's HIV. The wife or the husband or whatever, like their partner, could be liable if you like. You can be subject to criminal liability if you don't disclose your HIV status to a sexual partner. But as a doctor, you can't do anything. I think the bit where I would seek legal advice, because I actually don't know the answer to this, would be if the person expressed that they did not intend on telling their partner, then you may have to do something. But I'm genuinely not too sure. But no, if it's privileged information, it's privileged information, regardless of how that hurts people. And like, it sucks. Like, there's no way around it. Like, it's shit. But like, I don't see you don't have a choice. Yeah.
But yeah, I was just like, let's see if he will fail me. So I fucked around and found out.
Yeah. No, and I think the guy gave you fair warning. You got to answer this correctly, or I'm going to fail you. And then
yeah, I knew exactly what I was doing.
Yep.
And he knew what exactly he was doing, and he warned me, and I found out that he will do that. I'm like, damn, he got me.
You got to give the guy respect. You know, I think there's nothing worse than people say, if you don't do this, I'm going to do the thing.
Like, speaking about ethics, he did do the thing he said he was going to do.
He did the thing he said he was going to do. You can't hate the game on that one. Is Quincy really the best choice here?
Some guy mentioned it, but he is doing dividends so far. It's more just it's chimps mode, so we got no monkey knowledge and stuff.
Oh yeah, what you need to do is you need to get Benjamin up in here, man.
Is split in half because I'm accessing memories from 20 years ago. But the KFC part was really fun. Like, if I ever go bankrupt and get barred from accounting, I'll go back to KFC. It was just too fun.
Yep.
You know, like, there'll always be fast food. Everyone's going to treat fast food people like crap. And I actually didn't mind that. Because it's like, I could speak back to a customer in a polite manner, which didn't cause any problems. But the only problem would come from people just being like, well, you can't say that. You need to always be nice to the customer. Like, I am being nice to the customer, but I am also not just letting the customer randomly get what they want. What would the district manager say if you gave them free chicken? Because then what happens if someone comes with another bucket and says, oh, but you gave my mate free chicken?
God, I'm going to fuck up a podcast episode right here. An interesting area of study is the study of ergonomics. And now ergonomics is not like, you know, whether your gamage chair is like the right height. It's actually a study of how humans and systems interact with each other. Right, that's what ergonomics is. And so one of the big pioneers of ergonomics, interesting enough, was Henry Ford. But in modern practice, you can actually... There's a lot of stuff that's analysed about basically how you act or tolerate infractions or errors within a system will determine how people engage with that system. And I'm going to use an example from my work, but everyone who has worked like a job will relate to this 100%, or a variant thereof. And the other variant is exactly your KFC situation. Basically, people working within a system are, and this assumes that people within a system are rational actors, which means that they want to do the thing that expediently gets what's best for them, right? And that's not a controversial idea. Most people are trying to get something that helps them in some way. So, what that then translates to is that, you know, if another doctor on a different team or on the same team is being slack, and so they haven't filled in some paperwork, they haven't charted the medications, they haven't done some shit that was their responsibility, right? And the shit needs to be done, okay? And the nurses need the shit done before their shift finishes or they can't go home for miscellaneous reasons. So they might call and say, look, I know it's not your job, but this really needs to be done. This medication's like being given an hour late. You know, there's some actual, legitimate, real reason why the work must be done. I know it's not your job, but can you please just do it so we can crack on and look after this guy? Which is not an unreasonable request. That is a fair thing to ask. Here's the problem. If you do it, you have created two bad incentives within the system. Bad incentive one is you have rewarded the person who didn't do the shit they're supposed to do, because they have learned that if they simply don't do it and they're hard to contact or whatever, then someone will do their work for them eventually, if there's no blowback, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is usually like, if the boss isn't there to find out, if no one notices, then that's like a problem. The other half of it is again, the nursing staff, the other people in the situation. Again, they're rational actors. They want to get shit done expediently, and they aren't as interested in, say, the correct policy or the correct process. They have now learned that you are the guy they can call who is helpful, who will solve that problem. Which then means you're now their first point of contact, because you are now considered an expedient way of bypassing the normal processes. When really the correct solution is, you have to tell people, no, that's not responsibility, and then you have to escalate to get that person kind of in trouble and be a bit of a narc for them not doing their work. Because otherwise, all that's happening is you're rewarding both the people who are using the incorrect channel to get their work done, and rewarding people not filling their responsibilities. So, then linking that back to the KFC thing, there's actually a really interesting example in action, but the KFC one is similar. If this guy knows that if he bitches and moans hard enough, he gets his free chicken. And if he tries it on and is shitty and is just obnoxious, and the idea is that what this guy wants is the easiest thing for you to do is say, fine, here's your chicken, fuck off, right? That's what the guy wants. But as soon as you do it, you have now demonstrated to him that if he keeps arguing, he will get his chicken eventually. Do you see what I mean?
Oh, mate, I've lived it as an accountant.
Yeah.
Like, when I was working at the other place, we had a guy who would always come in, and he would always complain about cents rounding, right?
Yes.
And he's like, I just want my 5 cents. I didn't get my 5 cents. And they all know that this guy didn't deserve his 5 cents, but the accountant just said, just give him his 5 cents.
Yeah, so he
Or else
fucks
he
off.
will not go away. And if it wasn't for her, he more than likely would not have gotten his 5 cents.
And that's the issue, right? Like, you kind of have to stand firm on these people. Even if it's easier to not stand firm on them, if you don't do it, then you have created a reward pattern. A very interesting example of this in action, this is a frequently cited example in ergonomics, is they talk about, and this is, and I mean, this isn't necessarily a gendered example, but the stereotype is a gendered example of women who play hard to get, right? They sort of are a bit difficult when it comes to, like, their partners. A guy asks them out, they sort of say no, they want to be chased a little bit. Those people often end up with partners who are really problematic in some way. Either, they're abusive, or they commit a lot of infidelity, or they do some... They're not favourable in terms of their demeanour. They're not great guys. And you're like, well, why is that the case? And it's actually quite simple. What happens is that when a guy asks you out and you say no, you've established a boundary. They've requested something, you've denied it. Most people, like a normal quote-unquote person, a non-problematic person, sees, okay, this lady said no. Fair enough. I'm not going to bother her and let her get on with her day. Being respectful of the boundary that she set. She thinks that's boring. She complains that, men don't take a chance anymore. No one pursues her, whatever. Right? So the behavior she rewards is the person when he hears no, he doesn't hear no. He says, I've just got to try hard. I've got to hassle this woman. And then she'll say yes. And if she says yes, rewards behavior. Congratulations. You've now hooked up with somebody who has basically gone, your boundaries don't mean anything to me. That I can just ignore when you say no, that doesn't matter. Your boundaries are secondary. Because you've rewarded the behavior of boundary defiance. And you see these patterns everywhere. If you allow people to bypass processes, then they will continue to bypass processes.
Oh, it's too true. You see it everywhere.
Yeah, you see it in all sorts of things. You see it in dogs.
Oh yeah.
My family has always had outside dogs,
Come on.
and my friend once marveled that our dogs are outside dogs. So I've never had outside dogs, and whenever I have my dog outside, he cries. You know, my dog cries when he's outside, and you know, I don't know how to make him stop crying, so let him in. And I said, you've been doing that since he was a puppy, right? He says, yeah. So the puppy was outside, you tried to have an outside dog, the puppy cried, you woke up, went outside, picked up the puppy, brought him inside. The guy says, yeah. What have you taught the dog? The guy's like, oh, I don't know, I didn't want him to cry. I'm like, no, what you've done is you have taught the dog that if you cry, and you keep crying, and you keep crying, and you keep crying, eventually they will get up and let you in, you don't have to be outside. So how do you do it? You simply accept that your dog's going to cry for 2 weeks. That's because if you don't do that, as awful as that sounds, right? They will simply keep crying until you let them in. Because as soon as you've proven to a dog, and a dog is just a simplified human being in more ways than one. You know, if you say, oh, this is the behavior, if you keep doing this bad behavior, you keep doing this thing I don't want you to do, and then I do this thing and makes you stop. What the dog has gone, well, if I keep persisting, I eventually win. Because realistically, some people, like most dogs, have probably more patience than you do.
Yeah, especially when they're the ones doing the action that's bothering you.
Yep. Exactly. It is no issue for a guy, especially if you're like some kind of weirdo dude on Centrelink. You know the kind, like some weird durry munching strange person.
Yeah, probably some VTuber, am I right?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you know for a fact that that dude's unemployed as fuck, right? He's got nowhere to be, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I do, yeah.
Yeah, and so this guy has nowhere to be. He's going to sit in your drive-thru and accuse you of putting grease in the box. Right? He's got nowhere to be.
Yeah,
It's
I think
like
I'm
old
following, yeah.
people. It's like, and apart from also just old people. Old people the same. Old people do not have any shit they got to do that day. Right? They have no problem, and they can waste as much of your time as you will let them waste. And there's nothing you can do about it, basically. So you just have to stand firm, or they just keep coming back.
It's probably why they say respect your elders, because they've learnt the hard way.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing, is, you know, you can't accommodate any of this bullshit ever, because as soon as you accommodate this bullshit, it's actually just over. Because, I think, like, everyone has, like, a breaking point that they give up, right?
Yeah. Where it's saying everyone has their price comes in, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and, like, I guess people have a price of their time, right? Or their energy, or their embarrassment, or whatever. And so some people are... If someone is basically throwing down when someone is, like, sitting in a drive-thru complaining about how there's grease in their chicken box or whatever, they are making a wager that they have more time than you do. Like, that's the bet. That's what they're throwing down. And the idea that if they can rile you up and kind of get you stressed out and whatever, then they win. I reckon the submarine monkey wouldn't go astray here.
So tricky.
One of the ones with
well, we're
range,
doing
right?
pretty well. Once we get a lead defender, we'll be pretty set. But I think the trick here is actually Super Monkey here, because Super Monkey bottom path sees through walls, so he can shoot up and down.
Oh,
The
yeah,
submarine
okay,
won't be able to do that because he gets cut off on the top ramp.
What about the one with the infinite range cruise missile thing? Like the
Oh, he can do
like
it if I have a monkey up here that sees range. He could do it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
But normally I pivot into this guy for the round 63s.
Yeah, that makes sense. The Super Monkey's a better play, I think. But Elite Defender and getting that sorted out is pretty good.
Well, we might just get...
Well, Jungle's bouncy just gives you good map coverage, right?
He does, he's pretty good as well, but we're just going to throw him down there, get Elite Defender, because this is what we did for Impoppable. Impoppable and Chimps are almost the same, except for one has Monkey Knowledge and the other doesn't. And this guy's getting Alchemist buffed. So he's just going to be popping off a bit. But yeah, I think ergonomics is something that people are aware of, but just aren't thought of. So it's like they learn it through experience, but not understand what the actual process is.
Like it's an intuitive thing. Like when you tell people about it, it makes sense to them because it's all shit that they've seen. But they've never looked into like the actual papers and studies on it. And I'm the sad kind of person who likes to do that sort of shit. Like I like to sit there and like read about, you know, like what's the basic idea. Oh yeah, no, you can't do the top half. Damn, that's
yeah, and I forgot. Super Monkey seeing through walls is a monkey knowledge thing. Oh well, look, we got a very strong bottom. All right, no one's getting through that. But it doesn't matter. It's Bloons. It's pretty easy. But anyway, oh damn. Yeah, I think it's just one of those things that when you explain to people, they'll be like, "Oh yes, I'm aware."
Yeah, that completely makes sense. Yeah, but they never thought about it.
And I was what I was talking about earlier. I was thinking about Shadiversary because I remember a random guy saying that Shadiversary is making videos about YouTube not being a great place for them anymore, and his friends are leaving his production. And it's like, you know, well, I don't know much about his happenings, but I do know of Shadiversary as the funny man with the swords and likes his books, but then he kind of went down a certain path, which I feel like he really didn't do a good job on presenting the ideas, right? It's almost, some people label him a lolcow. I'm not too sure if you could truly use that label on him as much as it's just...
Wasn't he just a bit vocally conservative? Was that his problem?
Yeah, he was vocally conservative, but also I think it's more... He was parroting some points that you may hear elsewhere that just seemed a bit too much, I suppose. You know, like, I think the most famous one was them dissing the Mario movie trailer that has Jack Black as Bowser or something, and they were complaining about Princess Peach not looking like a real woman because she was wearing a biker skin suit and not a dress or something, where, you know, stuff like that. But that's not the point. I was just curious because the West Side Tyler guy I listened to here and there did a video about, you know, his friends are leaving the production because it's no longer a profitable business for them because they're losing views and stuff. And I was just thinking back to it. I'm thinking, because they would have been complaining about, you know, YouTube policies and just no one being considerate of their, you know, what they think. But I think it's just more about presentation. Like, and I bring this up about his book because I think one of the biggest problems was his book. It was something that he hyped up, you know, because he wanted to go back to more, I suppose, books that just had dark topics. So this was, I forgot what the name of the book was called.
It's fun. I'm glad you mentioned that because I've got this Reddit thing up, which is like a nice summary.
Oh yeah, pull it up, Bones.
Now, hopefully Twitch is not listening too closely because I'm going to have to say some naughty words here. And this is just me reading off the page. I'm not adding anything in here. So he's a conservative Mormon, and he focused on pop culture, historical content such as evaluating video game castle defenses, rating and weapons, reviewing armor. Moderate following. Okay. No, he's not. Isn't he conservative Mormon?
Well, I was told he lives in Australia, or he's in Australia.
Oh, I think he's from America. I think he's from Utah, right?
Right. Yep.
Anyway, so he wrote this book. And this is a direct quote from a review of the book, right? The biggest issue, however, that keeps me from rating this novel higher is this novel's constant obsession with sex and rape, bracket, focused entirely on underage girls, close bracket. The main character is largely defined by it. Almost all the other female characters with more than one line dedicated to them are either trusty home-sitting wives, quoting, quote-unquote, with breasts like melons, religiously obsessed with cooking for their men and sexing their men, or they are absolutely utterly defined by having been raped and/or kept for sex trafficking. So that was his book, and either way, it goes on. He built this sort of he attempted to build a castle, and that failed. Then he created a second channel where basically his Mormon views were well known. Like, he mentioned that he was a Mormon, but he never really kind of talked. Like, he said, I'm a Mormon, I think Mormon things. But then he became more vocally conservative, right? And then he sort of talked about, like, cultural shit, like how Disney's grooming your kids. And he then starts talking about, and most of his views now are like how the wokes are trying to suppress me. Like, he is a guy who was like a pop history channel, as I call them, right? Like, pop history channels to me are like the kind of things that people talk about, like the Roman Empire. There's an over focus on military adventures and shit like that, you know, like not like interesting historiographical analysis, but more like, you know, which sword was the best sword, that kind of shit. That's pop history, right? So he was a pop history guy, but now he's just leaned into being a culture war dude, and unsurprisingly, his subscribers who wanted pop history aren't interested really in hearing about his conservative rants, right? So he's claiming that YouTube is suppressing him because he's being conservative, when I think what it is just his marketing demographic probably aren't just super interested in that material. Like, to be honest, a lot of the HEMA people I know are generally pretty left-leaning LARP nerd types. Right? Like, they're not people who are really into this kind of stuff.
I think because there was a period in time where he got into, you know, quote-unquote beef with a guy who did sword fencing or sword art and was an actual participant in sword tournaments. Yes,
there's a few guys like Scalagrim and Scholar, and it's like Scholar Historia or whatever. It's an area of YouTube I find deeply uninteresting.
Well, so do I, but I somehow find it on the algorithms.
Yeah. I find this content very uninteresting, but that was a big thing. He got into a lot of beef with that. And again, he pivoted away from the content that people kind of were there to see. Like, I think if someone really wanted to go watch, like, some anti-woke cultural shit, they're going to, like, spin up some Matt Walsh or something, right? Like, I don't think he was the guy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he used to have videos that were about 7 minutes long, and now they're about 7 hours long. And people have sort of pointed out to him, and other creators have sort of said, it's not that the algorithm is suppressing you for being a conservative, it's more just like, your subscribers weren't really there for that content, so that's all you post now, then, like, people aren't going to watch it. And I think that's very fair.
Well, yeah, another thing was, I was watching some random person did a book review of his book that popped up my algorithms, and this guy I don't follow, he's not like outright open, but he does drop the hints that he is of a more conservative mind.
Yeah.
In the same video where he reviews Shad's books, where it's like, look, you know, I do want to support your views, Shad, because some of them are my own. However, this book is just not
dog shit.
Good. It's just trash, you know, like he's trying to, you know, tell Shad that this is just not a good book, and his views when writing is just not on.
Yeah, I had the misfortune, because I kind of felt I had an obligation to try and understand it. I watched one or two of those horrid fucking Daily Wire movies.
No.
Yeah, I actually did. I sat down, because initially I was like, this looks shit. I'm not going to watch it. Then I was like, no. I actually said, and what it boils down to is, you know, I am not a demographic who is actually particularly offended by these movies, you know, they're not targeting me. I'm like, oh wait, dude, I don't really give a shit, and I'm not the kind of woke skull pearl clutcher who's like triggered and upset who's just bothered and angry that oh my god, you know, they said mean things about trans people. Oh jeez, you know, like, I'm not someone who's viscerally upset by that, but it just wasn't a fucking very good movie. You know, that was the problem. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the issue was, you know, apart from the fact that what they were saying was ultimately pretty mean and really not the kind of thing that I think's a nice thing to say about people. I don't necessarily think that transphobia is a good thing. It's a bad thing. But it wasn't even actually that funny as a movie. It was trying to, like, I watched Lady Balls, which was basically trying to be like an early thousands sort of like the kind of comedy movies that Ben Stiller would star in. You know, things like Dodgeball and shit.
Oh yeah.
That's what the movie was trying to be. It just wasn't very funny. That was the problem with it. You know, it's sort of like, you know, Xbox. Like it's an example of just a similar kind of humor. It's like Xbox Live humor. It's not though like I'm deeply offended when I hear some squeaky 12-year-old, you know, say the naughty words. It's just not a funny joke. You know what I mean?
I do, and I wonder if it's like surely they would have screened these movies, right? And I wonder if like, because I imagine the marketing could be, oh, we could always say this is like before it comes out, we're going to make a movie that people aren't going to like. You know, they're already kind of bracing that maybe it won't be successful, but they already might have an excuse as to why. And if you're already doing that for a movie, you should really be questioning if it should be out.
Yeah.
Like even the public.
You know, and that's what it. And like, I guess the whole reason I sort of bring this up is it's sort of a bit like this this Shadiversity guy. You know, he says that, you know, he's not getting views because, you know, the wokesters are coming, you know, if guys like Garand Thumb have a wildly successful platform and they end up on YouTube trending, they are not suppressing conservatives all that much, right? And I love this on
doing gun stuff.
Yeah, he is actually pretty conservative. He's definitely slipped in a few attack helicopter jokes in his time, don't you worry.
Oh yeah, I can imagine with the YouTube gun policies that he would have something to say, but yeah.
Oh yeah. But he's never really been suppressed. Like, at least from our reviews, he does well on that platform. Because ultimately, whether you are okay with gun content, whether you think he's a bigot, whatever, he makes content that people will enjoy. He makes good content. Good at least content that appeals to enough people that, you know, I guess that's what I mean by quote unquote good, right? Like, he makes content that people want to see. And I think Chavez's problem is not that he's a conservative, not that anyone's trying to suppress his Mormon views, it's just maybe the content's just not very good.
And, you know, I feel like YouTube really doesn't care too much about your political views. They want money. Like, the bottom line is money, right? As long as you make good content and the market demands it, you'll probably more than likely succeed. I think you brought it up the other day, I think, where Google might not very well truly understand what they want through the algorithm, but they do have a way of thinking about it.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna hold my thoughts on that because it's a really good, it'll be a really good podcast episode. I'm gonna fuck up if I talk too much about that. I've already ruined this one. Ergonomics is off my little vision board now, but
Oh, I mean, no one's watching this, so it's over.
Yeah, you're not making that.
But yeah, I know. I mean, you could treat it as the rehearsal, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I think,
Google. I'll say a little bit then. I'll keep some things in the background, but Google doesn't actually know what their algorithm's doing. That's been the thing. We call it AI now, but it used to be called machine learning 10 years ago. Right? And AI is a form of machine learning, at least certain kinds of machine learning, and the AI researchers in the crowd will cringe and say I'm lying or whatever. But the idea is that you simply give a machine an output and end goal. And you give it a whole bunch of inputs. And then you say, go to work, mate.
Hit target.
See what happens. Find out for me. We'll talk to you later on. And that's what happens, right? The system just sort of does stuff. And at the end of the day, it means that AIs can think of, like, machine learning algorithms, or AIs as we would call them now. They basically produce outputs that we expect from inputs, but we don't necessarily know the logic. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
We don't know why it thinks what it thinks. We know the output is good. A video you should watch is Seth Bling made a neural network called Mario, which is a neural network that learns how to play Mario. And it can basically play at the level of a high-level human player. What happened was Seth never actually explicitly programmed how the game was meant to be played. It doesn't know. All he's programmed is, here are the inputs. Here are the things that you can do, the outputs. And it just let the AI do stuff, and it kept rewarding the AI when it did better, and punished the AI when it got worse. And that's all it did. And now he doesn't know how it does it, but it plays Super Mario really well. The YouTube algorithm is surprisingly similar. We don't actually know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try, keep that in mind. As designers rhyme, etc., etc. Right? But we don't actually know why the algorithm does the thing that it does. So that's the reason why, apart from the fact that YouTube doesn't want you to know, so you can't optimize slop for its engagement, it actually wouldn't be able to tell you even if you asked it. Even if, Susan Wojcicki's, life was on the line, she couldn't tell you because no one actually knows.
Are you kidding me? Nothing gets past
I think it's like,
No one has a clue.
if I remember, wasn't there something called like LLM? Like there's, I think that's just machine
That's what
learning, right?
ChatGPTs are, yeah.
And it's like, the only thing,
Are you kidding? What's up?
like a good programmer knows exactly what to tell it to get the right output, but if you're an amateur programmer, you wouldn't be able to make heads or tails how to get the result.
No. Yeah, we don't really know. So, again, LLMs are just the next-gen version of the predictive text machine on your phone.
Yep.
That's literally all it is. It's statistical weighting, and there's some fascinating videos on it, but it's statistical weighting. We anthropomorphize these systems because they can talk to us in a human-like way, but it is literally just weighing statistical probabilities of, if these words have appeared in this order, the next word should be ... That's all it's doing.
Yes.
That's all it's doing. And it can, and obviously, that's a big part of what makes an AI more intelligent or less intelligent. As I've spun up a few home AIs to sort of do some tasks. The more words it can reference in its word banks, which is roughly the size of it that you can load into RAM, the smarter your AI is. Because it's got more data to pull from. But we don't really know. If you try to actually ask the programmers, when I said, why did the chicken cross the blank, and there is road, question mark, to get to the other side, right? If you ask the engineers, why did it do that, they couldn't tell you. They don't know.
Come on.
Tying this back to, like, advertising, right? The reality is ultimately, Google is an ad company, and Elon, and similarly, like, it's not as though, people are necessarily woke. It's just that companies don't want to be associated with problematic material. They don't really want controversy. You have to understand that, dudes on the left get, like, on, like, the more vocal, extreme political edge of the left, right? Like, the kind of people who'd be okay with Antifa. they get suppressed by the YouTube algorithm just as much as the people on the right. Genuinely. Because the issue isn't whether they're left-wing or right-wing, it's a question of how extreme and vocal your political views are. That's the problem.
Yeah, you don't want to, you know,
Yeah.
get any bad. Like, although
they don't
people say any publicity is bad publicity, it's just like you want to avoid it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, the guys who sell Honey Nut Cheerios do not want to be put next to, like, a Shadman video, right? That's just not good for business. They don't want their product to be advertised alongside a video, say, advocating the beheading of Jewish people, right? That's not a good place for your ad to be.
Yeah, I could imagine.
You know, that could affect their bottom line. Alan Jones is an infamous media personality from Sydney, who you may or may not have heard of. He's this sort of kind of right-wing considered talk show host.
Awesome.
Do you know what got him off the air?
No.
It wasn't that, you know, he was, like, conservative or whatever. He was, again, like, the #1 rated radio host for many years, right?
It was
He had a shitload of listeners.
The Sandy.
Oh, no,
School,
this is Australia. This is Alan Jones, not Alex Jones.
Oh, okay. This is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan Jones, not Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a whole other. He's a vitamin salesman masquerading as a media host. The Alan Jones, ultimately, the advertisers said you're too controversial. You know, if we don't want to spend ads, or we will pay way less for the ads on your Alan Jones show, because, you know, the people who buy our products don't like you. So you doing an ad read for us makes us look bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's the exact same shit with YouTube, right? And ultimately, as Elon Musk has learned, it's not as though Twitter was run by a bunch of evil wokies trying to, you know, destroy Western civilization or whatever.
It was run by businessmen that wanted their
Yeah.
money.
They wanted money. They wanted the bag, right? You know, and again, the guy selling Honey Nut Cheerios does not want to be next to, like, you know, some swastika-looking dude with, like, a black sun tattoo. Right? No one wants to buy Honey Nut Cheerios because I saw them next to some dude who's posting, you know, ISIS beheading videos. Right?
Yeah, and they had artwork made by Shadman.
Yeah, it's like Shagman's ISIS beheading art does not sell Honey Nut Cheerios to people.
Now, some people may claim it does, but I don't think
that is not a big market. The
Yeah.
Nazi market is not a very big market of people.
a very small loud minority.
Yeah, a very loud minority. You know, there are not that many racists who buy cereal on the grounds that there are actually not all that many racists. And so you can't just turn around and sort of say, oh, well, we find these political views objectionable, so we're suppressing you. It's no. This makes us look terrible. We're like just some random goober ass, like, you know, water utilities company. We can't be advertised next to this.
And it's ultimately advertisers who foot the bill for a lot of internet stuff, so they do have sway.
Yeah, exactly. Like, one of the big failures of, like, Web 2.0 was make everything free, the advertisers will pay for it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the idea, that's the theory. You know, you make everything free and we'll just have ads. You then go and piss off the ad guy. You know?
Or when people on the internet are like, oh, don't care about the ads, you know, and they're straight out, you know, demoting the product they're promoting.
Yep. You know, oh, we're gonna just charge everyone $5 for Twitter Blue. Because if everyone on Twitter gave us $5, we'd be okay.
It'll stop the bleeding. Oh no, you guys will be paid as well. If you get 5 million views for each each post, you may very well get 50 cents at the end of the month.
Yeah, if you make us about $3,000 in ad revenue, we're going to give you $1.
It's like you said before when you brought up Total Biscuit in the past. He made one T-shirt sale. He already made more money than any ad revenue.
You made exactly. It's like, you know, if a person buys a T-shirt, he could watch every video for a year with no ad block and nothing, and click on them all. It's worth less than the T-shirt. Like, if you actually want to support a creator, you go to their sort of stupid Shopify merch store, or whatever, which we'll probably have. Go to our stupid Shopify merch store instead, please. But like, you buy like one shirt, like you're good for ad blocker for a year. That's worth way more.
Awesome.
That's worth way more. There is no amount of ad watching that you can do that's worth more than a T-shirt in the given calendar year. Not in a quadrillion years. That's where the money is. It's either that or it's Patreon, where they literally give you money for nothing.
Or it's something, but then, you know, some people just don't do anything and then still claim the money.
Yeah. Like a $1 Patreon tier, a dude's giving you $1 a month. Boom. He has watched your entire video catalog every month. Because just a viewer is simply not worth all that much money. Which is the problem with all these Web 2 sites. These Web 2 sites are all based around the idea that, you know, attention is worth something. And they've burned venture capital for about 15 years because, well, we'll make attention valuable. We'll make attention valuable.
Mm-hmm.
If we keep making attention more and more valuable, eventually we will be profitable.
And it's
because
probably...
Because the idea was that, and not with now, but like, if we can get better advertising, more targeted advertising, more specific advertising, then we will make that user's attention more valuable. And it was based around the technology, and the idea is that 5 years from now, PayPal will be worth this much money if they view an ad. But that never materialized. And they just burned VC money the whole time. Because, you know, it doesn't matter, fuck it, we'll just get more money, but eventually we'll be profitable. Now the margin call's happening. Like, you know, where is the monetization coming? And no one has an answer yet.
No, and
I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying?
Yeah, it's like tech bros. Like, it's classic for Elon Musk in Tesla company to go, oh, but we will make it work in time. We just need to keep throwing money at it. Because he came down to Western Australia, or I don't know if he was in Western Australia when he pitched the electric vehicles to the mining companies. Like, this was a long time ago. And Tesla's business pitch to the Western Australian mining companies here, like Santos and all that, like the big giants. He's like, look, automatically driving cars are an experimental technology. It will cost a lot of money, but as long as we keep throwing money at it, it will eventually work. That was his sales
we'll make
pitch.
It work. Yeah.
You know? And look, eventually, you know, self-driving cars are kind of a thing, but not. They're still in infancy stage, right?
Isn't it? It's all like it's drive-by-wire, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, these sort of pseudo-autonomous systems, which is basically like trackless trains, where they just follow the set path. And they have like rudimentary collision avoidance. It's not like a Tesla self-driving where you put an address in and you like hop in and have a nap. Right? You know, it's literally like the truck will go from point A to point B
without
and
needing
go back.
a proper driver.
And it won't ever drive, but it follows like a rigid path through like a bunch of transponders. It's drive-by-wire. Basically, it's a train for places you can't lay train rail.
Damn. But yeah, it just reminds me of this Web 2.0 thing, because I know that in the late 2000s, entering the 2010s era, outrage culture got interaction, and a lot of people pivoted in this outrage culture.
100%, yeah.
Because it's what generated views, and I can imagine this aligning with this. We got to make this system work. Well, look, this gets people interested. Let's keep doing it.
Yep. It's why like YouTube radicalizes you, because you know radicalization is like increased engagement. But there has been a lot of shit like that, and oh god, this is I'm repeating this content for the podcast because it's fucking great content.
Yeah,
but
just write it down.
the ultimate Web 2.0, the perfect company to demonstrate Web 2.0 was Theranos. Which is not a Web 2.0 company. So you might go, Bones, what the fuck are you smoking? You're a goddamn moron as usual. Theranos is what happens at the terminal end of this mindset. The idea that there is a solution, we just haven't engineered hard enough. And if we keep putting more engineers on it, and we keep working out, we throw more money at it, this product will work. And I'm not gonna fucking hear from any of you cunts that it doesn't work. Problem is that the technology that Theranos was trying to do was not possible. It didn't work. But the Silicon Valley attitude is always like, if we it's not that we haven't worked it, we just haven't worked out the solution yet. Maybe a viewer, like a random person viewing an ad, isn't actually worth that much money. But we've built all these expensive systems around the expectation that they would be. And then, God forbid, people start caring about their privacy a lot more. And then what happens is Apple changes a setting on the iPhone from opt-in to opt-out, or from opt-out to opt-in, and Facebook loses $10 billion in one financial quarter. Because the setting on an iPhone changed. And that is why Web 2.0 is fucked.
Yeah, it does align with those kind of changes where I think any average Joe would be like, oh yeah, I know, I get it.
Yeah, very little thought has been put in by these companies as to exactly how to make money.
Well, see, maybe this is the pathway. Maybe we need to let these companies know that we understand there's a problem and maybe find a solution, then sell it to them and make some bank.
I wish, but I'm not convinced there is that easy a solution to this problem. I think at the end of the day, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of time, a lot of money has been spent on things that maybe just aren't worth all that much, right?
Yeah, just been wasted.
Like, one of the amazing things about crypto is money literally disappears. People bought a thing, and that thing is not valuable. Maybe there is there's a much bigger parallels between Web 2 and Web 3 than we think. That's kind of like a problem these things have is that they can't, they were built around the expectation that this would always be profitable. Like, Netflix is kind of basically getting margin called a little bit.
Yep.
Because we don't really know, because like Netflix has never been a profitable enterprise. Ever. At any point in history.
And then when you had Disney Plus taking over, they must have been sweating. Because even if it's a sunk cost, it's a sunk cost a company as large as Disney is willing to pay to see its competitors fail in.
Yep.
And look at Twitch. Twitch, probably the prime example of a not profitable company.
Yeah, they've
just
been
keep
profitable.
chugging along. They weren't making profit for quite a few years.
No, because the Twitch model has always, again, kind of been around, and you see this with Netflix, you see this with many things, the idea of just get more users. They talk about growth as this, like, important thing, that if you just keep having more users, more growth, then, we'll work out profit eventually. That's what's important.
I suppose another thing is the licensing of said movies as well, which might be
Yes.
another cost.
Yeah, because Netflix was kind of Netflix worked as a model when basically no one else thought online video stream was like a thing, right? They were like, this is a dumb business, and you're a goddamn idiot if you you're a goddamn idiot if you try and get into it. So Netflix said, well, can we have your library to stream on, and they like for cheap? They said what, and so the other companies like Paramount or whatever said, yeah, fuck it, free money. Like one, basically free money for us to license out to this dinky streamer thing that no one cares about. Then the problem is everyone sees Netflix does well, so everyone else is like, oh shit, we could do that too.
Yeah,
And
we
now you
actually
have
own
Paramount
these
Plus
movies
and-
we're licensing out.
Yeah, fuck it. We can make our own moment like blackjack and hookers, right? We can do whatever the hell we want, you know? I'm a big dog, I can do whatever. And so now you have the situation where, where, like, they've taken all their content back, and now what does Netflix have? Right, they've got their original stuff, which is not all that great, and, you know, but they spend all this money because the idea is that we're going to keep growing the number of users, and we'll work out how to monetize them a bit later. The problem is the investors are now going, okay, man, you've had enough time, you know, what's the play? How are we making money?
Mm.
And would you look at that, you know, the price of Netflix subscriptions is going up. They're cracking down on account sharing because now they need to get some juice out of you now. They've got no juice. And so that's kind of the problem Netflix has.
Yeah, I'm quite
I don't
interested
have a
to see
solution
their
for them.
future, like what's going to happen with that. Like, I don't have subscription TV.
No, neither do I. Pirate all
I'm
my shit.
always I like finding alternate solutions for my problems.
Yeah. I also pirate all most of my media. It's true.
For me, it's a culture thing. They can't cancel me for that. It's a culture thing. You had to be there, all right? You had to be there for the era when before Pirate Bay executives went to jail. Do you remember that when they finally caught all of the founders?
Yep.
That was an error in time, and this is also when Assange also leaked the now we're getting into it. When Assange leaked the Afghanistan early files and stuff, and then he went on the run. Like, what a fun era.
That was the you can't stop the signal era. It turns out you can because the signal's got a name and an address. That's why they always talk about rubber hose cryptography, right? Anything with that concept?
Nope.
You can have as much fancy security as you want, but the NSA, they call it rubber hose cryptography, which is the idea that if you lock someone in a basement and hit them with a rubber hose, they will eventually tell you the password properly.
Damn.
So you can have your 124,024-bit, you know, super NSA-proof Giga Chad ultra encryption as much as you want, because, you know, they'll just beat the shit out of you to get them the password, or they'll lock you in jail indefinitely until they tell you the password, which is legal in Australia, by the way. They can legally just detain you indefinitely until you give them your passwords.
But what
That
happens
shit is
if
just a
I
crime.
use KeyPass and it's all computer generated and there's no way a human can remember it?
Well, you're fucked.
Oh no.
Yeah, straight up, like, that's a crime. It's a crime to not give people the cops your password now.
I have a bad memory.
Yeah, that's what,
can't
like,
do
the
this to
crypto...
me.
You know, like, if, like, you know, Joe Biden's in serious trouble if he's ever asked this information, dude. Like, he ain't remembering shit, right? But, this is the genuine problem that these, like, these things happen. That's why you see these people on Twitter who say how bad it is, but, you know, like, most people on Twitter even just ignores them. About how, you know, you shouldn't, like, the laws are bad now, that, you know, because your encryption doesn't fucking matter if you can just be compelled to hold over the passkey.
Mm.
You know, if someone, you know, how many people are willing to, like, do 20 in the slammer rather than hand over your code? Because any encryption doesn't matter if someone just gives you access. That's how most crypto scams occur, right? Most crypto scams are purely just the idea that you just get someone to give you your password. Because crypto spends a lot of time worried about things like man-in-the-middle attacks and false authentication attacks and all this sort of shit about breaking the encryption. They're like, our encryption is uncrackable. Most security problems have fuck all to do with the actual encryption. The actual encryption barely matters.
It's the person that holds the keys.
Yeah, it's a pepcack problem. The problem exists between the chair and the keyboard.
And then you got the ransomware attacks where they just like, you know, hijack your stuff and go, well, look, we'll give you back your stuff, but you're gonna have to pay a price.
Yeah, that's what the like, you know, Aaron Schwartz, the guy, the Reddit guy,
Yeah,
the guy who invented
remember
Reddit, killed
the name.
himself because he wasn't going to cooperate with the he wasn't going to cooperate with the feds about like the passwords when he leaked JSTOR, this big academic thing. He's like, I'm not complying. You can't fucking make me. And they said, all right, we're going to give you 20 for not complying. He's like, well, you'll never do that. I'm not going to sell my homies. He's like, okay, but we're going to put you in the fucking slam for 20 years. That's what you get. You're going in the slammer. And so the upon hearing this, Aaron Schwartz killed himself.
Damn.
That was the choice he was given. You know,
Well,
you're going to get 20. If you cooperate, we'll maybe make it a bit less. But if you don't want to sell out the homies, then you're getting 20.
I gotta be real, if it's me, I got a bad memory, I just accept the fate. I'm just like, yep, I'm going in the slammer. I just can't remember anything.
Yep.
And they go, the Sleepy Joe defense. Sorry, pal, that doesn't work here.
Well,
Not
it's
getting
a
away.
because it's actually there's like a prisoner's dilemma kind of thing, right? You know, you got to sum up. You know, if the cops don't know what your crime is, they can't pin it, right? You know, is the crime for not telling me your password worse than the shit that's on your phone? That's the game you got to play, my friend. You know, maybe it's better to take the 5 if, like, you know, like the extremely violent pornography on there or whatever is worse.
Oh no, Miku-chan. No.
Yeah, you know, like I don't know what's on your phone. I don't really want to know what's on your phone, but like, that's the that's kind of the choice that you gotta make.
Well, look, I have no reason to believe that yet we'll have any police scrutiny on us. But trust me, Bones, when I say that I feel you can feel trusted that I will probably more than likely be the fall guy and not even by my own choice. Because when it comes to the prisoner's dilemma, I will, out of principle, just be the guy who says nothing and then probably goes to jail because the other guy said it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, that's probably the hill I die on, where it's like, you know, I've already kind of done that to myself in work and failed university for, so I think you have really good grounds to trust that I will be the fall guy.
Oh, sorry, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom one second.
Oh, you're gonna call the cops. Oh no. It's happening. Now that he knows. How convenient of a timing. Oh, he's just out of range, isn't he?
I think if for whatever reason I couldn't do medicine, I would probably do law. I think I'm actually pretty decent at that,
Yeah,
to be
you could
honest.
be Better Call Saul.
Yeah, because I always think one of the most interesting aspects of, like, defense law Because most, like, I forget the exact statistics. I think in America, it's like 85% of all cases do not go to trial. Like, they just don't have a trial. And the reason being is that, like, plea deals are generally considered better for, like, everyone involved.
Yep.
You know, it saves time, it saves money, it means the prosecutor can focus on other cases. And so sometimes, like, what a good defense lawyer does for you is basically tell you to not go to trial. Basically, they suss it out, and they're like, alright, brother, you know, this case is, like, ironclad. You know, you're probably fucked.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to get off like OJ did or something, right? Yeah.
You know, like, the glove fits, you know. That's not happening. You know, that's not available to you right now. And so, you know, you're not OJ, like, you know, there's no OJ defense available for you, like, you're probably done, right? And most lawyers will tell you this, they're like, I recommend you, get in with a, I recommend you just sort of get in with, you know, the defense we can offer you. And what that will be is that we do some sort of damage control kind of stuff, you know? And what that means is, like, we negotiate and say, look, if we take the L on these things, and you get, like, 5 years, right? Imagine that the shit you've done is kind of bad. You know, it's not like capital crime, it's not murder, right? But, like, you know, your crime is not good. You've been a bad boy. Now, so the prosecutor says, if you agree that you're guilty on these 3 things, right? Whatever those things are, like, you agree that you're guilty for those. And what that will then look like for you is that you can then take your you take your 5 years. If you go to trial and lose, which you probably will, right? Because, you know, ultimately, like, the facts are just not on your side. There's no argument that we can make that's going to, like, help you. Then you're going to get 20. And there's nothing we can do about it right now. So that's your choice.
You're getting me prepped for when it happens, when the Discord messages get leaked.
Yeah, the Discord gets leaked, whatever. And so that's kind of, and, like, that's what a good lawyer does for you. And they will, like, sit down and negotiate with, like, the prosecution, basically. But they have these discussions. Where they then talk about, look, alright, sure, he did it. We'll take these charges, and you'll get this. And these charges stay off the table. And it's just a negotiation because it's in everyone's interest, time, money, sanity, and also for the witnesses, particularly in things like a sexual assault trial or whatever. They don't really, like, you know, like, they don't want to, like, it's not great for witnesses in a sexual assault trial. They don't want to
be there, you know.
They don't want to be there. They don't want to talk about this shit. And so if the guys look, okay, I'll go in for 2 years. I'll take that L.
Yeah, it might be a good backup plan. I don't think I've got a real backup plan. Well, I do. It's KFC. I mean, that's where Sol were. He went back into fast food.
Yeah,
I'll just be like Sol Goodman.
Guy, right?
My hero. That'll be the ultimate backup plan. I'll be the best KFC chef they've got. They'll probably pay me $50, $15 an hour, but, you know, I've got work. I remember saying earlier, I think working at a young age really helped me, like, more than anything, because I just had the funds to support myself that I couldn't imagine working at any later point in life. But I feel like that was quite privileged for me to actually be able to get a job quite early, and just, even though I hated it at the time, because being like 16, full of angst, Of course, I wasn't going to like management if they told me to do something that I didn't want to do. But it was still money I saved up that I'll use to get to university and go through university. Just couldn't imagine what it would be like if you started later, like off such a back foot. And now imagine losing your university degree.
Oh yeah.
Malpractice or negligence. Like, damn, back to KFC I go.
It happens
Back
to
to
people.
where it all started.
COMG incoming.
I'd write a book about it though. Maybe a TV show.
Oh yeah.
Better Call Ram.
I'll watch that.
Yeah, it sounds. try to make it in the VTuber business, but the Discord messages got leaked, and you know.
In any such cases?
Nah. I was talking about Charles Manson and just sort of got out of context. That's all.
Yeah. Please, Your Honor. It was a joke. It was a prank.
Now, there's nothing much that I paid attention to today. I had to sleep. I had a massive headache yesterday, so I had to sleep. And I found out I just somehow just was in. I woke up in a real awkward position yesterday, so I presumed I've stuffed my neck a bit. So I made sure that definitely wouldn't happen last night. So now I feel so much better. I slept in because I just lacked sleep, so I didn't catch up with much news. But the only news I actually knew of today was something happened with Shadman, hence why I brought him up randomly, because he got into hot water again, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Keemstar made a comment about it again today, and I think that's what really gave it traction.
Oh, yeah.
I think someone recently commissioned Shadman to do another drawing of someone, like a real life figure. And that's that's what caused the controversy. And this is
Was it Kamala Harris? Did he ask her to draw Kamala Harris?
No. I don't think so. But that's like the only news I really know of today. Other than the storms in Western Australia, I think the solar storms, we must be getting something of them, because we've been getting huge storms, like very big violent storms. Oh, that's right. The CrowdStrike IT thing that's still affecting some businesses. The mini Y2K.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
too
why I
much
don't have
about
automatic
that,
updates.
other than
I'm actually not too sure what CrowdStrike actually does, to be honest.
I think they're a third-party kernel developer, right?
Yeah, I think they do something with encryption or deployment, but I'm not sure what that then looks like. I've just absolutely deleted this streamer and their little gamer girl squad on Dead by Daylight. Feels good, man. Yeah.
Oh god, I wish that was me.
I don't think they were very happy after this game.
Probably just destroyed their polycule.
Yep. I think a lot of negative emotional vibes may have occurred.
Okay, here comes the DDTs. I think we're ready for them. I'm surprised Dead by Daylight kept some of its traction, because I remember when it first came out, when Soda Pop and these other old school streamers were playing it.
Yeah, game's horrible. Like, I love it. It's a horrible game.
Like, what's so fun about it?
I don't know, it just kind of is fun. Like, you, at the lower level, like, there's the horror movie aspect, you get to be chased by a movie monster, and I guess that's entertaining. And then you've sort of got kind of like the theming is fun and whatever.
Like the ancient eldritch gods and killers, or put you in perpetual hell suffering or something.
Yeah.
When are you going to put Chucky in? Be like a real
He
small
isn't.
Oh my god.
He's actually one of the most recent killers, yeah.
Oh wow.
Fully voiced and everything.
Damn. I guess they did think of everything.
They have loads of people who actually have Killer Store, they just didn't have the licenses. But they actually have like a... They've actually got like a war chest of all the people, that they would like... It's strongly implied that one of my mains, who's a big broody Brazilian bad bitch, by the way, called the Skull Merchant, who's everyone hates. It's implied that all her animations, all her kit, everything was set up because they had the Predator license, but then they lost it.
Ooh.
And so they released the content anyway, but they just rebranded as the Skull Merchant.
Yeah, that actually makes some sense because I remember some people mentioning.
With like her claws and her animation stuff, it looks exactly like something the Predator would be like, and like her powers like what the Predator would have, her weapons like what the Predator would have. But I obviously couldn't get that license, so
Yeah, licensing deals can be pretty hard.
Yep.
I know I wouldn't be too stingy. If someone wanted a license from me, I'd just give it to them, being a no one. But I guess some companies, oh, not again, really do care about that image. Or maybe money. Maybe it's like, you know, we just want money and you can't afford the license and then you just don't get it. Oh, I'm getting owned. How am I getting owned?
Oh, yes! I've got some quality hate mail.
Are you kidding me? Nothing gets past my bow.
Yes, I live for this shit. I feed off the salt this game generates.
It's been a long time since I ever got hate mail on a video game.
I hit them with the little smiley face and the love heart, and they were not having it at all.
Well, yeah, because you're not clearly sympathizing for their loss. Like you're clearly bathing in their suffering, and it's not very cool. You're purposely being antagonizing and not and understanding their situation, that they are the better gamer, but you just got lucky. You're just playing a top tier. You should probably try playing a character that takes real skill.
I'm just going to message this streamer real quick. Yeah, there we go, sending the little... Alright, she's now trying to talk to me. We're getting out of there. Woman talking. Disconnect from the server immediately, dude. You can't.
Oh, now you're really getting to the toxic gamer mindset. You really are playing the part. I'm going to need a disclaimer that you're just role-playing as the toxic gamer.
I am merely pretending.
Seriously?
Tis but an act.
Are you kidding me? Nothing gets past my bow.
I'm normally the guy who would just shoot the shot and then never respond. It just goes to the void.
You know, I always just like to, because the thing is, like, I find that really upsets people is you be really positive in the in-game chat. You're always like, good game, well played, you guys had some really sick plays, and they're like, shut the fuck up, man, I hate you! And you're like, oh man, appreciate you, dude, yeah, you have a good luck next game. Thumbs up, smiley face. That drives people nuts.
Well, what defense do they have against it?
Yeah, because you just so like, yeah, man, it's all good. I'm sorry, I probably was going a bit hard at the end there, man. Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. Talk to you like that shit is more toxic than any BM.
I'm so sorry that I got your YouTube video demonetized, bro, but I promise I'll definitely give it a like and a subscribe.
Yeah, like, you know, there is nothing... And to be fair, that girl was actually pretty chill. I spoke to her. She was not actually that upset at all. She said, like, you played well, I like your skin. Because I actually have, like, I'm playing this character called the Plague, and she's got this very goth girl skin, and I had all the free currency and no use for it, so I gave it I gave her the full goth girl treatment.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Australian Dead by Daylight community might be small, that people just know each other.
The high level players definitely do. I'm probably a high level player. I play in anonymous mode, because I just don't want to be involved in like some mentally ill teenagers. Jeez, these guys are so bad.
Oh,
Like I almost feel bad for bad players, because it's kind of like, man, like, because just because the MMR system in this game, I could actually go on a whole rant at this game's MMR system. It's just not a very good. I like MMR in games, but the MMR system they use is not a very good system. Yeah, jump across. Go on, do it again. One more time for me, baby. Come on. Yes. All right, now I'll hit you. There we go.
it's probably a different sort of vibe than Call of Duty complaining about skill-based matchmaking.
Yeah. Genuinely, the vibe here is like MMR is good. The MMR implementation they have is horrible. So for context, the minimum MMR is 1,000. Like there's a kiddie pool which is like 650, which we're in for a few calibration games.
Mm-hmm.
Once you hit 1,000, you're in 1,000 for life. That's effectively the minimum MMR. All right. Then, oh, she's immediately giving up on Hook. Great. We're winning gamers. Once you hit the R, you then go up and up and up. The soft cap for MMR, which is basically the highest band of matchmaking, that is 2,500. Once you're at 2,500, then once at 2,500, that's it. You can be matched against anybody at the high bracket. But the MMR hard cap is 3,000. Once your MMR is 3,000, and you can get about plus minus 20 MMR a match, by the way. Once your MMR is 3,000, you cannot gain MMR anymore. So as you can see, it's not a great system, because imagine if my real MMR, quote unquote, is say like 3,500, where I'm like good, but not amazing. If my real MMR is some number, the problem is that, and someone else's real MMR was like, say 8,000, our MMRs are both, MMRs are both 3,000. So we're both the same level of matchmaking skill. Which we probably aren't. Because MMR, as a concept, is the idea that everyone has a real MMR somewhere. And we don't know what it is. And so we adjust people's MMRs with gain and loss calculations until they reach a stable MMR against games where they win half the time and lose half the time. Because when you're at like a 50-50 knife edge, your MMR stays about the same.
Mm.
That's like the basis of the system, right? And so the idea of and so the problem is that if you really constrict MMR like that, you can't actually create an accurate picture of what people's actual MMRs is. Oh, I just randomly guessed. Cool. And so that's why the MMR system in Deep Red Daylight is bad. Not because it exists, but because it's implemented so badly. And so if you either uncapped or if you unbound MMR, because there is preferential laddering, the idea that it will try and get a game with the tightest MMR spread it can, but the game also massively prioritizes queue time. For example, if someone quits a lobby and re-queues, then literally they'll be put into the next available lobby.
Oh yeah.
regardless of what the lobby's MMR is. So
you
sometimes
get
I get
high
lobbies like
variance.
this, where I just get like matched with like an absolute Bambi group of people, which is not a great game for me because for me it's boring. For them, it's like miserable, right? Because like they're not supposed to play against me, right? Like I'm not their matched opponent here. But the problem is sometimes like I went up against a guy who's considered again an equal MMR to me, and he is a 8,000 hour comp player, who's on like a comp team. But we both have the same MMR system. We have the same MMR according to the system, right? That's like we're the same rank, even though that guy's clearly better than me. It's a real issue with the system as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know how they're supposed to fix it, but they should.
They're indie devs, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
They're a big enough studio now. I think they are technically indie, but they make a lot of money from Dead by Daylight. They sell a lot of cosmetics. There's a girl called Feng Min, or aka Mingers, who is this like Chinese gamer e-girl, and she makes, and there's like 1 billion Feng Min skins, and all the horny Feng Min players all play her. Oh
Sounds
no,
like
you
a
don't,
good
buddy.
time.
Yeah, there's a lot of very horny skins in Dead by Daylight, which is hilarious as far as I'm concerned.
I'm just surprised it's, you know,
Yeah,
gotten as
they
far
have
as it did, given its
Oh.
premise.
they've got skin money for days, bro.
Come on.
And also, just to make it competitive, this game is like just extremely popular with women. So it's rare for like a AAA game to have like a big female audience. It's like, I know like women play games and that's fine, but like women would be a good 30+% of the player base, probably higher. And one of the interesting reasons then you ask people, you know, like, you know, why do you play Dead by Daylight if you don't play games? A lot of it is that there's no voice chat. And there's no real communication systems. So it's actually like I cringe at the term, but it's actually quite a safe place for women to play online. Because, you know, no one knows you're a girl. Like, no one knows you're a girl. And I think for some people that's really appealing. And I think that's great. I think it's cool that women play games. And the big part of that is that system, and also, like, you know, it's fun. It's basically a game of tag, right? Like, that's what the game is. I think playing tag is fun. At the high level, obviously at high levels, it's a different game and whatever. But, it's a game of tag, and I think that's just an enjoyable, simple experience. And the low MMR system, low MMRs, the system works perfectly well. Which is probably, like, a good thing. Low MMR, it's like a really good system. And, these guys are too good. I need the good build. The system actually works perfectly, funnily enough. It's only at high MMR where it's really shit. And I think DBD makes a lot of money from the casual player base. So I think they deliberately designed the MMR system more as a way of keeping the high-level players away from the low-level players, rather than trying to make a balanced experience.
Yeah, it would make sense.
It's more about protecting the kiddie pool. But yeah, it's skin money. They make a shitload of skin money. And like, also, they release fairly regular DLC, and they have a season pass and whatever. Skin money is a big part of it, and I think that's fine. I think their business model's actually, like, quite fair. You can buy Killers and Survivors to get their perks and whatever. If it's a licensed character, you have to pay basically premium currency, like dollars, because they have to pay a revenue share back to the company who owns the license. So, like, fair enough. For everything else, you can grind a free currency, which is pretty grindy, to be fair, but you can do it if you really want to.
Is it a free-to-play game, or do you have to pay in?
It's like $30, $20, $30.
Oh, yeah.
It's double A pricing.
Come on, headshot.
And I think probably a big part of why it succeeds is, ironically, it's low MMR players, because it's a game that's not conceptually difficult to play. Like, at Really Home and Mars, it's a very different game. Like, but it's very easy to pick up. Like, anyone can kind of run around and, you know, be chased by the killer, and it's all a bunch of fun. And, you know, anyone can do that. And, like, that's a totally valid way to play the game. And I think they actually... And I think a lot of the high-level players who say how awful a lot of the game systems are, it's like... I think it is valid they feel that, because they are high-level players.
Awesome.
And I think the high-level experience of this game is probably... Oh, she's one of those people, okay. Okay. Well, you're gonna... I know your trick now. That's fine. A lot of high-level players... Okay, these guys are actually quite good. No, never mind, she's a dumbass. Okay.
Incoming.
But, yeah, I think the low-level experience is, like, just a different game that, is a much more enjoyable experience. It's a great game, ironically, if you suck. Which I find really funny. And so, yeah, I think that's a big part of why it succeeds, because ironically it appeals to casuals and it appeals to women.
Yeah,
It
which
sounds
is
like
a
an odd
market
thing to
that's
say.
pretty profitable if you
Yeah,
can get
exactly.
a hold of
It's
it.
a profitable market and also a very underserved market. There are very few games that are genuinely quite welcoming to, like, a casual and female player base. This is to say that those markets can't enjoy other games, but it's had a lot of success in that market. And I think there's money to be made there, because there are very few, like, there are a lot of, like, people who I've sort of seen who pretty much only play Dead by Daylight. That's the only, like, core 3D game they actually... The only core 3D game they actually play.
If you remember in DMZ mode, we only came across only a handful of women that actually used VoIP, and if you do recall, one of them did say, "Oh, I normally don't talk much because it's Call of Duty."
Because it's Call of Duty, right? Like, you know, why the fuck would you talk in Call of Duty if you're a woman?
All these guys out here posting their, "Oh, bro, why can't I find a girlfriend? Geez, I wonder, pal." They're probably right there in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I just managed to wipe these guys because they're all hanging around trying to do flashy shit rather than play the game properly. Many such cases, dude.
Now, one thing I'm curious about that I need to go look at is how Arena Breakout is coming along. If you remember that
Not well,
game.
probably.
Yeah, I imagine. If I didn't hear much about it, it's probably not going good.
Yep.
Because remember last time I looked into it, the BSG boys found out that they very well did copy the meshes.
Oh, they actually copied some textures, did they?
Yeah, something like the meshes were like almost identical, like basically identical. But they changed the textures or something. Like there was something changed, but it wasn't really good enough. But the real death knell for them was when some of the code mentions killer to Gila.
Oh no, that was actually... Oh, Tagilla is a bit less defensible, but Kill A was one thing that was linked, which was like... Oh, they meant killer, but it's like just kill A.
Ah.
Which is like, that's a
variable,
fairly
yeah.
innocuous place, yeah. Yeah, because I saw the killer thing of like proving that killer was in the game, but I wasn't buying that one.
But I don't know. I just I feel like DMZ was as good as it gets, and then they killed
Yep.
it.
Yeah, I think DMZ was as close as that kind of genre game. I'm still holding up a beautiful light. I reckon that game would be good.
Now I don't think I've paid much attention to that. I've heard of it, but I don't remember too much of it.
Yeah, beautiful light. It's basically going to be probably like modern era Punch Showdown.
Oh yeah.
I think it could be good. Like, but sort of like glowy Spec Ops, you know, night vision goggles and, you know, M4s kind of. But Punch Showdown. And you can play as the monsters.
Basically like Delta Green.
Yep. Delta Green, SCP. It's like SCP the game, basically, but like not in a cringe fanfiction way, but like the idea of special forces units who to kill horrible monsters and each other.
Damn, really is SCP.
Yep.
My OC is the most strongest SCP because when
Hey.
it looks at you, it will literally run through walls and kill you.
Secure, cringe, and protect more like SCP is so bad. It used to be so good and they fucked it up.
It reminds
Is
me
every
yesterday
colour
when I
in
was
the race
talking about
now?
creative writing. I remember there used to be on old forums in 2000s like share stories, like you write with other people.
Oh
in the
yeah,
thread.
yeah.
Like it's kind of like role playing, but I guess it is role playing. All right, I'm
They've
coping,
got
but
an, they've
it's,
got an entire 4chan board for that now. It's called Quest.
yeah, quests have been around forever.
Yeah.
It's probably, you know, keeping up their tradition, but I remember in some of these things, some people just made the most overpowered characters.
Oh, that's forum RPGs. I remember that shit now.
Yeah,
yes.
yes, that's it. Yes. There was a bit of talk about cringe from the old days.
I
had
played a
some of
forum
that.
RPG or two in my time.
Yeah. I remember there's just people that just there's some actual real good ones, but then you just got some people like, no, you got to understand that my Uchiha Yuhara inspired character can completely stop time and then spin around you 30 times, slicing you up like a juggalo with a hatchet.
Yeah.
Or
Now we're
drinking
talking,
Fago
baby.
and
Now
then
we're talking.
stop
Kino.
time- unstop time and you die. It's like, okay,
Kino,
but
Kino,
how's this
Kino.
interesting?
So Kino, dude.
It was even worse when Bleach was a thing. Oh no, when the anime players came on.
Oh, yeah.
no, brother.
Is there anything anime hasn't ruined, dude? That's what I'm curious about, man.
Oh yeah.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't think there's an answer.
I am Quincy.
Just like Net 2.0, I don't think we'll ever find a solution or an answer.
Yes, jump on the pallet, please. Yeah, keep going, keep going. Jump on the pallet, dude. Yeah, come on, you'll get. It was sick. Keep going. Yes, keep going. And this dance with this guy doesn't know what the hell I'm doing. He's not ready for the level of genius play that I'm making here. It's about now when you'll start to be infected. Nice.
But one thing I've been enjoying with trying to get like slowly snail pace getting back into creative writing is articulation. Because I need,
Yep.
although mentally I know exactly what I want to say, how I say, I may think very fast.
Mm.
I'm a very slow thrower when it comes to verbal. So the creative writing helps articulate the thoughts into a way where, you know, it's like script writing. I can write a script.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's probably what I'm enjoying with creative writing at the moment. It just gives me an excuse because I've been an academic writer, like in uni, and it just really destroyed me. Like, I found it very hard to not write academically because I never liked writing academia, especially with standards. But I sort of had to grind it into me and be like, well, this is just how you have to do it. But then after uni, I just kind of never went. I can't read books for leisure, and I can't write creatively anymore. And that was like the story for quite a long time. And I thought, you know what, I might just try and get back into creative writing and see if I may still enjoy it. And like I said, it's a snail's pace. But I think one of the traps a lot of people fall, because I'm not, as you might presume, you may have never thought about someone like me. I'm not someone who likes structure too much. I know you may have never guessed that.
I am shocked, frankly.
I may very well politically
shocked.
enjoy decentralizing of systems, but anyway. When it comes to story writing, there's so many different types of writing disciplines, like screenplay, novel writing. Like writing for a book is so much different than writing a screenplay as it is writing a game story. Like, it's so many different skill sets that you need to account for.
Absolutely. And like the kind of skills that you learn and the kind of like stories that work in one over the other, there's a tremendous amount of variety there. One of the things that I think is pretty cool, that you can learn different kinds of writing and different skills based around what is useful. And for, like, it's like things that work well as game stories, like, are bad movies, and so on, and the vice versa as well. It's a thing that I find really interesting.
Oh, so if something would flop as a movie, it could be very well better as a interactive game script.
Yeah, exactly. And often you see the reverse. And that's like a big part of the writing process, at least I think. Yeah, nice. That's 3 down.
I guess it makes sense. Like, good luck turning Metal Gear into an
Metal Gear,
movie.
there's like unfilmable, right? And like some books are considered unfilmable, like Blood Meridian. How would you ever make a fucking Blood Meridian movie? Right? You couldn't do it.
Oh,
like that shit.
That book with the judge and all that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that would be an unfilmable book. People have tried and they've all failed, right?
That was the reputation All of the Rings had for quite a long time, didn't it?
Yeah, the only way that they are able to do Lord of the Rings, and I generally really like the Lord of the Rings film, but a big part of what made that film work as a film was that, you know, they cut out all this shit that didn't matter.
There's also some, like, interesting filming techniques that they helped develop to better, you know, do stuff right.
Absolutely, like a lot of effort went into how they made that movie. But also a lot of it isn't, like, there will be some artists who care about like the purity of the book or whatever, who hate the film because it didn't have like blimby blue, you know, the forest wizard.
Nothing gets past my bow.
You know, there with his like magical stag slay or whatever. Because the things is like, the kind of detail that makes like a book really detailed and rich makes a movie unwatchably fucking slow. Because they're just different media.
Yes.
And I think also before the Peter Jackson, it was Peter Jackson, wasn't it? That did the trilogy. There were the Hobbit movies that came before or after. I know there was movies before, but then there was also a Hobbit after that movie. But I know the movies that before Peter Jackson's were not that highly regarded.
No,
I think Smorg, the movie with the Smorg, that was after.
that was after Lord of the Rings.
yeah.
Yeah. And Peter Jackson didn't actually want to do them, but they basically said if you don't do them, we'll find someone who will. And Peter didn't think there's anyone else who could actually do it, and he was probably right.
I know that it was the Amazon that did the Rings of Power.
Yeah,
I've
that
read
was
they
really
didn't
bad.
have many
Jackson didn't do
licenses
that,
to
no.
work with. They didn't.
No,
they
I think
didn't,
they bought the license. Like I know Jeff Bezos famously spent a lot of money
yeah, like
on the
billions, but apparently they only had the rights to everything that was in the movies. They didn't have the rights to Silmarillion.
Oh, Silmarillion? Oh, really?
They had no rights to that, and then there was the some kind of after book with Galadriel, like it was in like his unfinished tales, where I don't know if they had the rights to that or if they didn't. They might have had the rights to the unfinished tales, but I do know that one of the many problems they ran with licensing is they just were not given the rights to the main books that they wanted. They only had 3 out of 7. Is it 7? I think. Well, they only had, anyway, they didn't have the full licensing, and I think they might have thought that they would get it, and maybe they already like
had planned around it.
and it just didn't. They kind of went as they, they just went as they went along, and it just became a bit of a clusterfire. But that's what I read. I got interested because I heard no one talking about this, and I do remember Jeff Bezos spending billions, like it was billions of dollars.
Yep.
What is essentially considered a commercial failure.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like Matty Walsh here, the internet's business music nerd. But
Nothing gets past my bow.
but there was also a problem where with quite a number of the writers, they had such a focus on like a lot of the inclusion aspects of the thing in ways that were just that most audiences actually found kind of preachy and annoying.
Like virtual signaling.
Yeah. And what was interesting is I read a great piece in, admittedly, the Telegraph, not the Australian one, the UK one. But it's still pretty rightoid news. But basically it was about how the problem with like Netflix and Disney, as they are right now, is they have all this money that they can spend because they aren't trying to make money. So they don't really care if like their products actually like sell well. They just kind of make the products that a certain class of people who live in LA would like to. They tell the stories that they think should be told rather than the stories that people actually want to hear. And the problem is that shit is getting margin called so hard. Not only that the left is getting destroyed, it's like purely just like it's not that most people are like as angry about this shit as like the righties are. It's just that I think most people just don't care, and a lot of other plot elements are sacrificed in sort of the name of this a lot of plot elements are sacrificed in the name of this kind of like political movement.
Come on.
And for better or for worse. And so then the problem is like that it doesn't produce appealing stories that people actually kind of want to see. Like ultimately the numbers show that stuff like The Rings of Power has not been commercially successful.
Kidding me? Nothing gets past my bow.
If
And
I
we can
remember
talk-
correctly, it was not even in the top 10s of the
Yep.
most streamed shows, and
Yeah.
I think it was 27th. I don't remember, but I remember it was considered a massive flop, and people just did not like it. And I think they did. This is where I probably read it. There was like an internal analysis done that they
Yeah.
made public, and a lot of it, as I said before, their excuse was like, look, we just did not have the rights. The showrunners,
The
I think,
whole thing,
are
yeah.
the ones who said this. They're like, look, we didn't have the rights, and we just went with what we were allowed to work with. And they did have to just, the law that they worked off was basically whatever was after Peter Jackson's Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings. Now, there is a matter of limitation as an excuse, but I do know that a lot of marketing was really, as you said it was like, look, we're doing this thing, for you. And it made so many, there was the whole outrage culture over, which makes me cringe, where everyone's like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. But you also do have to, make a good product. And I'm not too sure where the failure was. Like, if they thought they were going to get the licensing, then the estate just said, no, thank you. And then they just had to fake it until they made it, or...
They had to do it, yeah. But that's the thing, is there's a bit of a reckoning coming for a lot of this streaming television, and I don't want to sort of turn and say there's a reckoning for the likes. It's none of that. Genuinely, I don't think I think that's a silly thing, but it's more like I don't think they're actually really producing a lot of media that the average person wants to see. And I think they've lost sight of the fact that this stuff actually needs a fucking audience. And the audience for a lot of this material just isn't there. It's a very loud and extremely online audience. And so that's the engagement look, and they look at, the Twitter engagement, and they think this is good, but, the streaming numbers aren't there. They're not moving product.
This was a problem back in the 2010s, where the market made a demand, for video games, but then when it came for the bottom line to be met, no one bought the game.
Yeah.
And perhaps this is as simple as there's people whose job it is to make a decision on what's best for shareholder money, like what product we're going to make. And they go, well, look, we took the statistics from twitter.com to justify this decision and we're going with it. And it flopped. And that's just ultimately hindsight. Perhaps they, at the time, just thought that this trend was a trend off some whatever resources they had. And we don't know what their measurement was to make this decision. But I don't like to think of a lot of these narratives being pushed where it's like, oh, big tech at it again, being controlled by Hollywood, blah, blah. It's just people making decisions based off whatever statistic they saw or made them do it, and people agreed to do it, and it just didn't work, and that's the consequence.
As I tell a lot of people who are kind of more conspiratorial and minded, and I sort of say, it's not that I, think you're lying or whatever, it's just that I just don't think real life is, frankly, that interesting a lot of the time.
I do. It's like I really want to believe in a conspiracy, but it's very hard to. It's like when you think about it, the simple answer is more than likely the correct one, and it generally is.
Yeah, and that's Occam's razor, right? Occam's razor is this idea that, simple answers are answers that make sense.
Oh, damn, I thought I coined that up. Oh, no.
No, it's a pretty old idea, Occam's razor, my dude.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, sorry, mate, you're not getting the...
trap?
Yep. I'm afraid that's not
oh no.
It's not a Ram Snacks original, that one, I'm afraid, dude.
I can pretend.
I can cope.
But I think there was a word, and we said it before, sensationalism.
Yeah.
There's definitely something that's been plaguing. This probably does play into the Web 2.0. You got to sensationalize things to make people want to interact and to want to read. Where a good narrative sells, obviously. People want to see a good story. But then it also helps to be like, well, and this is probably what kills me inside. It's like the left versus right rhetoric, where it's a simple rhetoric to understand there's two sides to a story. And then one side did this, another side did that, and then, all these things are pushed aside on one or the other, and you got to support them. And it's like, well, maybe I'm so sick of this. Maybe everyone's sick of hearing this rhetoric. We just want real things done, not just,
Politics is a team sport, baby.
It is possible that we are seeing this trough or downturn of this sort of cultural movement, where it's like people who were getting into politics when they were young, because we do have rotating generations, which is something I think a lot of us don't think about. There's so many generations being introduced to the internet each year, you know, like the TikTok generation.
Mm.
Like I feel like TikTok it was around for ages, but it didn't actually take off until a certain period of time, right? When the US allowed it to come into, well, the US allowed it to keep functioning in their country because they were worried about it being a Chinese-owned software. And then all I remember is silence, and then now I just can't go anywhere without hearing TikTok meme or. Oh wow! I forgot to eat my dinner. Hope there's no cockroaches in here. Oh, that's just extra protein. Oh,
Yeah.
there's actually a cockroach there. Hang on.
Nice.
Not on the food.
Yuville eats the bugs.
Talking about Web 2.0 made me forget about my dinner.
Web 4.0. It's coming soon, dude. Why is no one trying to help this poor woman?
Their Discord group gave up on them.
Incoming!
Like, I'm happy to, like, chase another target if they give me another target, but...
But yeah, it's definitely something I want to look into, especially Twitch's financial standings as well, because it's been a while. Because I do remember the CEO once said, "Oh, you know, until Amazon came in, they were struggling."
Yep. Video is just very expensive, man.
I can imagine. Like, there is no pay-in to start an account; it's free. So of course they're gonna like so much server space.
Yeah, and like also the bandwidth. Like, it's one that's another thing to serve it at high speed.
Like, I really wouldn't blame Twitch if they said, "Hey, if you actually want a Twitch account, you got to pay us a one-time payment of like $20 or something." You know what I mean?
So, if anything else, they'll do two things, right? One is that it would also stop them from people from forming accounts as much. The idea of like anyone who's actually serious about being a streamer would probably spend $20.
Yep.
BFB incoming! Awesome! Incoming! Yes.
Anyone who really wants to do it would spend $20.
Like, I'm just saying, Twitch, because we made up this idea, we own the IP rights for the very
Yeah, we
idea
want
of
we
charging
want
a
we
pay.
want 10% of that $6. We want 60 cents to stream it, dude.
It's our idea. We will sue. We know Saul Goodman.
Yeah. I actually am Saul Goodman.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, I'll just
You got out of prison
what I'll do is I'll use
recently.
an AI like face filter.
I think being our generation, because we've already seen so much of this stuff already happen, but there's so many younger people that just don't get it because they only just came into all this stuff not knowing any better.
I think that's a root
I think
cause of a lot of cancel culture.
I think a lot of older people just should be able to, you know, be there for them.
Be nice. I think a lot of cancel culture comes down to younger people having this sort of big obsession with what I call ideological purity. The idea of having never thought bad things or having the bad opinions or whatever at any stage. because they are simply not old enough to understand. They aren't old enough yet to have sort of had reviews they've regretted, if you know what I mean. Because from their perspective, they've never thought a bad thing in their life. And that's probably true from their end perspective. While they look at other people who, say, had edgy jokes that, you know, it wouldn't exactly land at the comedy club today. But they've never been there, so they don't actually have that empathy of understanding of, hey, I've said some stupid shit too. Because like on Discord servers, I mean, there are younger people, guys who are like sort of 16, 18, whatever. And you're kind of like, look, man, what you said is retarded. And that's not a problem. Like, I said, I can't, actually, I'm supposed to say that word on Twitch, so I'm trying to... I forgot! This is a great example, right? Like, I said some shit that was stupid when I was your age, too. Alright? And that's not your fault. You know? You were, like, 18. You were going to say stupid shit. And, like, that's fine. And I am never going to hold that against you. But I'm still going to call you stupid. And they get all defensive and shit about it. I'm like, literally, dude, it doesn't matter. Like, you're allowed to be a fucking idiot. Like, that's fine.
I think it gets mixed in when people are trying to actually make a difference from people who would have otherwise maybe got away with something, but then it just gets pumped in with this general outrage, right? Because it's just so easy to do. I like to think of it as modern day mob mentality.
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. You're absolutely correct.
But everyone now has a smartphone. Everyone has access to the internet. It's just so much easier to get the word out, to know the person, to know where they live, and then do something about it. And look, some people have done bad things, and people deserve to know that there could be very well a bad person here. But
a lot of proverbial babies.
The extremity of the case, it's like, who's the judge, jury, and executioner? Was there a trial that this person went to, or is this just public court? You know, there's so much that goes into it. But I'm not too sure of what the ethical right way is.
Because here's the thing, right? Everyone actually loves punching down, right? They talk about, like, you know, punch down humor, and like back in the day, that was like making fun of fat people, making fun of gay people, making fun of trans people, whatever, right? You know, making, like, punching down from a position of superiority to a position of inferiority. Humans people love punching humor. Again, I was a stand-up comedian, a very amateurish one, but I was a stand-up comedian for like a period of time when I was at university. What has changed is the acceptable targets. That's the only thing that's, like, different. The appeal of being able to punch down on somebody else has always been there. Right? That's a built-in, that's a baked-in thing. So I had a whole stand-up bit making fun of those awkward nerdy guys who... and it was a joke that appealed to, like, because these were like uni student crowds, right? So it was the kind of joke that the girls really liked, and some of them being really defensive about like those kind of like weird, awkward dudes on college campuses. You know, ladies, you know those fellas, you're at your lecture and the guy hangs around, and they just kind of want to talk to you, like, oh, no hug, and they always want to ask you some shit, and like, you know, like, you're not stupid, ladies, you know what the fuck they're on about. And I always find some reason to talk to, and like, the girls all laugh, the boys are all like looking incredibly angry.
Yeah, you're about to get stabbed on your way out.
Yeah.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yeah.
I think it makes sense you say that, but then you get these people going, well, back in the day I could have got away with it. You know, and it's like, well,
it's true.
What kind of audience are you targeting? Like,
yeah.
Like, where's your failure? You know, if people aren't finding you funny, do you even have the right audience? Like, who are you advertising to?
Yeah.
Like, it's just so, there's a lot of things that go into it, but then they just jump on, and this is everyone, where there's a very complicated matter, but then they just simplify it into a very left or right thing, and then it just gets lost in translation, I think, like the more detailed situation. And that's why things just don't get figured out.
Mm.
Because it's just like, well, you know, explain yourself. I don't know, it's just lefties don't want me saying a very rude word. And it's like, okay, well, what did you say? Like, what was the context? How'd you say it? Was it even funny? Like,
I figured so. Well, maybe you're just not very funny.
and that's the thing. It's like, was it even a good joke? Maybe they didn't laugh because it wasn't a good joke.
Are you kidding
I
me?
remember I was revealed a guy's material once, and he was sort of and I sort of and it was like this quite edgy human. So there's always the thing that people who try new to me, they sort of want to do shock jokes, right? They want to do like the Jimmy Carr material, right? The Jimmy Carr shit. And I fucking love Jimmy Carr. I think it's hilarious, but like, and another guy who like really idolized Norm Macdonald, he told these kind of awkward, surrealist jokes. And I kind of said, man, this material's not going to land. And he said, yeah, but Norm Macdonald did it in his stand-up, and I love Norm Macdonald, and Norm Macdonald is Norm Macdonald. I said, man, you are not Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald was rare because he could make this work. You're not fucking Norm Macdonald. And they'll disagree with me and say I'm wrong, then they'll go on stage. And then they just got, and like, it was just awkward. Because to sort of master the, like, a comedy, like, awkward comedy, like the Andy Kaufmans, you know, the Norm Macdonalds, right? That shit is fucking hard. Right? No one wants to hear it, but like, you know, and that's the thing they say, maybe it's not that like the wokeists, you know, are coming in to silence you, because you're automatically assuming that the content is good. Right? You are making the assumption that you're making good content and that people are out to harm you. That's the problem. The problem is people are out to harm me. My content is great because you're not critically evaluating. Maybe your content just sucks.
Nothing gets past my
It's
Now,
my
since-
sincere belief that 90% of everything sucks. It's called Sturgeon's Law. And the thing is that we aren't usually aware of most of the stuff that sucks. We don't know about it.
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
Yeah, we never find out because it sucks and never gets anywhere. Right? You know, it's confined to history. It's a survivor. It's survivorship bias in action. You know, they say that they don't make them like they used to. That's because all the shit that broke long ago and got thrown away. All you got left is the good shit.
Well, since you like stand-up so much, you know what we should probably do? Go and see what Friendly Geordie's stand-up routine looks like.
Turn off the recording, mate. I don't know if I necessarily enjoy a Friendly Geordie stand-up bit.
Look, we go through one of his like comedy routines and we do a review about it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Then we could get him so mad that he comes on the podcast.
Yeah, he has to explain himself. I got
Now,
it.
Mr. Geordie, I'd like you to explain this joke, please.
Yeah,
why
there
was
was
it
this one
funny?
line where you just said John Howard and everyone laughed. Could you could you explain that?
Yeah.
What was the intention?
And there's actually an interesting dynamic with that, actually. When you have a new comic versus an established comic, right? This goes back to Jimmy Carr and like the Jimmy Carr edge material. Jimmy Carr, and that's always, I always hear about fucking Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr this, Jimmy Carr that. And I told a guy, right, not the Norm Macdonald, this is a different guy, I said, look, man, I'll be real with you, Doc. How much does a Jimmy Carr show ticket cost? And he wasn't sure, and I said, look, it's about £75. This was back a few years ago, right? It's expensive. He's a top grade comedian, right? He's like an A-list comedian. People who are paying £75 to go see Jimmy Carr are paying £75 to go see Jimmy Carr. And the guys just looked at me funny because I just said some random tautological bullshit, right? But there was a point to it in that these people are self-selecting to go to a Jimmy Carr comedy routine.
And not just some, you know.
Yeah,
wannabe.
exactly. So what it basically boils down to is those dudes have fucking signed up to come to a Jimmy Carr show. They know what that involves. They're expecting that person to do some Jimmy Carr, you know? They want at that show. If you're at like the open mic night at a university, at like a university bar, right? They're often like younger audiences, they skew more female, you know? They do not want Hitler humor. They don't want to hear the most offensive joke in the world, right? Because that's like a common Jimmy Carr thing. He talks about the most offensive joke that he's thought up recently. Those people would never go to a Jimmy Carr show, right? Unfortunately, those people are your audience because you're not Jimmy Carr. And for some people, they didn't realize this. They simply thought, well, because this is funny to me, because this is good content, this is not, like, you've got the wrong audience, dude. These are not your people.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm not sure if we said it earlier in the past, but sometimes it's not you being cancelled. You just really weren't appealing to
Maybe
the
your
right
shit's
crowd,
just
or the
not
thing
very
you
good.
said just wasn't generally agreeable. But in this guy's case, it was quite emotional. Like, he clearly likes the guy and wants to be like the guy,
Yeah.
but just doesn't have anything to offer.
It's like, you're not good enough to do this thing that you want to do.
And I think that really does hurt a lot of males, specifically, because if you, not sure if you remember, but I remember we once talked about it, where men who fail SAS training just break down crying sometimes because it's so much effort to just be told you failed.
Yeah, you're not good enough.
Yeah, and it just hits really hard,
Incoming.
you know? Just hits this guy really hard. And ultimately, it's what you do with that failure that matters, right? It's like, okay, I wasn't good enough SAS, you know, this year. I'm not like Kyle Rittenhouse that failed the entry exam, got barred from ever coming back. You can do it again next year.
Yep.
And some people do. Like, even in accounting, you fail your CPA exam, just do it again. It's humiliating. It's humiliating to fail, but ultimately I feel like it's just a matter of perspective. It's like, okay, I was not good enough to clear what was expected of me, and I got to do better. Because ultimately, you know, what you learn in uni is the start. Like, this is the entry point. It's not the end of it. You're going to the real world where real world consequences happen. You have to be ready. And if you can't pass this exam, you're not ready, and it's more protecting you. It's protecting you from the real world.
This is a real thing. A way that I made money when I was at uni was, this is a story. I actually have an entire thing that's called The Myth of High Performance, which will absolutely be an episode. This is a little teaser. I basically, one of the ways you made money as a medical student was that you would do coaching for the UMAT, which is the undergraduate medical admissions test. It's the extra quiz you got to do to join a medical program. You need to get certain scores in the UMAT before you'd even be considered, right? So everyone would coach on how to do well at the UMAT. And there's this guy who he was going to pay me some money to coach him. And then I realized this guy had sat the UMAT 7 times. And I kind of had a chat to him, and I said, look, I'm just going to give you like some practice questions. I always do that to sort of get a feel of where someone's up to kind of know where they needed help, right?
Yep.
And this guy just fucking bombed it. He couldn't do half of it. And I sort of said, look, man. And he was surprised, and I was like, what is the UMAT for? Why do we do the UMAT? And the guy didn't really understand the question. I was like, but why do we do the UMAT? Like, what's the UMAT for? When ran around it. He sort of didn't. I said, look, this test you're about to do here is easier than anything that you will do in a medical program. Like, I sort of said that very clearly to him, like,
Yeah.
this is easier than anything else you're about to do with the rest of your fucking life if you got in. He said, because it basically boiled down to this guy just basically thought that UMAT was just this thing he had to pass, and as long as I can pass him, then I can just go be a doctor. He just viewed it as like this barrier, you know? It was just this box he had to tick. If he completed UMAT, then he could go be a doctor and everything would be awesome. And I sort of said, well, no, this thing is designed that, you know, this is a kind of it. Frankly, there's nothing in this. This is easier than what you'll do in the actual course. This is easier than what you'll do in the job. If you can't get through up to 7 goes, man, maybe this isn't for you. Like, the role is to basically make sure that you're someone who's going to be capable of doing the rest of the material. You know, maybe this isn't for you. Maybe you're not cut out for this. And that's okay. And he got really upset. Not like he wasn't angry at me, because I think he knew in his heart of hearts that I was right.
Yeah, it just, you know, you refuse to believe it. And then when you have some random stranger tell him, it just clicked with them.
Yeah, like, I didn't take his money. Because it would have been easier for me, and I would, frankly, more profitable for me if I'd just taken his money. I could have done the things knowing they wouldn't have worked. But that felt wrong even for me. Right? Like, I couldn't, in my right mind, sort of say, hey, do this and do that. I was like, maybe this is just a way of them protecting you from investing into something that will disappoint you.
Probably, you know, might have had all the best intentions, but medicine's
Yeah.
hard. Medicine has real life consequences.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's like a thing of, like, if you're not capable of understanding the material and thinking in a certain way, you know, you can hurt people.
BFB incoming.
You know, you can absolutely hurt people if you do the wrong thing.
Yeah, you lose a wire.
Oh,
Yeah. Happened to a boss of mine once.
Oh,
Some people lose wires.
got
I
to
never
roll.
lost a wire, for the record.
In Minecraft.
incoming.
It definitely happens, though.
Look, all I know is I'm gonna be healthy, and I'm gonna prolong the inevitability of ever going to a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And then because to me, the doctor might as well come in with a plague mask on.
Yep.
With leeches
Yeah,
and
you
be like,
see,
"Here
there
you
are
go."
too many ghosts in your blood.
Too many demons have invaded you from playing those video games, son. We need the leeches to suck out the evil souls. I don't know, whatever the
Yeah.
medieval.
BFB.
But all
That's
I know
kind
is
of
some of
cool.
the surgery is medieval tech.
Just get the ghosts out of your bloodstream.
Incoming.
That sounds like a real good bit for a cartoon. Where someone has a phobia of the hospital, and they just have that line where they just feel like they can't trust doctors, and the doctor comes, okay, we got some ghosts in your bloodstream, and we got to extract them, and they have like this real quack way of doing it.
Oh yeah.
We gotta take the ghosts out of your blood with cocaine.
Oh, but you don't have a private health insurance, so we can't use the good stuff.
It's like, oh, is it public versus private insurance? It's like, oh, public insurance.
BFB incoming.
Well,
What next?
Goodbye.
guess we don't have a choice.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it's like then like the plague doctor walks in. Ah, don't worry, I graduated from the finest school of medicine in the Philippines.
Oh, yo, shout outs to the Philippines, all the Filipinos out there.
Yeah, shout out to all Filipino subscribers.
Philippines mentioned.
I immediately watched this 10 of them join and call us Portuguese.
COMG incoming.
Oh, so now I got to write this in my to-do list. We had the. I want to see what the Twitch's financial standings after at least a year or last.
Is that before or after you buy all the ammonium nitrate fertilizer you can buy?
Before.
Oh, okay. You're still good to get the fertilizer, right?
Yeah. It's all good. I got
Nice.
Tony's on it.
Nice, good.
So my prints or paper tray won't be on it.
Headshot.
I love Bunnings. Literally has everything you need.
Everything you
Possibly
could
ever
ever want. Yep.
Look, all I know is when I bought caustic soda at Coles, they asked me questions as to, sir, why
Yep.
do you need so much caustic soda? Right, real story.
Yeah.
Is it for cleaning? I'm like, yes, 100%. If I buy it from Bunnings, they don't ask questions.
Yeah, the guy, when I asked the guy from Bunnings where to find all the quicklime, he didn't have a single question for me at all.
COMG
I
incoming.
think it's against
I
company
said-
policy.
Yes, actually, he's like, oh, third patio this week, Bones? And I said, yeah.
Yeah, it's for one of my many houses.
Yeah, I'm a very successful medical practitioner, you know,
Nice.
Yeah, say hi to your wife to me when you go
Yeah,
home.
my new wife. My other one went back overseas. You know how it is.
Those doctors.
Oh, you know how it is. Yeah, the guys at Bunnings, I think, you know, if you're trying to like hide a body or plan a murder, I think Bunnings is your guy. I was actually going to do a little show and tell thing on how to hide a body. I thought Mark would get some input from Mark. He studies criminology.
Oh yeah, that might be some good content, you know.
Unironically, I think, you know, in like a non-crazy way, like I'm pretty sure it's not demonetizable or whatever, because it's more about like forensics, right?
Yeah, and you know, if it becomes successful and you get an audience, we can get Spaniard to chime in and give his
Oh
opinion.
yeah, it's like, you know, like real hood warrior, like real hood warrior reacts to body disposal techniques. Like, the thing is, you know, I see what you're doing here, but no one's ever, the cops will catch you when you do that, cunts.
Kapow!
So fucking heartbreak at the person.
I don't know what he says, but he has like a kapow kind of thing
Yeah.
to it. He has the energy, right?
Yeah, the bush maneuver.
Like, see, this is what makes Friendly Geordie so powerful. He has that guy as an ally.
Yep.
You know, like, I don't think John Ballarara had a chance. Like, you have the entirety of the secret police versus Spaniard's crew.
Yeah, if those guys are doing the bush maneuver, there's no hope, dude.
It's probably why he didn't go missing with the construction company full of, you know, those guys. When he outed their operation and they, you know, said, you got to take down that video or we're just going to straight out do something very naughty to people you know. Allegedly. I don't know. I only go off what the internet tells me, mate. Did I ever tell you how I was in a random, you know, voice channel, and this guy, he jokingly just threatens me with a gun, you know, just as a joke, obviously, like humour. But I said to him, you know, I know it's a joke. That's what I said to him. I know it's a joke, but I don't. Although I find it funny, I don't think I find it funny for the same reasons you do. Because threatening me with a gun, just nonchalantly, is not really threatening. It is only threatening once you actually tell me more information. Is when I would actually be more worried and concerned. But you know, flaunting a gun in Australia, like okay. And I'm in Western Australia. You think
that guy is I think realistically, you know, most gun world, particularly sort of like it's maybe like a Sydney thing. I can't speak for the rest of Australia's criminals, but like guns carry so much heat here that like it's just not worth it for most criminals to carry them. They like you know like you do a robbery. Okay, sure. You do an armed robbery, fucking Strike Force Raptor comes and fucks you in the ass. Right? Like, it's not... Once you are an armed criminal, that creates a huge amount of heat. Like, an insane amount of heat. And the cops will just come fucking down on you.
They'll be more than happy to take that thing out for a stroll that they haven't broken out for a few months or years, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So... Generally speaking, gun violence in Sydney is generally like you have fucked up horribly and pissed off some real bad fucking people, right? Because for them to decide that like using a gun is worth it to kill you specifically, you have really fucked with the wrong criminals. Like, if you're a random civilian in Australia, unless it's like, you know, two farmers having a dispute or whatever. Like, let's face it, you're almost, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right? You know, I guess if you exclude, let's talk about like criminals, like, you know, capital C career criminals, yeah? If those guys are shooting you, you know, you have done something specifically to offend them very deeply. As a civilian in Australia, gun crime is not a threat. That is not a problem you have to worry about ever, because of the way that, because like how hard guns are to get. For one, like guns are just fucking hard to get in this country, and the other half of it is just how much heat a gun gets you in the criminal world here. It's just not worth the attention
like,
unless you've really fucked it up.
It's like, okay, how did you acquire the weapon? Like, you're done. Like, the fact you have to justify having a weapon, the courts will just have a field day with you.
That's GG.
As you said, it's how the system's set up. There's just no... You have
There
to
is no
explain how
tolerance
you
for
got
that
the
shit.
weapon.
Interestingly, I can tell how some of those ones get acquired, and this is why if you... And, like, I was looking at getting a firearm at some point. I like firearms. I'm interested in them. I can talk all day about firearms and a lot of how they work and stuff. But if I did get a gun, I would keep it at a club safe. I would never have a gun in my home.
Yep.
Firearms are, like, A, you can't use them in self-defense anyway, so you're not going to use it for that. 2, you know, your toddler / stupid teenager / depressed wife gets that thing, you got a fucking body. 3, guns, and this is an interesting bit of crime economics. Okay, I'm writing down crime economics. That's going to be an interesting podcast episode. Putting that one next to prostitution. Crime economics. Right. Firearms are one of the only things you can buy, you can steal, that is worth more money stolen than it is worth brand new. A Glock 36, which is the Australian version of a Glock 17 with a smaller mag and a longer barrel, because that's Australia compliant. A Glock 36 in Australian, like, kangaroo bucks is, in kangaroo dollars, that's about $1,000. Cheaper than you'd think, right? More expensive than America. It's about $1,000. You get yourself a Glock and a mag. That same Glock with magazine in the black market will fetch you 5 to 10 grand. it's literally worth more money stolen than it is brand new. So that actually makes you, ironically, owning a gun makes you a prime target for thieves. If thieves know you've got a gun, they're going to try and break into your fucking house. 100%. So that's my word of advice to the viewers out there. If you do have a gun, like, it's one thing if you're using it for work, like if you are some farmer and like you are going out every day with your rifle because you have to kill vermin and like get kangaroos off your property or whatever. That's fair. Like if your gun is legitimately a tool, then keep your gun in a gun safe and be okay with the police inspections. But if you are just like a dude who, if you're like a goober like me, like a nerd who likes firearms, right? Your ass should be keeping that shit outside somewhere. Like, you do not need or want that in your home.
Man, this is going to be our general market, isn't it? It's going to be for criminals and non-criminals.
Yep.
But I was going to say, back with the, you know, when people use guns on you, you know you're stuffed up. I remember being told at a young age, you never, because some people do this, I don't know why, but people do really weird things. You never want to pretend that you're from a gang, because as soon as they ask Big Tony who this guy is, who's claiming to be from a gang, and they go, that's a nobody, you're in trouble.
Stolen valor is not a good thing in Gangtown, dude.
See, I'd rather keep in my lane, and they're like, "Yeah, what are you, cuz?" And I'd be like, brother, I'm just a VTuber going to the servo because I want my lime coke.
That's all you need, baby.
Got a lighter? Sorry, mate, I don't smoke. It's like one of my ex-bosses who has his ex-SAS friend just buries the gun somewhere.
Yep.
And it's like, you know, he's got a grenade launcher, but where are you going to get the ammo for it?
Yeah, it's true. Like,
And
where are you
that's
going
the
to get a
question I asked. I said, but do you even have the grenade launcher rounds? He's like, I'm not saying anything. I'm like, you probably, yeah, I can understand. You don't want to confirm or deny that, I suppose.
No, I guess.
But there's a lot of people that just bury their weapons.
Oh yeah, a bunch of people did. They buried them back in the They buried them back in the 90s. Like, there's a bunch of old SLRs out in like real Victoria somewhere. Like all the Vietnam vets, they brought their guns back.
So you don't know what's out there in the wilds.
Oh. Like, even if you got it, like, what are you going to do with the fucking thing, right?
Well, it's also how I view knives. I never carry a knife with me because I am a prime suspect for cops to do a random search on.
You get a stop and search, and then you're GG.
Yep.
Why got a knife, dude?
In Western Australia, they disallowed random searches.
Unless you've got a probable cause.
Yeah, unless that. But now they're thinking of reverting it now. So now cops will just be able to stop me and be like, okay, Ram.
Yep.
You're walking very menacingly, and we have, we're currently looking for someone who matches your prescription. You know,
yeah, you look at sus,
quadrupedal, furry. You know, you look weird, out of place. Do you mind if we frisk you a bit? And I said this to my cousin. I said, I never carry knives because if that one random police search comes around and I'm not ready for it, I'm done.
No, you don't want the smoke, man.
So if anyone pulls a knife on me, I'm just like, well, what do you want? What do you want?
Yep.
My shoes? Take them.
When I was
it's
a
all
kid,
yours, friend.
Yeah. when I was a little kid, well, not a little kid, when I was like a teenager and I was going out to like sketchy areas of the city and stuff, what I did, which I always thought I was a genius at doing this, was I carried a wallet with 20 bucks in it and a broken phone, as well as my actual phone. And so, what I would do if I was ever going to be stopped, I never actually had to do this because I was just lucky. But they do, they sort of say, we need a wallet, need a phone. And so, I'd be like, okay mate, here you go. And I'd hand over a wallet, and I'd hand over a phone. Because that was like their expected output, right? They wanted me to give them a wallet and a phone. And I'll just say, like, well, the phone's had a battery, but, like, here you go, it's yours. And here's a wallet, and the wallet had money in it. I don't know about you, but I'd happily pay about... And the wallet was, like, some cheap, shitty wallet. I don't know about you, but I would happily pay 20 bucks to not get stabbed, right? Like, to me, that's a fair price. And they got their wallet. They're happy.
Yeah, like, the hospital bill would be way more than that. Maybe, like, 1,000 times more.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, you know, to me, you know, the idea is that you just have to give them their win. Say, okay, here's a wallet, here's a phone. Even if it was my actual wallet and my nice phone, it's like $1,000 or whatever. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I would happily not get stabbed. I'd happily pay $1,000 to not be stabbed. That seems like a great fucking deal.
Oh yes, and for anyone out there, Rambunctious Industries Limited does not endorse or condone any mugging activity whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's all...
Do not mug people. It's not worth it. But, but that's a legitimate thing. You know, I think just being sensible means that just hand over the wallet. Like, your life is worth more than that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about you, but like...
Be like, can I keep the Toho keychain though? No, give it! Oh no,
just...
not
There
Reno
is-
charm, no.
Yeah, like, you know, sure it might suck if you lose your phone, but like, just hand them the phone, dude. Like, no one should lose their life over a phone. That is a dumbass move.
Well, look, I hope they like Natalie Mars.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, sorry, you in bed? No. Be done. See you, sweetie. Good night.
Oh, I see you had the ninja moment of your
I'm back.
braless wife.
Yes. It's funny you say that.
Yeah, I wonder how that old goober's coming along. Ninja.
I think he peaked with Fortnite, right? And like, Fortnite's still around, but it's not the game anymore. I guess that's the problem when you're so strongly associated with a game, and like, that's your content.
Well, I presume he's a smart person that has an accountant that invested all of his money, so he's probably all set.
Surely, yeah.
Like Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg invested early.
That all you got? Come on.
Now, I will pass this stage. I've sunken too many
He's
hours
coping.
to fail.
He's coping so hard right now.
Now, what I definitely need to do is make time to catch up on some Friendly Geordies videos, because I have not watched any of them for such a long time.
He's still on the Geordies Hates America arc, dude. Change the channel. He's getting too Assange moded.
Yeah, I reckon he would have something to say about that.
He's already made a whole video on Assange.
As in, like,
Yes,
a
what?
history about it, or...
Just about like how good it is that he's finally free and whatever. And fair enough, I guess.
Even though he also had to sort of confess for it to be a crime.
Yep.
Now, I don't blame the
See-
guy for having to do that, because 20 years
Oh, yeah.
in prison, like, you know,
20 years in the can.
what do you expect the guy to do? Just miss his family, say, sorry, wife, I guess I'm never coming out, goodbye?
Yeah, that's what it is, right? Like, I don't fault it, but this is the precedent, right? And I think the reason why a lot of people are upset with Assange being free is because, you know, it goes to show that, like, you can, like, the government always wins, right? Which is actually my, like, sincere position. The government always fucking gets you eventually.
Turning into an NCAP stream.
I'm pro deep state here, dude. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm all for it. I'm full glowy, dude. You gotta understand this.
Oh no, it's over.
Like, the government always fucking wins, right? And you can be like, well, that's not fair or that's not right, but like, you know, it took them 20 years, but they got him. He confessed, he bent the knee, he signed the line. And he now created a precedent that whistleblowers are going to get absolutely fucked in the ass because he agreed that being a whistleblower is an anti-state activity. He's agreed to that. He's bent the knee. And
Yep.
anyone who says otherwise is coping.
Son of Quincy.
But ultimately, how much more can you make a man take? And this is the whole thing of like the rubber hose cryptography, right? The idea is like the cops can wait, like the government will just wait.
Yeah, you're the one rotten in the cell, not them.
Exactly, they have infinite patience. They go home to a hot meal every night. The fuck are you doing in the Ecuadorian embassy for 7 years? You know what I mean?
Just look at McAfee.
Yeah. He killed himself. He wasn't going to deal with that shit. I still think McAfee's a fraud, though. He's a guy who liked to pretend he knew all this shit, but he probably didn't actually know.
Now, you have to remind me what McAfee did, because I barely remember.
Well, he founded McAfee
Antivirus.
antivirus, sold that, became a billionaire, and then just went to the Philippines and sort of, you know, banged hookers and did drugs, basically. He was very online. He liked to imply that he knew all this deep state government shit, but, like, it's very unlikely he actually did any of that. And, like, he's very unapologetic on the drugs charges and stuff. Like, he won't deny that for a second. Like, it was a fair cop on the drugs charges. And he killed himself rather than face prison.
Okay, so he got caught, because Southeast Asia has a very strict drug policy, so I
Oh,
guess
yeah.
he got caught
So-
with it, and then that
yeah.
was his sentence,
Yes.
was like,
It's going to be either death or, like, the worst prison of all time. Because, like, Southeast Asian jail's just fucking horrible. And he was an old man, he probably had cancer or some shit. And, it was the easy way out for him. Like, I guess it's like an unkind thing to say. But, like, he always, like, said, oh, I had this trove of secret files, I do... Like, this guy was smoking, like, a lot of crack, right? Like, I don't think you can really take what he says all that fucking seriously. You know what I mean?
he's literally me. Gonna be me in the future. When everything falls apart.
Like, he was like the king of vague implications, you know? He's like, oh, big things are coming soon. Stay tuned.
Oh, I haven't heard that line before.
Yeah, it's all that sort of shit. That's McAfee. McAfee liked the idea, he liked the aesthetic of being like a Noah, right? That's all it was an aesthetic, an identity. You know, who the fuck's out here telling John McAfee a fucking thing?
Yeah, no one's gonna tell me anything. It's like, Ram, you know you failed your ethics class in uni. We're not telling you anything classified. I can't trust you. but good. So when they come to rob me, I just won't know anything. I'm
Yeah.
screwed either way.
Mm-hmm.
Give us your
Yeah, so-
password. I don't know. It's a computer-made password. No human can know it. And I had to write it down on a piece of paper to access my key pass. And if I lost the piece of paper, I'm screwed.
Oh, I do lost like a shitload of crypto that way.
You know, where's your piece of paper? Oh, I ate it.
Whoops.
Somewhere in my tum-tum.
Guys,
Oh, finally, we're getting to stage 100. We might actually be out of this hellhole.
you can all have some.
Heh.
Come on.
If it dies, it looks... Ooh. That was close.
All you got?
Nice. Oh. I'm finally free.
Nice. Got there in the end.
But yeah, we came second in this clan wars for Bloons TD. I think Pika tapped out on day 3 once, you know, it was quite clear we are going to come second.
Yeah.
What we do is we run some quick maths, and because the points tick over every hour, you can basically mathematically calculate and call the wins. And I think we basically called it day 3. It was clear that Pink had a full roster of active players who were all playing the game. Everyone had half the player base of their team playing, so already Pink was theoretically going to win based on numbers alone. But also they have the best relics in the game, like at near their home base, so we couldn't even contest their tiles because they had the best
that's
start in the game. And relics change variables in the game, where you can pop certain balloons without needing the upgrades, which gives you a huge advantage.
Yes.
So what happened was a lot of them just took random banner tiles, which are the high score tiles. But then they were very unoptimized though. So despite having the best relics, they were highly unoptimized. But then when the best players, the Chads, came in and go, oh, here's the enemy's best players who can test this. Our focus is going to be optimizing these places, and then they can't move anywhere. So once Pink's top players realized who the top dogs were to beat, they optimized the runs in the front lines, and we just couldn't break through. And so, yeah, day 3, Pika called it, I called it. But I'm still here to make sure our second place is secured.
Yeah, fair enough.
And with 8 hours left and 20,000 points in deficit, I don't think Green's going to catch up to us with 350 points per hour in 8 hours. And this happens every fortnight. But we got thrown in with a sweaty group. And we got some people that came in on the stream that wants to join the team. And I'm not going to say no, it's a public lobby. I'll kick out some people, like whoever's on the bottom 4 are all going to get axed after 8 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Like chop, even Chimps. Sorry, Chimps. Had your chance, you better stay in Skullgirls, pal. Kill him.
Yep.
So, this
And
person,
get that
goodbye.
ass banned.
Goodbye. Darth Eagle. Used to be a good player, but now don't play anymore. Goodbye. Fire Aspect, goodbye. So all these 4 are going. Tony and Super Wizard are on a watch list.
Mm-hmm.
For,
Oh, they're on the...
for a potential old yeller.
Oh, yeah.
Kelbell has been a top roller in the past, so they get a break. And everyone else here has been pretty good. Romy Coda didn't do anything, but they get a pass because they've been a top roller for the past 5 events. So, you know, life stuff probably happened for them. But all I can say is if you're these people, good night.
Yep.
They're gone.
Get that ass banned.
And there's a team code up here, so almost like anyone could watch the stream, write this down, and in 8 hours' time or 12 hours' time, after the server maintenance, they just chuck that in and they'll be in the team. But I'm a slave driver in this team. If you don't perform, you're gone.
Get the axe.
Like, it's a public lobby. You're gone. I remember someone recommended, like, oh, bro, you should, like, you know, be in a Discord chat. And I said, you don't need a Discord chat for this game. Pika and I can just play this game without even interacting with each other because you already know what the optimal play is. But I will probably make a Bloons TD channel for those that feel like they need to. Like, I guess coordination. But there isn't much coordination in this, right? I think a meta has already sort of been figured out for this game mode. Oh, someone caught something. Someone awake. Is it Pika? That's me. I wonder why that triggered. Oh well. Basically, day one is just capture as many tiles as you can. That's just day one. Day two is the adaptation. It's like, okay, who's the aggressive force? Because some people will move into your territory, which is a bit of a bad play. Because if the team is reactive, they will push you out and then you're down points. So most people will just push up without harassing other lanes. Because if you got 6 teams here, so each hexagon here, you can break up into their own 6 pieces. So most people will just be in their own lane right here. Day 2 is when everyone goes center. Like, everyone starts fighting from the center and they start expanding outwards. And that's probably where you'll do the most coordination, but then you don't really need to coordinate. It's as simple as, oh, do they have this tile? No, take it.
Nice.
Do they have this tile? Yes, take it. Like, there is no real coordination needed.
So is the coordination for the tiles just where like there's like whoever beats that condition at the best time?
One thing that would come up is you can't see relics that you don't have adjacent tiles to. So one thing could be posting where known relics are. So we know if we wake up one day and we lose a lot of the map, we know where the best relics are to work up to. That's probably one good reason. And it's not because, well, no one knows because we don't communicate. But I always place markers on strong relics. But I could always just take a screenshot, go, here's Alchemist Touch, you know, screenshot, show it here, post it on a Discord. So we all know where it is. And these tiles all have codes. So EAF. So we know where they all are.
All right, I'm with you so far.
Like, that's the only real coordination I see. Otherwise, it's as simple. Like, this game mode is made for no talking.
What?
Check it out. We're saving up for a cozy beanbag bag monkey.
How good's that?
He sits on the island like this guy. Look at him. Wow. Look at him. So cool. And this is, I tell my little cousin that this is Harry Potter. It's Harry Potter monkey. Even though I never liked Harry Potter as a child. I think she kind of does, but she's only just getting into reading. And in the schools, they give you all the children's books. I'll be surprised if they have Goosebumps, to be honest, if that's still running around.
Well, they're too scary for kids now.
I know that you couldn't read until you're 8 years old back in my time. I remember that. It's like, I want to read Goosebumps. No, sorry, little Ram. You're 7. You have to wait till you're year 3. I'm like, oh, well, that's not that scary.
No, it's very spooky.
I watch Round the Twists. I don't get scared easily. When you're going round the twist, have you ever felt like this?
Going around the twist.
Oh, there was this children's show. It might have been British, But I remember it very randomly because it aired at the same period Animorphs did. Oh, Animorphs! Wow.
Now that shit goes hard.
Yeah, Animorphs went really hard. Okay, that was a children's book I did enjoy, and I think everyone did. Anyway, shout outs to Animorphs, better than Harry Potter. Anyway,
I think so.
there was this TV show where people had mosquitoes that brainwashed people.
Ooh.
And they trap you in a car, put up, like the windows, and they just let loose this mosquito that apparently brainwashes, and that's all I remember about it.
Was
It'd be
that a
funny if that
formative memory
was
for
part
you?
of Animorphs, but I don't think it was. I think it was its own show. Because I know in Animorphs they had slugs that they put in you or something. Oh, and spoilers. I think in Animorphs, one of the kids actually died,
Nice.
which was like unheard of for that kind of era, like a child dying. And one of them got stuck as a bird forever. Yeah, I mean, this was some hard-hitting stuff as a child. Like, imagine being stuck as a bird. That was real scary. The very thought. It was very scary. You weren't going to go home and watch Ren and Stimpy anymore.
I remember watching the Goosebumps show back in the day.
Yeah, very vaguely.
And I remember the episode about like the green slime and took over a house. I think that was a very formative experience. Now it's in my head somewhere.
I think, because one of the things I think people also need to remember that back in the day, you had to have the reception to even watch these shows. So it's like, oh, finally we got good enough reception. I can kind of make out these faces through the static. It's like watching SBS down here. Like sometimes I think SBS, depending on where you were down here, was like the only good channel you could really watch that wasn't GWN. And I remember watching Fat Pizza on like real bad reception, but it was still good. And I haven't really caught up with what Paulie Finch has made recently, but I grew up on bad reception TV and radio, but also somehow making out what was happening. And just random shows. Like the family gathering where it's time to fix the antenna. It's like, no, I can do it. No, you're doing it wrong. No, this, and it's like, no. And you got someone go, no, it's good. No, go back. No, go. Yeah, it's right here. No.
Yep. Well, that's probably me. I need to go to bed so I don't stay up too late.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm going to go to bed soon as well, just to make sure I get this sleep in order, so I got a full night's sleep before tomorrow. But thanks for dropping by. We got some rehearsals done. Yeah,
that was good shit.
I'll just throw a mature tag on this when I upload on YouTube. Not that I'm monetized anyway.
All right.
And yeah, I'll see you later. Take care.
See you, man. Yeah, see you, Chief.
Ta-ta.
See you.